Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Not Sick in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Not Sick Chapter 5. Regrouping. It was unnerving, Kisame thought, the way that Itaka walked. Itaka was unnerving in many ways, though Kisame, of course, never gave away that he found that his partner was extremely unnerving. Itaka was a man who approached every situation with the same kind of ruthless pacifism. He and Kisame had crossed whole countries relying on his genjutsu to make them seem like nothing more than fickle ghosts or half-imagined daydreams to any that they had crossed. Unless a fight was absolutely necessary, Itaka had steered away from it, and more than once he had kept Kisame from simply taking the easy option. For Kisame, violence was always the easy option. He couldn't understand Itaka's casual distance from obstacles. But when it became necessary, Itaka was the most vicious ninja that Kisame had ever had the pleasure of working with. And as a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of Kirigakure, he had had the dubious honor of working with some of the most psychotic, sadistic, brutal murderers that the ninja world could produce. Within that group, Kisame had been the best, more sadistic, more brutal, and more unpredictable. It was why he was the only one of his generation still alive. And yet, Itaka made all of his former comrades seem like pathetic children, emulating what they had read in storybooks. The Uchiha had ice running through his veins. He didn't fight men, he killed them. Kisame, better than anyone, knew the distinction. Itaka did not give his enemies the honor of single combat, or the thrill of knowing his name before they died. He simply attacked. One look in his eyes, and the fight, as it was, ended. His opponents died before they even realized it had begun. The only epilogue was a slit throat or cremation. Kisame had only seen this method fail twice in his time with Itaka. Once had been when they were in Kumo, the land of lightning. In the midst of gathering information on the jinhierarchy of the Hakusabi, a squad of patrolling jonin had stumbled them upon. The battle had been short, and Kisame would probably not have remembered it but for one detail, as he had struck a man down with same hata, the blade chewing on the fool's shoulder as it bore him to the ground. He had looked up and seen Itaka face off with a rather tiny kunoichi. They danced around each other for several moments, before the Kumonin had lunged, attempting to skewer Itaka on her katana. Itaka had simply pointed at her, a simple movement of just 2 fingers, and she'd frozen, trembling. He'd stepped forward, a kunao palmed, reaching for her throat, and the woman had abruptly unfrozen and swung wildly for his head. Itaka had ducked, but the backswing had taken him in the shoulder, and he'd exploded into a flock of crows. The next moment, the Kumonin's blade was in Itaka's hand, as well as buried in her back. The second time had been in Konoha, not long after. The incident had been eerily similar. A squad of pissed-off jonin encountered mid-recon, and a woman who had taken it upon herself to go up against Itaka alone, with genjutsu, of all things. Foolish. He'd turned her illusions back upon her, and gone for the killing blow. But unlike the Kumonin, she had ducked the fatal strike, evading death by inches. She'd survived the rest of the battle as well, though perhaps only because he and Itaka had left due to the lack of any jinhierarchy in the village. Distantly, Kisame wondered what had happened to the woman with the striking red eyes. She had been good enough to survive Itaka. He doubted that she'd come up against a more deadly foe since him. At any rate, Itaka was frequently unnerving. But at the moment, he was being far more so than he had ever been so before. Despite the fact that he had no eyes, that he had dug them out himself, he was navigating the forest as if he'd been born there. Kisame's assistance was apparently unnecessary. Perhaps he had some sort of jutsu that mapped the area around him? That sounded like something Itaka would do. The man was usually prepared for nearly every contingency. Kisame wouldn't ask. That would be betraying ignorance, and therefore weakness. Even after all his time with Itaka, he had never been comfortable with revealing anything like that to the man. Perhaps ironically, the Uchiha had always reminded him of a shark, who would fall upon the wounded or lesser as soon as he smelled their handicap, despite his behavior to the contrary. However, they couldn't just keep traveling in silence. Even Kisame couldn't handle that kind of tension. So he fell back on the only thing that he felt comfortable with in situations like this. Humor. Or at least, what passed for humor from people who'd grown up in the bloody mist. In that, though Kisame didn't know it, in that he and Suijutsu were very much alike. "So, Itachi," he said. Though he knew the Uchiha couldn't see him, he smiled anyway, a wide grin that revealed far too many inhuman teeth. He was sure that the eyeless man knew exactly what he looked like anyway. Was it really necessary to be so dramatic? Itachi just shrugged. Kisame took that as unspoken permission to continue. The Uchiha was like that, a conversation with him was always just as much small gestures and facial tics as words. Once, long ago, when Kisame had been attempting to figure his partner out, he'd theorized it was because the Uchiha had grown up talking to people with the Sharingan. Dramatic facial expressions weren't needed when dealing with such powerful eyes. Or maybe Itachi was just perpetually cold. Kisame couldn't exactly rule that possibility out. "I mean, you just pulled them out, right in front of them. And at the end, you'll have to take them." He grinned. Just so calm. Loved it, really. Probably traumatized the pink one, though. She was looking a little squeamish. I thought she might faint. Kisame loudly snorted. "Some medic." Itachi's silence continued. Kisame didn't really care. "I have to ask, where'd you come up with that? I mean, earlier, when you were fighting Sasuke, were you thinking to yourself, how can I terrify my little brother's teammates? I know. I'll rip my eyes out in front of them. It's flawless." Kisame shook his head. "This is why I like traveling with you, Itachi. Always so entertaining," he said. "Actually, Itachi said." Kisame stopped. It was rare that the Uchiha actually reciprocated in this kind of game. "I didn't come up with it. My cousin did." Huh. Kisame didn't see where this was going. "Weeks before I killed my family, I found my cousin on the outskirts of the village. Or rather, he found me. His name was Shisui Uchiha, and he was one of the few in our clan's history who had unlocked the Mangekyo. His father was one of the rare men in the village that was truly respected by the Nidaime Hokage." Itachi sounded almost wistful. "He was assassinated near the end of the Third War. An assassination that Shisui, despite his best efforts, failed to stop." He paused, before shaking his head, dispelling old memories. "He was injured. His right eye was gone, stolen," he said. "The Uchiha had been planning a coup for several months, one that would decapitate the leaders of the village and install us as its head. When he had failed to convince his own family to stop backing the coup, Shisui went to the one who would be the one to put it down, Danzo Shimura, a man with a private army of broken killers at his beck and call." Itachi didn't turn to face Kisame, he just kept walking through the forest, his stride as steady as his voice. As Itachi spoke, Kisame just became more and more silent. He had never heard anything like this before. When negotiations there failed as well, Shisui became desperate. He planned to use his trump card. The Koda Amatsukami, one of the most powerful genjutsu in existence, overpowering even my own Tsukuyomi. Itachi paused, and Kisame wondered why he was revealing this now. The idea of a genjutsu more potent than the Tsukuyomi was frankly terrifying. He intended to use it on my father. To convince him that it was not necessary for the coup to go forward. It was likely he would have failed, but he never got the chance. Danzo did not believe that peace with the Uchiha was possible. And so, Shisui was ambushed. Itachi smiled for a moment. It chilled Kisame to the core. Shisui was not a man inclined to violence, despite his proficiency in it. Danzo took advantage of that. He attacked him under the guise of a peaceful meeting, and ripped out his eye. Shisui fled, and found me. He knew that Danzo's men would be after him, and as he told me, he would not allow both his eyes to fall into that man's hands. So, he gave the other one to me. There was a lull as Itachi maneuvered under a low-hanging tree branch, during which Kisame began to feel something that wasn't quite sympathy for his partner. He didn't know if he even could feel that anymore, but he was intimately familiar with the slow realization of betrayal, and this story reeked of it. Just as I did back there, he pulled it from its socket and handed it to me, without flinching. A true Uchiha, one who stepped off a cliff a moment later, leaving the village in my hands. That was the day I received my Mangekyo Sharingan, thanks to Shisui Uchiha. Since then, I have always hoped that I could repay him, in any way, for what he had done for me. Itaka turned around, his empty sockets becoming apparent to Kisame. The least I could do, I think, was experience what he did. It's a small thing, but every step counts when scaling such an obstacle. Kisame really didn't know how to respond to that. So, a memento then. Itaka shrugged, seemingly completely without care. I suppose you could call it that, he said. Though it also served as a rather effective message. Kisame had regained some of his confidence. Oh? And what message was that? Kisame could tell that, even without his eyes, Itaka was giving him an incredibly dry look. Really, Kisame? I know you aren't as stupid as you act. Tell me, how do you think Konoha ninja, who for the past decade have heard little of me but horror stories of effortlessly decimated high-level ninja and entire clans slaughtered silently in the dead of the night, will react to tales of me removing my own eyes without hesitation? And to the fact that I have replacements, which might even be more powerful than my own. Kisame stood still, gazing at his partner. His smile, which had steadily slid away as he listened to the tale of Shisui Uchiha, spread back across his face. He began chuckling, a laugh that started out low and darkly amused and quickly escalated to near hysterics. Itaka, you're going to make someone shit themselves back in your village, you know that. He said, trying not to double over with the force of his laughter. All Itaka gave away was a wry smile that merely turned up a single corner of his mouth, but from him that spoke volumes. Oh, I don't doubt it, he muttered, before turning and continuing on his way into the forest. Kisame followed, still chuckling, wiping at one of his eyes. Ripped his own eyes out. He said in a mock falsetto. They'll talk about you for years. They'll probably think you're crazy. Well he corrected, smiling even wider, crazier than you already are. Do you really think that, Kisame? Itaka asked, and there was something subtly different in his voice. Something hard. Kisame didn't backtrack, but, recognizing the new angle of the conversation, sharpened his concentration. He snorted. Of course you are, Itaka. You just ripped your own eyes out, and then gave them to your brother, a kid who hates your guts and would like nothing more than to see you dead. Not to mention, you just fought off Pain-sama. So now you've got a homicidal sibling and a pissed-off god to worry about. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to redefine crazy when it comes to you. Itaka sighed, stepping over a fallen log. How was he doing that? If that's the case, why are you still with me then, Kisame? Shouldn't you be heading back to Omegakure? Back to Madara? Kisame remained silent. They'd had this conversation before. Itaka continued. He has what you want, after all. I want no part in that, Kisame said. His smile was gone once more. He wasn't angry, merely pensive. A world of truth, heh? He shook his head slowly, a sad look in his beady eyes. It's a nice thought, but it's impossible. Only impossible if you don't accept it, Itaka said. You could be happy, Kisame. I would understand if you left me now. I wouldn't mind. I can make it to Tanzakugei on my own. I'm sure I could find someone there to take pity on a young blind man until Karen arrives. There was that wry smile again. Itaka had shown more emotion in the last 2 days than Kisame had seen him express in all their years together. Instead of making him seem more approachable, it had just made him more unnerving. It was out of character for the stoic Uchiha. And when ninja began to act out of character, bad things were usually about to happen. You could even kill me now, and bring me to him. I'm sure that would make him happy, Itaka said. The ex-Kiri ninja snorted. I didn't come this far to just leave you now, or to kill you. Silently, Kisame wondered if he even could kill Itaka, even crippled as he was now. He didn't doubt the Uchiha had made preparations. Though what those could possibly be, he couldn't say. And as for being happy, Kisame trailed off. He really didn't know what to say to that. What made him happy? Fighting excited him, killing enthralled him. The thrill of the hunt, that final sense of pursuit, the scent of blood, filled with panic and anger, the sound of gasps and screams. Could he spend the rest of his life like that, though? Moving from battle to battle? Could that even be called living? Kisame didn't know. He'd fought all his life, and he suspected he'd fight for the rest of it, no matter how long or short that life turned out to be. He didn't know anything else but survival and combat. "I don't know," he finally said. "But that's not something I have to worry about now. Now, all I have to worry about is you being healthy enough to go through with your crazy, nebulous, suicidal plan." Itachi nodded his head, a silent response, and continued into the forest. Kisame lagged slightly behind, lost in thought. "Itachi, my life may have been a lie, but the Uchiha have always given me purpose. First Madara, and now you. I wonder, is that my life? To serve the Uchiha clan, is that the point of my existence? I don't know. I'm not sure I want to, either. But I do know this. I won't betray you, Itachi. You're different, you are not like my comrades in the past. You're forging your own path, and I'd like to see where it leads. I may have been known as Kirigaku's monster of the mist, but it seems I'm not so terrible after all. I'll follow you, Itachi. Until the end. So let me get this straight. Okay. Right. So, Pain hit you with his jutsu, which basically broke every bone in your body. Right. Then the Kyuubi healed you, but instead of taking over your mind it just yelled at you to get up and fight. Which you did. Without its help. Yep. And then, because of the strain put on your body by the fox healing you, not to mention everything you'd gone through before that, Pain managed to defeat you despite the fact that he couldn't use one of his arms, or his jutsu. Well, when you put it like that dash. But Hinata showed up, and managed to nearly defeat Pain by herself, taking heavy damage, before another body showed up and took her down as well. Yeah. It was dash. And then, Itachi showed up, fought him to a standstill, forced him to retreat, didn't try to kidnap you, and collapsed. After which both you and Hinata passed out. But I totally didn't mean to dash. Then when you woke up, everyone was back here, and Itachi was awake. And then, Kisame Hoshigaki showed up, who also didn't try to kidnap you, before leaving just as quickly and coming back with Sasuke. Yeah. And then dash. Itachi placed a genjutsu on him, compelling Orochimaru, who had survived inside Sasuke's body, to burst out, after which Itachi killed him, leaving Sasuke unharmed and free of Orochimaru's influence. Which was freaking dash. And then, finally, before leaving, Itachi dug out his own eyes, handed them to Sakura, and left with Kisame. Pretty much. He told her that Sasuke would know what to do. Kakashi didn't know if this was just the best day of his life, or just the strangest. Best, because he, his team, and several other Konoha ninja had gone up against the leader of Akatsuki, and not a single one of them had died. Everyone, except for Naruto, of course, had at least one or two broken bones. Hinata wouldn't be able to move without assistance, as would Shino. Sakura, Sai, and Yamato would probably have chakra exhaustion for a couple days, and as for himself, he just wanted to sleep for a week. But they were all alive. It was a miracle, and not a minor one, either. If Pain really was a god, there was an equally powerful one watching over them. So, any way he looked at it, today had been a really, really good day. But on the other hand... Oh, and I barfed up a crow, Naruto said, his face twisting in disgust. Kakashi closed his only visible eye. He almost didn't want to know. Eventually, a slow, wary what emerged from his mouth, like a timid animal checking outside its den. Yeah. It was pretty nasty. Weird thing, though, it had a Sharingan. Itachi said it was a Kato Tsumayami or something like that. He said he might need it. Koda Amatsukami, Naruto. He called it the Koda Amatsukami, Sakura chided, running her hands over Hinata's side. The Hyuga had suffered not insignificant internal damage in her fight with Pain, and she winced with every pass. Slowly though, the pain was becoming dull. Naruto snapped his fingers. Right. That's it. Good memory, Sakura. I wonder what it does. He murmured, looking off in the direction Itachi and Kisame had been. The dust cloud was slowly settling, but visibility was still exceptionally poor. None of the Konoha ninja could see more than 200 feet except for Hinata, but she was too low on chakra to use her Byakugan. Something bad, if Ataka wanted it, Sakura replied, refocusing on Hinata. After the fight, the dark-haired girl had quieted down. Apparently, she was done being extroverted for the moment. Now, she seemed content with stealing glances at Naruto as he scanned the dust cloud. Sakura sighed. Apparently, despite what the events of the day, some things hadn't changed. It was kind of gratifying, actually. The idea of a Hinata that was bold was unnerving. Hey, come on Sakura, that's not fair. He saved Hinata and me. Without him, we'd be. Naruto trailed off, then shrugged. Well, it wouldn't be good. Yeah. He saved you, Naruto, Sakura said, finally finishing with Hinata, who gave a soft thank you as she got back to her feet and wandered over to Kiba, who was wincing every time he took a breath. And he also killed his entire family. And took Sasuke's eyes. Yeah. But then he gave us his. I mean, that's got to mean something. He said to ask Sasuke when he woke up. Maybe we should. Naruto turned to the Uchiha, who was still lying on the ground, completely unconscious. His breathing was even, but the dried blood on his face made him seem more damaged than he was. No. Kakashi interrupted, breaking from staring at the ground and trying to figure out the bizarre events of the day. He'd worry about them later. We're not waking him up till we're back in the village. Sakura, he needs time to rest, right? The pink-haired girl nodded, biting her lip. Right. And anyway, Kakashi glanced at the insensible Uchiha, I don't want to give him another chance to run for it. Even without eyes, it would be trouble to catch him. Oh come on Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke wouldn't dash. Naruto tried to interrupt, but Kakashi turned and stared at him, and Naruto suddenly realized that Sasuke would. He'd run before, and besides his new handicap there wasn't much keeping him from running again, particularly after his brother had beaten him so soundly. Perhaps it actually would be better to just keep him out of the way until they were in Konoha. Well then, why did Ataka save us? He said, moving back to what Sakura had said. The last hour had severely changed his beliefs about Ataka Uchiha. He didn't know what to think of the cold man now, who apparently sought world peace, and who believed that Naruto was one who could bring it about. Who, nevertheless, had burned a man to death without hesitation, and stolen his younger brother's eyes. Sakura shrugged, a motion that betrayed her exhaustion. Who knows? She said. Maybe he just wanted you to owe him something. Or maybe even he doesn't want that man's insane plan carried out. She shivered. Honestly, how can he believe that? How would killing so many people possibly bring peace? Kiba spoke up, no longer wincing with every breath. Hinata had at least enough chakra to help him with that. The guy's name was Pain, Sakura. I doubt he's especially reasonable. I mean, he was some sort of crazy body-jumping maniac. His eyes were purple. What more do you want? That coming from someone whose sensei has red eyes. Come on, Kiba, odd eye colors don't necessarily mean insanity, Sakura said. Kiba waved her off. Kurane-sensei doesn't count. She's a girl. Sakura froze, slowly turning to look at Kiba, who had suddenly gone just as still, his instincts screaming at him that he had just wandered into extremely dangerous territory. And what does that mean? She said, sounding unreasonably calm. Kiba twitched, one of his eyes developing a sudden tic. Well. 'Cause all girls are already dash. Sakura still had a sprained ankle, several ribs that were only mostly healed, and the rest of her body was covered in bruises and scrapes. Nevertheless, less than a second later Kiba was laid out on the ground, a vivid red handprint extremely visible on his face, and Sakura was standing over him, shaking one of her hands out. Akamaru whined, but didn't do anything to defend his partner. Anyway, Kakashi said, seemingly ignoring his student's bout of probably justified violence, we should get out of here. Now. We don't know where Sasuke's team is, and they could have avoided the fight entirely. If they come here fresh, we might be in trouble. Naruto nodded, and walked over to Sasuke as the rest of the team made their way to their feet, including the still stunned Kiba, who was helped up by Shino. Naruto bent down and slung the Uchiha over his shoulder, unknowingly imitating how Taki had carried his little brother away from the recently destroyed Uchiha bunker. He turned back to the group, an enormous smile on his face, and gave a thumb up. Might Guy would have been envious of the enthusiasm in the motion. All right then. The Uzumaki said, the light of the setting sun behind him throwing his bright hair into sharp contrast. Let's go. Not so fast. There was a rumbling voice, and the entire group turned to find a tall man with bright orange hair striding towards them. Kakashi recognized him as one of the members of Sasuke's new team. He hadn't caught his name before the fighting had started, however. The settling dust had concealed his approach, and now he was only 30 feet away from the Konoha ninja. Kakashi took stock of his own injuries. Chakra exhaustion. Shallow shoulder wound. Sprained wrist. Without Sakura, it would have been far worse. At any rate, he'd fought in conditions far more painful before. The rest of the group, probably not. Yamato was out as well. His Mokuton wouldn't be of any help here, he was way too low on chakra. So was Sai, for that matter, even if the pale boy wasn't occupied carrying the body of the seemingly deceased Pain. If this man was here to reclaim Sasuke, then... I'm here for Sasuke, the man said. Ah. That was that then. Like hell we'll let you take him. Naruto yelled, swinging around even with Sasuke on his shoulder, causing the Uchiha's head to sway. We didn't come this far just to let someone dash. I'm not here to take him, the man said, his voice quiet. Huh. Naruto quieted down as well, just watching the man with wary eyes. The man shook his head, a gentle movement, and as he spoke he drew closer to Naruto, eventually coming to within several feet of him. I'm not here to take Sasuke. I'm just here for him. It would be dangerous for me not to be. Dangerous. That was Sakura again, she'd always been naturally curious. Why? 2 reasons. 1, if I'm not, I might just kill all my teammates. The man spoke without emotion, and Sakura drew back a little. Why did her questions always get such dangerous answers? The orange-haired man continued, used to such reactions. 2, and here his mouth turned up in a humorless grin, if I don't go with Sasuke then Itachi Uchiha will kill me, my teammates, and then his brother. So it seems like the best thing to do. Kakashi stared at the man, measuring him. His Sharingan may have been covered, but he was still a veteran Jonin, reading body language was second nature to him. And everything about this man screamed sincerity. Well, Kakashi said. The man understood his intent, and responded. Jugo, he said. Now Kakashi had a name to go with the face. Well Jugo, what do you mean by that? The first or second part? Jugo responded, a rather deadpan expression on his face. Both, preferably. Kakashi was just as deadpan. Well, the first reason is because I have a curse, you see. It causes me to go crazy and kill everyone around me. The tall man said, sounding far too reasonable for what he was saying. Sasuke is the only one who can keep me calm. Something about his chakra stabilizes me. Kakashi smiled, his only visible eye turning up. Well, that's good. We wouldn't want any insane rampages on the way back to Konoha, would we? He sounded totally carefree. All of the other Leaf Shinobi paled. Not even Naruto and Sakura could tell if their sensei was being serious or not. The second reason, Jugo continued, is because about 10 minutes ago, Itachi Uchiha saved the life of one of my comrades and then told her that she would meet him somewhere in 3 days' time, that she would bring my other comrade with her, and that I would go to Sasuke and travel back to the village hidden in the leaves with him. Jugo scratched his chin, frowning. And he said that if we didn't do this, he would kill all of us, slowly, painfully, and repeatedly, and then he would do the same to Sasuke. He paused, looking thoughtful. He probably could have just said that, Karen cares even more about Sasuke than I do. You weren't there when she met with him? Kakashi asked. No. I was unconscious. That jutsu that did this, Jugo said, gesturing at the wasteland surrounding the group. I barely managed to survive it. Karen told me when I woke up. Then she healed me and sent me here. It's my job to make sure Sasuke is safe, and that he makes it back to Konoha. The big man shrugged. Beyond that, I honestly don't care what you guys do. I just think it's best for me to be around Sasuke. Huh. Where was Itachi going to meet her? Kakashi was fishing for information. Knowledge of Itachi Uchiha's whereabouts in a couple days' time would be extremely valuable. She didn't know, except she did. I don't know how, Itachi did something to her with his eyes, apparently. She just knew that she had to meet him somewhere, and that I had to get back to Sasuke. So I did, now I'm here. Kakashi just stared at Jugo, his mind whirling. He couldn't decide if this was a trap or if Sasuke truly had a teammate that cared enough for him to simply follow him back to the village. Jugo saw his stare. I understand if you don't trust me. In fact, I expected it. Nevertheless What are you talking about? Naruto spoke up once more, his voice filled with just as much sincerity as Jugo's. You say that you're Sasuke's friend, and that's good enough for me. Any friend of Sasuke's is a friend of mine. Jugo looked at the blonde, a confused look on his face. What about Orochimaru? Naruto just waved him off, a careless look on his face. That doesn't count. Sasuke killed him. He frowned, then grinned. Well, kinda. Anyway, he wouldn't do that to a friend, right? Deep inside Naruto, something cracked, but he ruthlessly suppressed it, crushing the dissenting voice that was yelling, yes he would, he tried 3 years ago, underfoot like an eggshell. So? He said, a bright smile on his face concealing the turmoil inside him. Want to carry him? The bastard's gotten pretty heavy. He handed the Uchiha off to Jugo, who took the body as if he were handling something made of porcelain. Seeing such a large man act so delicately made Naruto want to laugh, but he held it in. He liked Jugo, even though he'd only met him 3 minutes ago. There was just something about him. I'd appreciate it if you didn't call him that, Jugo said, his voice a little quieter. Naruto's smile dimmed a little, but he maintained most of his enthusiasm. Yeah. Okay. He turned back to Kakashi, who was watching Jugo with a look that very clearly stated that he was officially being watched. Not out of overt suspicion, that was just how ninja operated. You didn't let an unfamiliar face into your group right away, particularly when that face had probably been experimented on by Orochimaru and apparently occasionally flew into killing rages. Naruto saw the look in his sensei's visible eye, but ignored it. So? He said again. Can we go now? Karin. Yes. Why the hell are we walking away from where Sasuke is? Karin sighed. Do we really have to have this conversation again, Suijutsu? She was striding south, into the forest. Suijutsu was held in her palms, a couple pounds or so of extremely dense water that had taken on the appearance of the belligerent teen's face. As they walked, a steady stream of water collected around them, trailing after Karin's heels. It was like a mobile river. Maybe, Suijutsu said, his voice burbling. I just don't get why we're cutting and running like this. I doubt those leaf ninja are in better shape than us. They're gonna take Sasuke back to Konohagakure, remember? You really want that to happen? We should head back and dash. Of course I don't. Karin snapped, and Suijutsu shut up for the moment. But we don't really have a choice, do we? Do you want to be killed by Itachi Uchiha? Do you want him to kill Sasuke? You know I don't, the head burbled. I don't think anyone's stupid enough to want that. But I think he might be bluffing about that. Why else would he need you? He must have been more hurt than he looked. Karin paused. Suijutsu might have been right. Itachi Uchiha, from what little she knew of him, was a master of composure. He could have easily been hiding a debilitating injury. However, no, I don't think that's it. She said, staring off into the distance, thinking hard about Sasuke's older brother. It's not just him being hurt. If that were the case, he wouldn't need someone like me. I think. She paused, trying to pull her thoughts together. I think it has something to do with Sasuke's eyes. Huh. Suijutsu said intelligently. I've been thinking about it. You saw Itachi's eyes, right? Karin asked. If Suijutsu had been more than ahead, he would have shivered. He'd seen Itachi's eyes, all right. They'd been like chunks of ice stuck in the man's head, obsidian flint that stared and judged, that sucked in all light and reflected nothing. In other words, they'd been fucking creepy. But they'd also been graying in some spots, milky in others, and there had been some significant cataracts along the edges. They had been the eyes of an old man, not a 20-something-year-old. Yeah. I saw them. They looked a little strange. Old, Suijitsu said, trying to respond respectfully. He wasn't sure he'd be able to pull himself together again if Karen punched his puddle apart at the moment. I was thinking the same thing. Fortunately, the redhead was apparently lost in thought. She probably wouldn't hit him right now. Karen rubbed at the recent bite mark on her shoulder, which was still dribbling a bit of bright blood. There was something wrong with them. They seemed damaged. So. Suijitsu was getting impatient. And uncomfortable. Spending so long as a puddle got disconcerting after a while. A lack of defined sensation, of shape, became freaky no matter how many times it happened. So, he took Sasuke's eyes. That's not something he would do unless he had a reason. If he just wanted to be cruel, he could have just removed some limbs, Karen said, her face twisting in distaste at the thought of Sasuke losing limbs to his older brother. He was pretty prideful about his eyes, Suijitsu pointed out. Maybe he was just trying to humiliate him. Take away what he found important. Suijitsu knew all about that. More than enough, Mainjitsu had taught him everything he knew about degrading an enemy, and Mainjitsu had been a master of assassination techniques. Nothing was as degrading as being killed without having a chance to fight back. Karen shook his head. No, that's not it. He had the eyes preserved, in that jar. He would have just destroyed them if he wanted to hurt Sasuke. I think she paused. I think that Itachi is going to replace his eyes. With Sasuke's. What? Well, they're brothers, so genetically, they're probably compatible. They both have pretty powerful Sharingan, as well. I know for a fact that Sasuke was starting to become just as proficient as Itachi when it came to Jujutsu. It was all Orochimaru would talk about whenever he visited. So it stands to reason that Sasuke took his brother's eyes so he could use them. As she spoke, Karen began to look more and more disturbed. She hadn't considered the full meaning of her words until she'd said them out loud. Suijitsu just stared up her from her hands, his features vanishing as the water swirled of its own violation. The swishing made a sound that sounded a lot like a sentence. That's fucked up. You're fucked up for thinking it up. And Itachi? He paused as Karen looked down at him with growing anger. Itachi is just fucked up enough for that to really be his plan. Goddamn. If I knew all Uchiha were so bent, I probably would have dash. Just shut up. Karen yelled, and tossed the water to the ground in front of her, where it quickly rejoined the mass of chakra-imbued liquid that had been following her. As she did, it made a sound that sounded infuriatingly like a raspberry. Karen growled and kicked at the water as it reformed, but it was pointless. Within 5 seconds, Suijitsu stood there, looking as if he'd never been scattered over a mile or so of dusty wasteland. He cracked his back, which she knew to be an imitation meant to annoy her and nothing more. The Hojiki didn't actually have a spinal cord, after all. Ah, he said, sounding satisfied. That's so much better. Thanks, Karen, he said with a smile full of sharp teeth. Now, where did it land? He muttered, turning around and wandering north. Karen huffed and followed him. Where did what land? She asked, still irritated. My sword. Suijitsu said, a whine in his voice. I lost it when that jutsu hit me. I know it's somewhere around here, there's still a bit of me attached to it. It's just a stupid sword, Suijitsu. Come on. We have to get going, Karen said, turning back towards the forest. Suijitsu turned around. His expression was uncharacteristically flat. Karen's stride faltered, and she stared at him. We're getting my sword, he said, and then kept moving away from the forest, northward. Karen sighed and followed him. As they walked, she planned. They had a long trip in front of them, and Itachi was waiting at the end of it. Itachi, who still had working Sharingan eyes. Itachi, who was Sasuke's older brother, and therefore genetically compatible. Itachi, whose eyes would serve just as well as substitutes for Sasuke as Sasuke's would for him. Oh yes. Karen had a lot of planning to do. Guarding the gates of Konoha could be called a lot of things. Boring was one of them. Interminable could be another. If one wanted to use stronger language, then, fucking mind-numbing, would work quite well. It wasn't a job for the faint of heart. There wasn't much a ninja found worse than having to sit in place for 6 whole hours. It was enough to drive most men and women mad. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki weren't most men. They were, in fact, two of the most accomplished and least ambitious chunin that Konoha had seen in a long time. Which was why when they were not tagging along on A-rank missions they were, more often than not, guarding the gates of Konoha. They had to have something to do, after all. Guarding the gates, despite its implications, was not a very important job. No enemy ninja worth their Hitai would ever attempt to get into the village through such an obvious entrance. So, any ninja posted there would spend their shift watching civilian traders, genin, and other chunin enter and exit the village, and when you've seen one team of squabbling, brightly dressed children with an exhausted sensei blow past you, you've seen them all. So, whenever Kotetsu and Izumo did gate duty, they tended to either play cards or simply chat in between bouts of watching the people who passed them. They often made a game out of it, guessing occupations, personal dramas, and other such intimacies. As they were doing now. She's looking for her long-lost brother, Izumo said, glancing at a tall woman with flowing black hair who swept past them, doing her best not to look hurried and barely succeeding. He was a fisherman's son, and when he was young he saw a skirmish and decided then and there he would be a ninja. So his family sent him off, but now his sisters come to find him. The family needs money, and they're hoping he has some. Nah, Kotetsu said, leaning back and idly scratching at the bandages around his nose. That's not it, not money problems. Look at her. That's a nice dress. I bet she was engaged to some merchant when she was young, and she's here to meet him for the first time. Izumo turned to look at his friend. Really? He said. Arranged marriage? Seriously? Says Mr. Fisherman's son. It's just, why do you always say that it's an arranged marriage? Izumo asked, shaking his head. I don't. Kotetsu indignantly said. Where'd you get that idea? Oh, I don't know. It's just that every single woman that passes us is apparently here to get engaged, or they already are. What's up, Kotetsu? Marriage on the mind? Izumo asked, idly tracking the woman as she walked deeper into the village. She really did have a nice dress, among other things. No. TCH. Of course. Who would marry you, anyway? I'm sure you have so many prospects, Izumo laughed. Hey. It could happen. Kotetsu acted hurt, but they'd had this conversation many times before. By now, the whole thing was just another routine. Yeah. Keep dreaming. Okay, wait, I got this one. Izumo pointed to an older man, with gray hair and broad shoulders. He was probably about 50, but he looked quite strong for his age. He's a writer. A writer? What gives you that idea? Kotetsu asked, staring at the man as he slowly made his way into the marketplace just off of the main entryway. Dunno. He makes me think of a writer, though. I bet he's here to see if his new book bombed or not. He's written a bunch, but he's sure this newest one is the best. Izumo sounded quite sure of himself. Kotetsu found himself nodding along with him. Yeah. He tries to write these epic dramas, but they always come out sounding too fancy. So with this latest one he's dumbed it down a little. He's hoping more people will like it. Then he can write what he really wants to, he said, staring intently as the man vanished into the crowd. Izumo turned to glance at him. Where'd that come from? He asked. Oh, I guess. Kotetsu said, rubbing the back of his head. I don't know. It was just there. He grinned. You know, this is the first time in a while we've agreed on someone, he said. Izumo just kept staring at him. Have you started your book yet? He asked. Kotetsu paused for a second, before relaxing and leaning back in his chair again. His hands began to brush against the bandage wraps on his face, a nervous tic he'd had since he was a genin. He didn't enjoy discussing his idea of writing a book with Izumo, it always just reminded him of how much work the process would be, and how little of that work he had done. Nope. But I'm gonna get around to it. Just as soon as I know what I want to write. You've been saying that for like a year, man. You should just write it. Get it out of your head. Izumo said, trying to sound casual. It's not that easy. Kotetsu responded, shaking his head. I mean, I know what I want to write, I just can't get it to dash. Kotetsu. Come on. Trust me. The sooner you start, the better. I mean, you should probably finish it. Just in case. Izumo said, his casual facade beginning to break a little. Kotetsu turned, his hands no longer playing with his bandages. What do you mean, just in case? He said. Now he was the one trying to sound casual. Nothing, Izumo said, trying to backpedal. Kotetsu was having none of it. Bullshit, he flatly stated. What do you mean, just in case? What are you thinking? Izumo hesitated, before sighing. It's nothing. But ever since that mission with Asuma. Ah, Kotetsu said, sounding a little uncomfortable. He knew exactly what Izumo was talking about. The last mission they had been on with Asuma had ended with the Jonin's death. What, you're scared of dying now? Izumo shrugged. Not that dramatic. Just more aware, you know. He said, pausing with a thoughtful look. I mean, we're still just Chunin, and, well, Asuma was Asuma. He was the Sandame's son, he was in the 12 Guardian Ninja, he was training the new Inoshikacho formation, too. He was a freaking badass. Izumo shrugged again, unable to hide his discomfort. And still, that Akatsuki guy took him out like it was nothing. And all we could was watch. Kotetsu frowned. That's not fair. We were fighting that other one. If dash. Izumo interrupted him with a small laugh. You couldn't seriously call that a fight, could you? He was playing with us, if he'd wanted us dead, we'd have been dead. I think he just wanted to see if Asuma could kill his ass of a partner. He chuckled, a bitter sound. Surprise. He couldn't. Izumo slumped down while Kotetsu watched him. He hadn't known that his friend had felt this way at all. Izumo. What? The other Chunin turned his head slightly towards his friend. You're being an idiot. Of all the things Kotetsu could have said, that was probably the last thing Izumo had expected. Huh. Well, that sounded intelligent. Come on. Be serious. We're shinobi, man. It's not really a job you go into expecting to live forever. Kotetsu looked almost angry now. Wait dash. So Asuma bit it. Yeah, it's sad. But you know what? His students didn't sit around afterwards angsting about how their sensei was dead. They went out there, a week later, and they killed the bastard who'd done it. Hell, I heard the Nara did it by himself. That's being a shinobi. Not dash. He swept his arm towards Izumo, starting to think you should have your affairs in order because maybe the next mission will be your last. I mean, that's barely living. Besides. And now he smiled, you really think you're gonna die with me there? Hell no. So long as we stick together, that'll never happen. Izumo just stared at his oldest friend. Kotetsu. He said. Yeah. You really don't want to write that book, huh? You should put that in there, it was pretty good, for a dumbass, Izumo said with a small smile. Now, Kotetsu was the one chuckling. Pfft. Like anyone would read that. No way. Plus, wouldn't that be making myself the main character? Can't have that, he laughed. Izumo put his hand to his chin, acting as if he were thinking deeply. Yeah, you're right, he said, seemingly coming to a conclusion. No way would you be the main character. A supporting guy, maybe. You'd pop up every once in a while and do something stupid. Every good story needs a couple of them. Hey. Kotetsu said cheerfully, the gravity of their previous conversation completely forgotten. If that's me, then you'd be my sidekick. You'd be way too serious all the time, that'd be your routine. You would always follow me around and nag me. What? Why do I have to be the nagger? Admit it. You'd be perfect for the part. I don't nag. Yeah? What about that escort mission a week ago, with the old VIP? You were always like dash. Whatever Izumo had been like on that mission a week ago never left Kotetsu's mouth. At that moment, there was a puff of smoke, a whoosh of displaced air, and a small green toad appeared on the road in front of the gate. It sat there for a moment, before croaking loudly. Then, it opened its mouth wide. Kotetsu and Izumo stared. A hand, scuffed and bleeding, shot from the mouth and grabbed the ground, digging into the dirt with an iron grip. A soaked, bedraggled body followed, pulling itself out of the toad's mouth in a lunging movement. It wore a light beige uniform with an underlying mesh, with a torn red vest hung over the rest of the outfit. When the man was entirely out of the toad's mouth, he flopped to the ground, gasping, facing up towards the sky. His left arm abruptly ended about half a foot above where the elbow would have been, blood slowly seeping from the ragged amputation. His body was covered in small puncture wounds, scrapes, and bits of torn cloth. His remaining arm looked like it had been severely burned. The man let out a relieved breath, a long, low sound, and turned his head to look at Kotetsu, who gazed back, eyes wide over his bandages. No way. Hey, Jiraiya of the Sunin said. Could you go tell the Hokage I've returned from my recon? He smiled, an enormous, shit-eating grin that made his face seem twice as wide, and blood dribbled from between his teeth. Then he passed out. Interlude 1. The forest is a quiet place. It is a kind of expectant silence, the silence that lies in wait, hidden in a dark corner. The silence that others stumble upon. A silence that denotes significance. A silence that's significance is always realized too late. So while the brook babbles and birds chirp and the leaves of the trees whisper to each other in the wind, there is nevertheless a silence. The silence, however, soon begins to retreat. It starts with simple sounds. Grass, being crushed underfoot. The muted squeak of sandals gripping to moss. The slow, nearly silent pattern of breathing. A boy, dressed in a loose-fitting blue kimono, into which is tucked a strange flute-like instrument, steps onto the low bank around the brook. He stands there for a moment, taking in the stream. A single bright brown eye scans across the trees, flitting from one to another. His long, shaggy hair hides the other. It is just as brown. He looks rather bored. One of his hands involuntarily twitches as he finally finds what he is looking for. A kunao, stuck fast in the bark of a tree, with 4 lines on its side. There it is, he mutters to himself. He reaches down, and pulls the instrument from his kimono. Bringing it up, he presses his lips to it and blows. A bubble, ephemeral and quivering, emerges from the other end. It floats into the air, bobbing in front of the boy. He bends forward, his lips inches from it. He whispers, his voice soft. Hotaru. Come meet me. The bubble floats up into the sky, away from the oppressive silence. The boy in the blue kimono watches it go for a second, an unsure look on his face, before looking back at the kunao. He sighs, and leaps from his side of the brook to the other. Landing smoothly, he ambles forward. He reaches the tree, and grasps the kunao in one hand. He yanks it free. For a moment, the silence grows more oppressive than ever, and then it vanishes entirely. At the same time, there is both a puff of smoke, a splash, and 5 men appear around the boy in the same moment. One forms from beads of mist caught in the grass. Another showers from the tree above. One strides out of the river, as if he'd been there all along. Yet another steps out of the tree, where the kunao had been planted, melting away from the wood. The last is simply there, when he hadn't been before. The boy's visible eye widens slightly. The man has moved so fast that he barely noticed his arrival. The 3 men who have formed of water are all wearing masks, along with the one who had stepped out of the tree. All of their masks are uniformly white, with 4 lines on the forehead, but each has a unique marking. One has a green curve under each eye slit. Coloring cut another diagonally, half white, and half yellow. The third has particularly slanted eyes, and red, wave-like decoration along the bottom. The fourth is simple, merely two slashes of dark blue, moving from the temple past the eyes. The last man, the one who has appeared without warning, wears no mask. He looks to be in his late 30s, and has a craggy face, dark eyes, and a neatly trimmed goatee. A straight scar runs across his left eye, from underneath his Hittite, nearly to his mouth. He speaks, his voice hard, but not demanding. "Yotakata," he says. The men in masks stand completely still, tensing. The boy in the blue kimono, Yotakata, nods. "Tsugiri," he says, and he somehow makes the sharp name rolling and blunt. "Are you ready to come with us? Back to Kirigakure?" In a moment, Yotakata says, his features once more set in a bored expression. Tsugiri, the man without a mask, the leader of the group of huntermen, raises an eyebrow. His scar twists in a manner that Yotakata finds mildly fascinating. "A moment?" he asks. Yotakata nods. "I'm waiting for someone." His voice is flat, but there is a hint of something warm in it, appreciation, perhaps. The scarred man is silent for a moment. He doesn't stare at the boy in the blue kimono, but he doesn't take his eyes off of him either. "Someone." Yotakata's mouth curves up into a small smile. "My apprentice," he says. Tsugiri makes a thoughtful noise. "That girl." The boy pauses for a moment, before nodding. "Yes. I thought you didn't want to be her master," the other ninja prods. "I changed my mind," Yotakata drawls. "Any particular reason?" Yotakata turns away from him, looking out into the forest, and also presenting his back. It is a trusting gesture. "Yes." He does not elaborate, and Tsugiri does not press further. They wait in silence for a moment, before the hunterman speaks once more. "You aren't as angry today." Yotakata turns back to him and gives a wry smile. "You noticed?" "It would be hard not to." The boy in the blue kimono shrugs. "My mind wasn't the only thing that changed since our last meeting." "So I see," the man with the goatee says. He smiles warmly. "I really am glad, you know." "For what?" Yotakata asks, puzzled. "That you have decided to return. Your presence in the village will do much to stabilize it. You don't realize the uncertainty losing our last Jinchuriki key inflicted upon the people of Kiri. At first, we feared you had been taken." "Taken?" Yotakata asks again. The way Tsugiri had said it, he made it sound more like a curse than a statement. "Jinchuriki have been vanishing, you know. The other villages try to hide it, but there aren't many left. Only Kumos and Konohas are still active," Tsugiri says. Yotakata makes a noise that somehow manages to scream non-commitment. A moment later, the other huntermen stiffen, and there is a shout. "Master!" A girl, the same age as Yotakata, with flowing blonde hair and teal eyes, bursts out of the forest. There is a bubble floating in front of her. She has been following it. "Hotaru," Yotakata sighs. "Please don't call me that." "Oh, sorry master. I forgot. Are we going now?" She pauses, taking in the masked men surrounding the boy in the kimono. "With them." Yotakata kneads his head with his hands, but underneath it he is smiling. "Yes, Hotaru. We're headed for the village hidden in the mist. I'll be training you there." "Great." Tsugiri silently wonders how this girl could be so enthusiastic about traveling with men who only a couple days earlier had held her hostage. Yotakata turns to him. It is an unspoken signal. Tsugiri nods in response, and the masked men take to the trees, vanishing in a moment. Tsugiri himself turns, and begins walking north. Yotakata looks back at Hotaru, smiles, and then follows the scarred man. Hotaru grins, lighting up the whole forest even as twilight falls upon it, and runs after him. Not Sick Chapter 6. Recovery, Part 1. Sasuke walked through the tiled halls. It was unnaturally quiet. There were no other midnight travelers, and his footsteps made no noise. It had been a long time since Sasuke had accidentally made noise while moving. Now, he needed to think about it to make sure people knew he was coming. And today, he saw no need to. Assassins were supposed to be silent, after all. He approached a door at the end of the long corridor. It was simple, thick and wooden, just like every other door in this place. There was no dramatic engravings, no gravity to it, to mark what lay beyond. Rasping sounded from behind the door. Weary, pain-filled breaths, each sounding like it could be the last. Sasuke raised his hand, his fingertips sparking with lightning. A surge of his will, and the lightning extended, flying forward and through the door. He heard a muffled intake of breath, and a solid thump. Stepping forward, his Chokyuto flashed from its sheath at his back. The door was cut to pieces in an instant, falling to the floor of the chamber in dozens of tiny chunks of wood. He passed under the frame, keeping his hand extended, the lightning steady. His Chokyuto, he kept rested on his shoulder, a sign of carefully controlled carelessness. What he found on the other side was precisely what he had expected. Orochimaru, withered and hunched, sitting in his bed, his hands pinned to each other by the lightning that had run through them both. The Sannin hissed, though he didn't seem surprised. As I expected, it's come down to this. The pale man did his best to seem like he was ignoring his hands, but there was far too much sweat running from his stringy, false-looking hair to effectively pull off the deception. Sasuke smirked. There's nothing more you have to teach me, Orochimaru. Now, I will show you my dedication. You will finally see how heartless I can truly be. Orochimaru smirked back, his features trembling. Even heartless, you will never be able to defeat Itachi as you are, Sasuke. There is still much you could learn from me. Wrong. Sasuke began his inexorable walk forward, the lightning pushed against Orochimaru's hands, and the man's eyes widened. Struggling, he forced the pierced extremities to the side of his body. Sasuke's shaped chakra moved forward with him, and eventually buried itself in the slat wooden wall. I'm stronger than you now, Orochimaru, far stronger than you realize. At this point, I see no reason to go along with this farce any longer. You won't be getting my body. In fact, you won't be getting any other bodies. Today, I end you. He drew closer, getting to within striking distance of the Sannin. The man stared up at him. The snake-like vertical pupils in his eyes were quivering. The lightning blade had pushed his hand back into the wall, uncomfortably twisting his torso. You see, Orochimaru, I'm an avenger. It is my destiny to avenge my clan, but it is not just my clan that I care to avenge. A man who roots around in the bodies of others, who discards human lives like so many broken tools, who desperately attempts to gain the province of those greater than him, a disgusting man like you has given me many people to avenge in my time here. And now, all those voices who cried out for justice in you prisons and pits. I will answer them. Sasuke said, his voice growing steadily more agitated. Sasuke bent close to Orochimaru, the man rendered helpless by his trapped hands and infirm body, and stared into the Sannin's eyes, his Sharingan whirling. These are your last breaths. I suggest you spend them wisely. His voice was calm again, but the Sharingan told a different story. Orochimaru stared back, naked fear plain in his dull yellow eyes. He took a shuddering breath. But instead of speaking, he merely slowly blinked. When the eyes opened again, they were flat and lifeless. There was no fear, just a silent, chilling menace. And then the man spoke. Sasuke. You truly have failed. Sasuke froze. That was not Orochimaru's voice. Orochimaru's voice was weak and raspy, its foundations shattered by years of brutal experiments. It had long ago surrendered humanity. This voice was strong. This voice was healthy, and utterly calm. This voice belonged to Itachi Uchiha. Did you truly believe, foolish little brother, that you would triumph so easily? Even as Sasuke watched, Orochimaru's eyes changed. The dull yellow fled, replaced by a steady, creeping red, which rapidly overtook the pupil shrank, becoming a solitary black orb. And 3 Tomo, dark and unmoving, spun into existence around it. Sasuke staggered back, the lightning blade sinking into his hand. Orochimaru, speaking in Itachi's voice and seeing with Itachi's eyes, stared at him, expressionless. That you could win without hate as your sole weapon. The pale face, cracked and matted with sweat, rendered pale and semi-translucent by infirmity and illness, sloughed off. Beneath, Itake's aristocratic features became apparent. Sasuke's brother stepped from the shell of Sasuke's former teacher, his eyes red and disappointed. I told you to hate me, Sasuke. I told you to gain the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. And you defied me. Are you truly so ignorant? Did you think I spoke lies? Now, it was Sasuke who was retreating, and Itachi who was steadily walking towards him. Sasuke's throat was frozen with fear. How could he be here? Genjutsu. Kai. He yelled in a hoarse voice, bringing one of his hands up and allowing the lightning to die. Itachi didn't slow, and the world didn't shatter away. This was no Genjutsu. I have never told you anything but the truth, Sasuke, Itachi continued. Sasuke threw himself forward, aiming his sword for Itachi's chest, and the man effortlessly knocked it aside with the flat of his hand, before striking out in the same manner. Sasuke spun back, his cheek stinging, tasting blood in his mouth. I did not lie to you when I told you why I killed our parents. Sasuke pulled 3 kunai from a pouch on his hip and flung them at his brother. The older Uchiha didn't look away from Sasuke's eyes, both of his hands came up, catching 2 of the kunai by their wrapped handles completely without effort, and he tilted his head mere inches to the side to allow the third one to fly past his face, ruffling his hair. I did not lie to you when I told you should have worked on your aim. He flung both the kunai he had caught, making them collide in the air and sending them flashing towards Sasuke's forehead and gut. Sasuke brought his blade up and deflected both of the kunai in a single fluid sweep, the sound of ringing steel unusually loud. There was a fraction of a second that the sword interposed itself across his vision. In that time, Itachi vanished. And I did not lie to you when I said I would train you another day. Sasuke turned, and his brother's fist filled his vision. There was a flash of impact, and Sasuke's head rang as he fell back, blood running from his nose. He hit the ground and threw himself into a roll, gaining distance. When he came to his feet, Itachi was gone again. Sasuke spun about, his sword unsheathed and lightning crackling in his hand. He was no longer in Orochimaru's lair. Now, he was home. Crows, their feathers pitch black and their eyes red, roosted on every inch of furniture. The dresser, the table, the mantelpieces, the kitchen table was covered in them. As were the bodies of his parents, rotten and cold, that were seated at it. Crows perched upon them as well, digging their talons into his father's broad shoulders and his mother's dirty black hair. This is your training. The voice came from behind him, and Sasuke instinctively ducked. A tanto flew over his head and decapitated his father's body. The man's head hit the table with a thunk, and the crows flocked to it. Desperately trying to ignore the sound of tearing flesh as the birds devoured his father's head, Sasuke spun about. Itachi still eluded him, he couldn't see his older brother anywhere. You were gifted such magnificent eyes, Sasuke. The voice came again, and with it, a Fuma Shuriken. Sasuke leapt to the side, crashing into the wall, and the enormous spinning star buried itself in his mother's body, tipping over the chair she was seated in and sending both crashing to the floor. The crows clustered around it, abandoning what was left of Sasuke's father's head. Fugaku Uchiha stared at his son, his empty sockets full of accusation. Sasuke stared back, numb. Itachi burst from the wall behind Sasuke, his arm wrapping around the younger Uchiha's throat and yanking him back flush against the wood. Sasuke struggled, his legs kicking, but the hold was too firm. The crows abandoned his parents' bodies and took to the air, massing before him. Gradually, they began to form a familiar shape. Eyes that you have not earned. Itachi appeared in front of him, his form born from the crow's own. The body under the cloak rustled, but the face was all too real. You did not have the hate to kill your closest friend, Sasuke. And for that, you have failed. He sounded almost disappointed. I have more than enough hate. Sasuke roared, lashing out at the man in front of him. He couldn't reach, his vision was going hazy, the pressure of the other Itachi's arms pressed against his neck filling his head with white noise. Really? Itachi said. If that's the case Itachi gestured, and Naruto Uzumaki burst through the wall behind him. The blonde charged Itachi, and the Uchiha placidly turned to face him. Sasuke! Naruto yelled, and pushed a Rasengan forward, burying it in Itaka's chest. The man burst into a flock of crows, and the Uzumaki was left stumbling forward, his technique still going. It ground into Sasuke's chest, pressing him against the wall with unbelievable force and stealing away the skin of his torso, before Itaka dropped from the roof and slammed Naruto to the ground. Sasuke hacked up blood, and looked down at the dobe. The blonde was squirming, trying to punch, stab, kick, do anything to the man atop him, but Itaka had him securely pinned. Then here is your chance. Itaka finished, and the one behind Sasuke released him. The younger Uchiha stumbled forward, lightning covering his hand once more. He stared down at Naruto, who looked up at him, snarling. Itaka watched them both with glacial eyes. Sasuke! Come on! What are you doing? Get him off me! Naruto yelled, his voice grating. Sasuke bent down, pressing his hand forward. He's right there. You don't need to be stronger than him anymore. We can beat him. Together. No. Sasuke mumbled, dragging his eyes back up to Itaka. You're right, Naruto. I don't need to get stronger. The Chidori flashed forward, and stabbed deep into Itaka's throat. I'm already more than strong enough. Blood spilled out, covering Sasuke's hands and splashing into Naruto's hair. It was warm, and slippery. Sasuke's hand made a horrible sucking noise as he withdrew it from his brother's throat. Itaka fell back, and Naruto rose to his feet. Wrong again, he said. Suddenly, it was Itaka standing before him, and Naruto on the floor, gasping and struggling, his hands pressed against the emptiness that should have been his throat. His eyes, blue and fading, locked on Sasuke's for a moment, and his whole body stilled. Impossibly, even with his trachea vaporized, he spoke, his voice betrayal itself. Sasuke. And then he fell back, his eyes closing, and the blood stopped pumping from his throat. Sasuke stared, his mind flooded with a feeling he couldn't possibly begin to identify. Itaka slammed him against the wall, one arm pressed against his neck. The other one held the kunai that was stuck deep into his stomach. The wound burned. Sasuke coughed up more blood, splattering Itaka's face. The older Uchiha didn't flinch. Always a failure. Never quite good enough, the man said quietly, his Sharingan slowly warping, the Tomo disappearing and being replaced by horrible black sickles. Sasuke stiffened at the sight of the hated eyes. You couldn't stop me. You could never stop me. You couldn't save your friends. You couldn't save our family. Itaka bent in closer, sounding disgusted. You couldn't even save yourself. Sasuke went slack, the weight of Itaka's words crushing him. His brother continued, relentless. No, you don't deserve those eyes, Sasuke. Their power belongs to someone who will be able to use it, and that person is certainly not you. Itaka released the kunai, leaving it in Sasuke's stomach, and the hand came up, shaped like a claw and pressing against Sasuke's face. He could see nothing but it. Itaka! Wait! Sasuke shouted. His brother ignored him. Now, Sasuke, give me your eyes. And the hand pressed in. Itaka! Nii-san! Stop! Itaka didn't stop. Please. Dash. There was a terrible burning pain, the sound of something deep within his head ripping, and Sasuke screamed. The world went dark. He didn't wake up. Tsunade Senjo, the Godame Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, the only female among the Densetsu no Sunin, and the strongest woman alive, considered the papers in front of her. She'd been staring at it for nearly 15 minutes, and she still couldn't wrap her head around the import of it. It didn't help that half the people mentioned in the mission reports were now in the hospital. 2 S-rank missions in 1 week, 1 retrieval, and 1 recon. The first, a multi-team effort, comprised of 5 of the most experienced young ninja that Konoha had to offer, 2 of its elite jonin, and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The second, carried out alone, deep in enemy territory, by perhaps the single deadliest man left in the village hidden in the leaves after the death of the Sandaime Hokage. Both successes, though neither had accomplished their primary objectives. The Uchiha retrieval mission, a failure on the surface. Itaka Uchiha had escaped to pursue the Hidden Leaf's Jinchuriki once more. Except according to that Jinchuriki himself, The man had had ample opportunity to capture him and had chosen not to. Indeed, Itachi Uchiha had assisted the team chasing him and repelling the leader of Akatsuki, the very man that was the goal of the second mission. Helping his pursuers was a confusing change of pace for an S-rank criminal, but not necessarily an unwelcome one. And consequently, the Uchiha retrieval mission had succeeded in a fashion after all. Sasuke Uchiha, absent from Konoha for 3 years, had finally been returned to it. Battered, hypnotized, and missing his eyes, but returned nonetheless. The second mission had come far closer to being a complete failure. Jiraiya of the Sunin, the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboko, had barely returned from Omegakure, the village that had been the subject of his reconnaissance. Tsunade still didn't know what had happened there. Only that Jiraiya had come back covered in severe burns and scrapes, a hole in his leg, missing his left arm, and that when she had seen him as he was dragged into the hospital, she had been more enraged she had ever been in her life. Tsunade ignored the twinge in her chest and focused on the files once more. The retrieval mission had encountered 8 missing or foreign ninja, ranging from A to S rank. Itachi Uchiha, who, after seemingly being killed by a single, invisible jutsu, had assisted the Leaf team against the leader of Akatsuki. In addition, his psyche profile was going to need updating. The genocidal Uchiha apparently wished for world peace, and did not want his brother dead, contrary to all prior behavior. Sasuke Uchiha, who had been unconscious for the duration of the team's interactions with him, waking only briefly to be removed from the area by Itachi. Jugo, no last name, who even now was comfortably ensconced in the most secure wing of the hospital, guarding Sasuke Uchiha. Attempts to move him had gone poorly, and so Tsunade had determined that so long as the large man stayed by the unconscious Uchiha, he would be permitted to remain in the village. Karin, no last name known, who had not been encountered again after the destruction of the Uchiha settlement and much of the surrounding area. However, Jugo had claimed that she had been heading somewhere soon afterwards to meet Itachi Uchiha. Where, and for what purpose, he did not know. Suijutsu Hojiki, who had apparently been accompanying Karin when she left. He, Karin, and Jugo had called themselves Hebai, which Sasuke had formed from several of Orochimaru's experiments, with the goal of taking down his brother. Kisame Hoshigaki, who had departed before the hostilities had begun, returned after they had ended, and then left again in the company of Itachi and Orochimaru. The strangest encounter, considering that it had been reported that Sasuke had killed him. However, Itachi had corrected that apparent discrepancy. He had removed Orochimaru from Sasuke's curse seal, rendering it harmless in the process, and then killed Tsunade's old teammate himself. And finally, and the most worrisome, a man that had simply identified himself as Pain, a man who had controlled 5 other bodies simultaneously, and who possessed the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Rakuto Sennin himself. A man who had single-handedly engaged Itachi Uchiha, the Konoha retrieval teams, and Team Hebai, and would have emerged victorious if not for the surprise interference of Itachi after the man had seemingly exhausted himself fighting the other parties. A man whose apparent goal was to bring peace to the ninja world through the destruction of innumerable lives, by forging the Baijuyu into a weapon capable of leveling whole nations. If these were not official after-action reports, then Tsunade would not have believed them. This was the kind of story you heard in one of Jiraiya's ridiculous books, not from some of your most trusted shinobi. But she'd heard it straight from the source, and if she knew one thing about a world that was rapidly getting more complicated, it was that Naruto Uzumaki couldn't lie to save his life. Sakura Haruno snickered. The snickering soon developed into a muted chuckle, and Sakura brought her hand up in an attempt to slow it. It was in vain. A second later, she burst into true, real laughter, her entire body shaking with it. She just couldn't stop, despite the flare of pain in her ribs every time she took in another breath. Naruto Uzumaki stared at her, his face the very picture of despair and desperation. "Only you, Naruto," she managed to say, almost choking on her words as the laughter threatened to overwhelm her again. She winced as a particularly sharp spike of pain shot through her ribs. "This would only be a problem for you. Come on, Sakura," he said, his face twisting. "I don't know what to do. I mean he twisted his head around, as if he was looking for eavesdroppers and then bent in, whispering. "What the hell do I do? I've never even I can't dash." Sakura's laughter gradually dropped off, and except for the errant chuckle, she was serious once more. Why do you think I would know, Naruto? This is your problem. Go discuss it with her. I'm not going to help. You'll have to figure this stuff out eventually. Can't eventually be in, like, a couple years? Naruto asked, desperate. Sakura shrugged. Apparently not. Which reminds me, have you visited Jiraiya yet? When the tracking team had arrived back in the village, they had not presented a pretty picture. 2 days moving at high speed through the thick forests of Fire Country, with every single one of their members either exhausted of their chakra or somewhat seriously injured, had left them a rather pathetic spectacle when they'd finally reached the gates of Konoha. The next couple hours had been a bizarre mix of urgent and incredibly dull debriefings, arguments over where to put Sasuke Uchiha, visits to the hospital, bed rest. It had seemed surreal that only 48 hours earlier, they had all been in the toughest fight of their lives. Naruto had been discharged from the hospital the day after he'd arrived. Despite the muttering of the various medic-nin responsible for treating him that pervasive cellular damage across the entirety of one's body wasn't supposed to heal in 3 days, let alone without treatment, the blonde had been let out anyway. There was no reason for him to stay any longer, aside from a nasty case of boredom. There was nothing physically wrong with the Uzumaki. However, despite being discharged, Naruto still hadn't left the hospital. Too many of his friends were still there. Sakura, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were still in residence, despite Sakura's excellent field treatment. It would be sheer idiocy to let any of the ninja who had been seriously injured fighting against the leader of Akatsuki simply wander the streets of Konoha. The pace they had set to get back hadn't helped matters. Naruto knew that Kiba, at least, had popped a rib or two out of place as they returned to the village. So, Naruto had spent the last few hours visiting his friends, with 2 notable exceptions. The first was Sasuke Uchiha, who still hadn't woken from whatever his brother had done to him, and besides that was being guarded by both a contingent of Umbu Black Ops and Jugo, who had stuck by the Uchiha for the entire time Naruto had known him. The second was Hinata Hyuga, and that was because Naruto was terrified of talking to her. Stop trying to change the subject, Sakura. That perv hasn't woken up yet, he's probably too busy having weird dreams. Naruto hit it better than most thought him capable, but the relief he felt whenever he realized that Jiraiya was alive, that Pain had lied, was the best sensation he'd ever had. If Iruka Umino was Naruto's older brother, then Jiraiya was the closest thing Naruto had ever had to a grandfather. If he had lost him. Naruto shivered, and redirected his attention back to Sakura, who was trying not to laugh again. He wished she wouldn't do that. This was serious business. I can't help you, Naruto, she said. It wouldn't be fair. And maybe he's awake by now? You really should go check, if you aren't going to dash. No. No, I'm going to. I mean, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, doing his best to grin but only looking sick. What kinda guy would I be if I didn't? He backed out the room slowly as Sakura stared at him. But, you might be right. I'm gonna go see if Ero Sennin is up yet. And with that, he was gone, and Sakura was left alone in her room. She turned to look out the window. It was a beautiful day in Konoha. The sun was shining bright, and the streets flocked with people going about their daily business. She spotted a man dressed in all black, probably an Umbu messenger, jumping across a nearby rooftop. She sighed, thinking of her just departed teammate. Idiot, she muttered, not really meaning it. Sakura didn't know what to think anymore. The last few days had been so busy. Itachi Uchiha had stolen Sasuke's eyes, and then given his own to Sakura, who of course had handed them over to Tsunade as soon as possible. She didn't know what the Hokage would do with them, but after spending 2 days carrying them around in a jar, she would be happy to never see them again. She and her friends had fought the leader of Akatsuki, and had nearly defeated him. Sakura herself had even landed a solid hit on him. But in the end, if it hadn't been for Itachi, then they would all be dead. Pain would have taken Naruto, and enacted his crazy plan to bring peace to the world. Sasuke had been brought back to the village. Naruto had finally done what he'd promised to do 3 years ago. Sakura wished that she could just be happy that Sasuke was back, but she knew better. Now that the Uchiha had returned, it was only going to get more complicated. She just wished she could talk to him. She didn't know what to expect out of that conversation, but she desperately wanted it anyway. And apparently, Hinata loved Naruto. Sakura had known about the girl's crush, honestly, who hadn't, but she hadn't thought her affection had gone that far. The thought brought a smile to Sakura's face. Whatever the next few days brought, she was assured one thing: watching Naruto try to figure that out was going to be the most hilarious thing she'd seen in her life. Plus, she doubted Naruto would be asking her out again anytime soon. Sakura lay back. The sooner she was healed, the sooner she could leave. And the sooner she could leave, the sooner she could see her parents, though she really wasn't looking forward to that conversation, and Sasuke. She closed her eyes. Jiraiya opened his eyes. Light was spilled across his face, bright sunlight. Not in a Megakure anymore, then. There was little sunlight to be had there. He looked to his left, and confirmed it: Konoha, vibrant and colorful, sprawled out beyond his window. He turned his head, looking back up towards the ceiling. Pale, something. That color that could only be found in a hospital that couldn't decide whether it wanted to be white or dim yellow. Idly, he wondered why his pillow was so scratchy. He was one of the Densetsu no Sunin, didn't he deserve a more comfortable place to rest his head? Like that girl back in a Megakure. The one with the cow necklace. She would certainly have been comfortable to rest on. What had been her name? He couldn't remember. He'd kidnapped her husband, and he couldn't even do her the courtesy of remembering her name. He turned to look back out at Konoha. It had been a long time since he'd been in one of the village's medical facilities. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd been forced to go to one. He hadn't been seriously injured since Naruto had punched a hole in his sternum all those months ago. Though, he considered, looking down at where his left arm should have been, that streak had come to an end. Ah well. Even if all of him hadn't made it back, at least he'd made it back. If he had died there, with Yahiko, his knowledge would have died with him. Pain would have become near impossible to stop. And... wait. Naruto? Oh no. Oh no. His head was clearing. Now, the room seemed starkly white, and the throbbing where his arm should have been became persistent and violent. Jiraiya tried to throw himself from the bed, but all he managed was a half-hearted flop that twisted his covers about his body and carried him half off the mattress. He slid to the floor, his whole body protesting every motion. He wasn't even close to fully healed. Pain had gone after Naruto. His student might be in Pain's possession even now. There was no time to lose. He was probably already too late. How long had he been unconscious? It could have been days. Naruto might already be. Oh god. He'd failed again. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Hiruzen, Minato, and now Naruto too. How pathetic. He hadn't even managed to die alongside them. Hey, Pervy Sage. You're awake. What are you dash? Jiraiya's head snapped up. Naruto had just walked into his room. He was looking down at him, obviously confused. He wasn't bandaged, all of his limbs were attached. He looked perfectly fine. Naruto. His voice was too high-pitched. How was he here? Yeah? You okay, Jiraiya-sensei? You look a little out of it. Jiraiya stared. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Naruto. You're okay. This did not help Naruto's confusion. Well, yeah. Why wouldn't I be? And why are you out of bed? You land on your head or something. Jiraiya laid his head back on the floor. It was not any more comfortable than his pillow had been. I thought, what happened? Didn't Pain dash? Oh yeah. Naruto snapped his fingers. You fought him too, right? He said something about that. He rubbed the back of his head. Nah, I'm fine. A couple people got pretty messed up, though. Kakashi-sensei still hasn't woken up, he used a lot of chakra. And he made a dash. He shook his head. The point is, everyone's fine. And you too. That bastard didn't get a single one of us. Genjutsu. Jiraiya considered, This seemed too good to be true. Perhaps he'd been captured after all? He doubted it. He distinctly remembered Gametate's reverse teleport from Myoboko, arriving at the gates of Konoha. Being a smart ass to the Chunin on duty, if only to relish the look on their faces before he'd fallen unconscious. And if Madara had access to a genjutsu with the complexity of the Tsukuyomi, or something like it, he would have had ample opportunity to place it before Jiraiya had escaped. Wait. No, that was muddled thinking. There was no way he'd be able to tell if he were trapped in something like that. How was he going to? Hey. Naruto lightly kicked him in the side, not nearly hard enough to actually hurt, but certainly enough to get his attention. You're freaking me out, Ero Sennin. Get off the floor. He looked up at his student. If this was a genjutsu, there was nothing he could do about it, best to play along for now, then. You fought Pain? He asked. Yeah. Naruto said. It was pretty intense, but everyone turned out okay. But he paused, looking disturbed. He said you were dead. So I mean, when I got back here, and you were already in the hospital. He rubbed the back of his head again. Jiraiya really needed to make sure that Naruto got control of that habit. It was too distinctive. If Tsunade ever saw fit to send the blonde on an infiltration mission, though God knows why she would, it would give him away to anyone familiar with him. I guess I'm just really glad you're here, Naruto finished, looking uncomfortable. I mean, you weren't waking up, so. Okay. Jiraiya was starting to get a handle on the situation. He pulled himself from the floor, untangling his blankets. The hospital garb he was wearing barely fit him. He couldn't put any weight on his right leg. Okay, he said again. You fought Pain. And you're here? How? Naruto grinned. Oh come on, Ero Sennin. Have a little faith in your student. He was pretty tough, but dash. No. Jiraiya's voice cut off Naruto's like a brick dropped on a cockroach. I believe in you, Naruto. You know I do. But Pain, he was on a completely different level. Even with backup, there's no way you could have beaten him. Naruto's smile faded away a little, but he still looked happy. Jiraiya wondered why. Yeah. You're right. He had me beat. Hinata too. Jiraiya wondered what the Hyuga heiress had to do with this. But Itachi Uchiha saved us. Okay. This definitely wasn't a genjutsu. No way any half-decent illusion would have something so weird in it. So that was what he meant. I can't believe it, was what Jiraiya thought to himself. What? Was what he said out loud. Yeah. I couldn't really believe it at first either. But he showed up and chased Pain off. The guy only had 3 bodies left by that point, and Itachi killed one of them. And then he did something to the other one, I think it was a genjutsu, and after a minute Pain just left. Naruto gave Jiraiya a strange half-smile, something that looked just a bit too subtle for his face. You'll never guess what Itachi did next, though. Oh yeah. Jiraiya didn't think so. After the last couple minutes, nothing could surprise him anymore. He gave us his eyes. Well. Jiraiya had been dead wrong. He just stared down at Naruto as he slowly sat down on his hospital bed. His leg jolted in agony, but he ignored it. He dash. Yep. Naruto confirmed Jiraiya's unvoiced question. Took them right out, and handed them over to Sakura. Then he left. Jiraiya finished sitting down. He was glad about that. He was pretty sure he would have fallen over otherwise. Huh, he said. He couldn't really think of anything else that would cover how he felt. Naruto. Yeah. Go get Tsunade, will you? I think we gotta talk about some things. Tell her I'm ready to deliver my report. When Naruto led Tsunade into his master's hospital room, he expected some sort of tearful reunion. While Jiraiya had never really explained to him the intricacies of his relationship with the Godame, they were teammates. To Naruto, that guaranteed relief, at the very least. He knew that if Sakura had been hurt the way Jiraiya had, he would have jumped her the moment he was let into her room, injuries be damned. That was not what happened. Disobedient idiot. The imposing blonde woman yelled as she strode into the room. Her face was twisted in a truly terrifying frown. Naruto, at her side, froze. He knew exactly what that expression meant. "Didn't I tell you not to die? And now look at you." Tsunade sounded genuinely furious. Naruto began to consider a tactical retreat. A plan that evaporated when he saw Jiraiya's reaction. The other Sannin just stared up at his teammate, a wide grin splitting his face. If anything, he was the one who looked relieved. "But Tsunade-hime, I didn't. Look. I'm fine." Jiraiya attempted to pound his chest with his left arm. The stump that cut off above where his elbow should have been flailed for a moment, and then stilled. Jiraiya glared at it, betrayal clear on his face. "Well," he amended, "mostly fine. It could have been much worse." His grin began to shrink. It faded entirely as Tsunade took another step forward, murder on her face. "Don't you dare," she hissed. "Don't you dare joke about this, Jiraiya. You nearly died. Even after you got back, you were already so the shock alone." She choked on her words, biting her lip hard enough to draw blood. God. I bet that you wouldn't make it back. So don't. Jiraiya's face softened. He sagged. Whether in relief, or something else, Naruto couldn't possibly tell. "You really were worried about me?" "Of course I was." Tsunade snapped. "How could I not be? You were my teammate, and I just sent you off to die. But I didn't." Jiraiya's voice was strong, and his eyes were hard. It cut through Tsunade's own, and the room was silent for a moment. "Look," he said, in the same tone. Naruto stared. He almost never saw his master this serious. "We can discuss this later. But right now, I've just returned from an extremely informative recon mission. I learned things there that everyone here " he glanced meaningfully at Naruto, who unconsciously straightened, "should know." Tsunade glared at him, before her eyes lost some of their hardness. She sighed, the most pained sound that Naruto had ever heard her make, and said, in a voice that somehow explicitly promised future beatings while still retaining some trace of understanding, "Very well, then. Jiraiya, report." The Sannin's face went grim. "I entered Omegakure without being detected. It hasn't changed much from when we were there last time. Still rainy, still miserable." He paused, an indecipherable expression on his face. "But the people are much happier, now." "Really?" Naruto interrupted. Tsunade glared, but didn't snap at him. Inwardly, she was asking the same question. "Why? What changed?" "Pain," Jiraiya said. "What?" Jiraiya nodded, looking thoughtful. "Pain is the man who rules the Hidden Rain village now. He deposed Hanzo long ago. How long exactly, I wasn't able to find out, but most of the younger Chunin had never served under anyone else. Hanzo was just a memory. How could they be happy with a guy like that in charge? He's a maniac. There's no way." Naruto gritted his teeth. Jiraiya shrugged. In many ways, Naruto, Hanzo was worse. Under him, Aim no Kuni was the battleground that the Hidden Leaf and Stone fought on during the Second and Third Great Wars. Aim may have been an ally of IWA, but that didn't change the fact that the civilian casualties were horrendous. Pain took over some time after the wars, and since then there has been peace. The village regards him as a god. "That's crazy," Naruto said flatly. "A guy like that, being a god." He shook his head in disbelief. Jiraiya watched him, seeing if he would say more. When it became clear he wasn't going to, the sage continued. "At any rate, I infiltrated the village, and interrogated some unlucky Chunin. I got most of my information from them. One of them, I sent back to the village." Tsunade nodded. The intelligence division had been pleasantly surprised when a toad had popped up in nearby pond and spat out an unconscious rain ninja the day before. Even now, Inoichi Yamanaka was preparing for a session with the man. "The other, I used as a disguise." "How'd you do that, Ero Sennin?" Naruto asked, his face eager. Tsunade turned to him, her brow twitching. "Naruto," she said, unnaturally calm. The blonde instantly took notice. Shut up, or leave. Naruto, shut up. Jiraiya watched, trying not to chuckle. He was pretty sure that Tsunade would be after him next, after all. After a moment, he began speaking again. Soon after I was discovered. Tsunade stiffened. For her, this was where the story became truly interesting. By a woman. The angel, the villagers called her. I knew her by another name, though. Konan. I know that name, Tsunade said, her lip twisting. Jiraiya nodded, his face somber. Yeah. Do you remember those orphans? The three we encountered just after Hanzo had let us go? They approached us after the battle, asking if we were shinobi. They took our bread. Realization dawned on Tsunade's. She gave me a flower, she muttered, before refocusing on Jiraiya. That little girl? With blue hair? She is this angel of Omegakure. Yes. And the others were there as well. Well, Jiraiya corrected himself, Yahiko was. I didn't see Nagato anywhere, but the fact that Pain possesses the Rinnegan cannot be a coincidence. Naruto, having gone a whole minute without talking, finally burst. He was your student, right? Tsunade, despite her earlier threat, ignored him. She was too busy pondering the ramifications of Jiraiya's former students being worshipped by Omegakure. Jiraiya turned his head towards him. And how could you possibly know that? Suspicion was too strong a word to describe his tone. But it was close. He told me. While we were fighting. He called you Jiraiya-sensei. That was when he said you were dead. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, I don't blame him for thinking that. He did tear my arm off. But I'll get there in a moment. Right now, I need to tell you both about Pain. Naruto frowned, but remained quiet. Tsunade cut in. Naruto has already told me a lot. Oh. Jiraiya cocked his head. What do you have so far? I'll fill in anything that's missing. Tsunade glanced at Naruto for a moment. He took this as his cue. Pain isn't just one guy. He has 6 bodies, and they all have the same weird eyes. Itachi called it the Rinnegan. But dash. The bodies aren't the same. Jiraiya completed the sentence. Naruto grinned. Right. I only really fought 2 of them, but they used totally different styles. One of them absorbed chakra, and the other had some sort of invisible blast, or wave. It was like pulses, I guess. And they both used these weird black rods as weapons. They were really sharp, and cold. I fought one who could absorb chakra, Jiraiya confirmed. He was shorter than the others, right? 2 big spikes in his cheeks. More under his lips. Naruto nodded, and Jiraiya continued. But none of the pains I engaged had any sort of power like the second one you described. What did he look like? He had 3 things through his nose, and 2 in his lips, and lots in his ears. Spiky hair, too. Kinda like mine, actually. Naruto unconsciously rubbed his head. Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. I thought so, he said. Regret weighed down his words. That was Yahiko. So he's Pain? Tsunade asked. That, Jiraiya said, is where it gets confusing. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. In Omegakure, I fought 3 of the Pains. I managed to defeat them, and I thought that was the end of it. He gestured to his missing arm with a bitter smile. That was how this happened. I let my guard down for a second, and another one blindsided me. Even in Sage mode, I barely knew what hit me. Tsunade hissed under her breath. She had only seen her teammate use that technique twice before, but she knew how incredibly dangerous a person became once they mastered natural energy. The idea of an opponent who could catch Jiraiya completely off guard while he was utilizing it was frightening. Pain really was a dangerous threat. Jiraiya pretended that he hadn't heard the noise. Naruto didn't understand it. Hey, what's Sage Mode Arrow Sennin? That sounds pretty cool. Naruto allowed himself a moment of thought, and his eyes widened. Hey wait, is that why you're called Dash? Not now, Naruto. We'll talk about it later, okay? Naruto kept his mouth open for a moment, and then closed it. He shrugged. K. He hadn't really expected an explanation right away. But hey, you're definitely gonna tell me. No way BAHNLL let you out of the hospital right now, you're stuck here. You can't just run off. Jiraiya smirked. Sure. Tell yourself that, kid. Hope it makes you feel better. Maybe in dash. Tsunade's snarl silenced him, along with the intense glare. Over my dead body will you be leaving this place anytime soon, idiot. You better get ready for a long stay. Both Jiraiya and Naruto involuntarily shivered. Anyway, that's when I found out that Pain had 6 bodies, not just the 3. Definitely an unpleasant surprise. And with 1 arm, well. There was an awkward silence. Tsunade just closed her eyes and bit her lip once more, while Naruto stared at the floor, his fists clenched. I would have died, hung unspoken in the air. So. Jiraiya said, trying to dispel the atmosphere. One of those new bodies was the one you described, Naruto. A man who was certainly Yahiko. However, Jiraiya frowned. When I asked if he was actually Yahiko, he only said that Yahiko had been dead for a long time. He grinned. Very cryptic. I'll have to put something like that in my next book. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's aside. But if Yahiko is dead, then who is Pain? And how did you escape? Jiraiya's grin vanished. I have a theory about Pain's true identity. All of the bodies both Naruto and I encountered shared Nagato's eyes. The Rinnegan. I don't see how someone could have fabricated 5 more pairs of Rinnegan without there being even rumors about such research, so it stands to reason that Nagato has, in fact, found some way of spreading the power of the Rinnegan to others. So Pain works for Nagato. Tsunade said. No. Jiraiya shook his head. I believe Pain is Nagato. Seeing the looks of confusion he was receiving, Jiraiya sighed and palmed his head with his remaining head. Okay, listen. I believe Pain, as Naruto, and I encountered him, is some sort of strike force, or elite unit, that Nagato uses. They're not actually individuals. They're more like puppets. And they're not chakra constructs. In fact, I think they may be corpses. This time, it was Naruto completing Jiraiya's sentences. He frowned at the look he got from both of the Sannin. What? What makes you think that? Tsunade said, disgust in her voice. She had heard of human bodies being used as living puppets before, but this was on a wholly different level. Since when do you use the word corpses? Jiraiya said with a bemused grin. Hey. It's not that fancy a word. Come on pervy sage, I'm not that dumb. Naruto yelled, before realizing what he'd just said. He went red. Shut up. I didn't say anything, Naruto, Jiraiya said with the same smile, before making a gesture that clearly said, get on with it. Naruto huffed, before turning to Tsunade. I took out one of Pain's bodies right before he took out me. Jiraiya perked up at the word me, but Naruto continued. It was weird, it barely bled, and its skin felt, well, gross. Like a dead body's. He shrugged. So I mean, is it that unlikely that this Nagato guy, if he's the real Pain, uses some sort of puppet jutsu or something to control them, himself? He frowned. Man, that's confusing. If so. The Hokage considered. That would be far beyond any sort of jutsu of that nature that I've ever heard of. Even the elders of the Sand Village need to be near the puppets they're controlling. And Jiraiya, I doubt that this Nagato was following you around the whole time. You certainly would have noticed, right? The sage shrugged. Almost definitely. But there's another problem. Oh. Pain sees through all of the Rinnegan simultaneously, I confirmed that much, at least. So visually, Nagato wouldn't have to directly observe the fight. However, the issue of how he would imperceptibly channel chakra to them is still an odd one. Actually. Tsunade put her hand to her chin, thinking deeply for a moment. Hey, Naruto, you said they all used the same weapons? Black metal rods. Yeah? But what's that got to dash? Well, Tsunade said, I know that we haven't started our investigation on the body you brought back, yet, Naruto. But I'd be willing to bet my hat that all those rods in his face aren't just for decoration. What do you mean, Baa-chan? Naruto didn't see where this was going. Jiraiya did, but he kept quiet. Naruto, were you ever hit by one of those things? The rods. Concentration scrunched up Tsunade's face dramatically. Jiraiya idly noted how adorable it made her nose look. Well, yeah, but once more, Tsunade cut off Naruto's fumbling answer. Did it feel strange? Was there anything odd about the metal? She was so close, she could feel it. Well, yeah, actually. It was really cold. I got stabbed by one, it felt like it was filling me up with ice. The memory of the sensation made Naruto flinch. His hand unconsciously went to his stomach. It was throbbing, a ghostly pain. Tsunade grinned. That's it. It's those rods. Nagato must channel his chakra through them, somehow. That's how he directs pain. Huh. Jiraiya sounded impressed. I'd clap, but considering. He shook his head, but he was smiling. Okay. So we've figured out pain. Doesn't really change the fact that he's still enormously dangerous, but it's something. Yeah. Makes that thing about Yahiko being dead for a long time make a lot more sense. Nagato must have used his body afterwards. That's kind of messed up. Naruto looked disturbed by his own logic, as did both of the other people in the room. So Nagato is definitely pain, then. And we understand how he utilizes this bizarre puppet jutsu of his. But that doesn't explain how you managed to escape while so injured, Jiraiya. What happened after you lost your arm? Tsunade had a look on her face somewhere between dread and dreadful curiosity. It was extremely odd. Jiraiya took a deep breath, and told them. Jiraiya took a deep breath, and winced. A bead of sweat ran down his jaw. What the hell are you? He shouted. Standing on the surface of the great lake that surrounded Omegakure, clutching his missing arm, with two toads fused to his shoulders, Jiraiya shouted all of his pain, confusion, heartbreak, and undeniable rage up at the six figures imperiously staring down at him. We are pain, that's all. The lead body, the one that Jiraiya knew was Yahiko, narrowed his eyes, gaining a cruel aspect that Yahiko never had in life. We are God. All six of the bodies tensed, ready to leap down upon the one-armed Sunin. Jiraiya coiled as well, preparing for a counter-attack. Even with one arm, in Sage mode he was still nothing to trifle with. Both parties stopped cold as a bizarre sound filled the air. It sounded like a generator heating up, or water running over stones. But it was neither of those things. It was wrong, the kind of noise never meant to be produced in the natural world, high-pitched and low, thrumming and monotone. A ripple in reality formed, and a man in an Akatsuki cloak stepped out of it. He had a strange orange mask that seemed to spiral out from his right eye. Jiraiya had no idea who he was. Ah, the man said in a darkly amused voice. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? The man who was clearly Yahiko turned to face the man while the rest of Pain watched Jiraiya. The Sunin merely watched, confused. Who was this new arrival? Of a sorts. What is it, Madara? The voice was no longer imperious, now it was almost deferential. Respectful. Pain was addressing the man with the clear air of a servant. Madara. Jiraiya stared. He could only think of one man with that name whom someone like Pain could possibly be subordinate to. The implications frightened him. If Madara Uchiha was in charge of the Akatsuki, the organization may have been more dangerous than anyone had suspected. I need your help, Pain. It wasn't a command, not that blunt. But it certainly wasn't a request, definitely the words of a commander. Itachi Uchiha has betrayed me. Really? What a shame. Pain didn't seem anything other than sincere. It is. I regret that it has come to this, but it can't be helped. However, I have good news as well. Now, the masked man sounded almost gloating. Oh. I have located the Nine Tails. Now, all but one of the bodies had turned to face Madara. Only one watched Jiraiya. Out of his village? How far? Less than 70 miles away. And almost completely undefended. Its only escort is 2 Jonin and a rather uninspiring tracking team. I have no doubt you could easily defeat them, despite the distance. Unless, is that Jiraiya of the Sunin? The masked man peered down at the Toad Sage, who glared up at him. It is. There was nothing in that voice. Ah. What a reunion that must have been. He hasn't worn you out, has he? Madara's tone, in the other hand, was clearly calculating. No. There was that pride that had infected the orange-haired man's voice since the beginning, that endless confidence. Good. I'll take care of him, then. Keep him here for a moment, will you? I'll be right back, the man said, stepping forward and taking hold of the shoulder of the first body that Jiraiya had encountered, the summoner. With a twisted noise, they both whirled out of existence. Yahiko turned back to Jiraiya. The man's eyes were narrowed. Despite the blood dripping from the stump of his arm, he looked more threatening than ever. The Kyuubi, huh? You're going after Naruto, now? The man cocked his head. Ah yes. Naruto Uzumaki. He is also your student, isn't he? The Sunin nodded, his teeth grit. Well, this should be interesting, then. 2 disciples of the same master battling, however brief it will be. Tell me, how is his control over the Kyuubi? Jiraiya didn't answer. He just launched himself upward. None of the Pains made a move, simply standing there as he alighted on the ledge. He'll beat you, Pain. I believe in him. He'll do what I couldn't manage. The toads on Jiraiya's shoulder shared a glance. The man stared at him, 5 sets of unblinking eyes. Actually, I don't think he will. I will capture the 9 tails, and craft my weapon. He smiled grimly. I shall teach the world Pain, and bring peace. You are lying, Jiraiya-sensei. He paused, and Yahiko stared up at the sky for a moment, an invisible signal, before refocusing on his former teacher. And you know it. And before Jiraiya could respond, or fling himself forward, all of the Pains exploded in puffs of chakra smoke, vanishing from a Megakure. Jiraiya growled, his phantom arm throbbing. He stared forward, his remaining hand clenching. Jiraiya boy, we've got to get out of here. The vivid green elder toad on Jiraiya's shoulder spoke in a strong rattling voice, his tone harsh. This will probably be our only chance. I've got to get to Naruto, he murmured. Do you know where he is? The other toad, this one dull purple, didn't couch her words. I don't think so. You can't throw your life away here. I'll go back to Myoboko and prepare a reverse summoning. I wouldn't do that, Baa-san. If that masked guy comes back, Jiraiya boy may need us. Jiraiya, you should summon Gamatate. We'll make sure he gets here quickly. That was the first toad again. You don't get it. I need to get to Naruto. I need to follow Pain. Jiraiya's voice didn't change, but he somehow still managed to sound dangerous. I'm afraid that won't be happening. The baritone behind him caused Jiraiya to spin about, splattering a small crescent of blood from his missing arm. The masked man stood there, standing with his head cocked and his arms crossed. He'd appeared without a sound. Jiraiya of the Sunin. I'll admit, you could have been a real problem for my plans if you'd kept meddling. But now. He shrugged. Well, let's just say it seems you won't be. And what would those plans be? The white-haired man asked, invisibly tensing. Apparently, whatever transportation jutsu he was using was more versatile than it had first appeared. There had been no noise to mark his arrival this time. The masked man chuckled. It almost made Jiraiya smile. If any chuckle could ever be described as evil, it was this one. It had been a long time since he'd gone up against someone with that certain megalomania. His apparent former student notwithstanding. Oh please. Give me some credit at least, Jiraiya. Do I really seem like the type to just explain my plans in detail to my opponents? I may as well just tell you how to defeat me. One of the man's hands came up over his mask. I wouldn't stop you, Jiraiya offered, chuckling along with the man. Without any sort of warning, he sprung forward, an oversized Rasengan suddenly in his hand. The jutsu carved away the concrete in front of him, and engulfed the man in a wash of deadly chakra. The chuckling didn't stop. Jiraiya's eyes widened as the man emerged from the back of Ray's non, his hand reaching forward. The ball of chakra cleared Madara entirely, and then a gloved hand locked itself over Jiraiya's face. He came to a sudden, and painfully jarring, stop. Well. The dark voice hadn't lost any of its amusement. That was easier than I thought it would be. A bizarre sensation covered the whole of Jiraiya's body. It felt like he was being sucked down a drain, or thrown in a washing machine. Everything twisted, and his vision began to go dark. Fukazaku chose that moment to punch the masked man in the face. Despite the Elder Toad's diminutive appearance, Senjutsu was coursing through his veins, dramatically increasing his strength and durability. The tiny fist hit like a runaway train. There was a shattering sound, and the man rocketed back, reeling from the blow. He hit a wall, and went through it. Not in an explosion of concrete, he simply passed through, like a ghost. Jiraiya was left standing stunned, shaking his head from side to side as he tried to shake off the unearthly sensation that for a moment, he'd been somewhere else. Somewhere chilly. Thanks, Pops. I don't know what that jutsu was, but dash. Never mind about that, you moron. Shima's shrill voice ripped through Jiraiya's thanks. Just get Gamatate. And then out of here. He's gonna be back. Hey, don't rush him, Ma. We should find out who this guy is first. If that's all he's got, then dash. Fukazaku was interrupted by a truly ridiculous amount of unusually hot fire detonating the wall that the masked man had passed through, showering the spot where Jiraiya had been standing with molten chunks of concrete and smatterings of superheated rebar. Fortunately, he wasn't standing there anymore. The moment the wall had begun to deform, the Toad Sunin had dived to the left, off of the narrow ledge he and the man had been standing on, falling towards a Megakure's Great Lake. Jiraiya landed, sinking minutely into the water to reduce the impact, before straightening up. He heard someone behind him cough. Jiraiya spun, and found the masked man coolly regarding him amidst a considerable amount of rubble, as well as two enormous brass pipes, both twisted out of shape. His spiraling mask, once immaculate, was now covered in cracks. Chunks had fallen away from the left side, revealing another glaring Sharingan. Jiraiya wondered why he had hidden away the second Sharingan. That, the man said conversationally, was inconvenient. So those frogs aren't just decoration, then? Who you calling a frog? Shima shrieked, and Jiraiya flinched. And they talk too. Wonderful. I have always wanted more screeching amphibians in my day. If he hadn't known that it would have gotten him punched by two irate elders, then Jiraiya would probably have been laughing, despite the seriousness of the situation. So instead he suppressed the laughter, and tried to get some answers instead. Who are you? He called, bringing his arm up in a defensive stance. Haven't you figured it out? The man said. You are Jiraiya, Konoha's most efficient spy. Surely the information you have is more than enough. Jiraiya shrugged, the toads on his shoulders bobbing with the motion. Perhaps. But I'd prefer you to confirm my suspicions. Which are? The sun inside. That you are Madara Uchiha. The man stared at him, both of his Sharingan spinning. You are correct. I am Madara Uchiha. Well, you see, that's where I'm a little uncertain. Jiraiya grinned. The man had wandered into his trap. The man stiffened. What do you mean? Well, Jiraiya said, Madara was one of the deadliest shinobi the world has ever seen. And he took that title for two reasons. The first was his ruthlessness, and the second was his unstoppable Sharingan. Now, don't get me wrong, that intangibility you used was certainly tricky, but it's not really his style, you know? If I was going up against him, he probably would have smashed me with something big and flashy by now. Well, I am quite old now. Perhaps I've just shifted my focus to not getting hit, the man said, his eyes narrowing. Maybe. Jiraiya sounded unconvinced. Or maybe you're just trying to cash in on a famous name to lend yourself a bit more credibility. Just who did you take those eyes from? I assure you, these are my eyes. The man sounded dully furious. Really? The Toad Sage's voice was more skeptical than one of Tsunade's debt collectors learning that the legendary sucker had the funds to pay. Show me something impressive then, Madara. The man reached to his side and wrenched a jagged piece of rebar from the ruins that surrounded him, his grip imprinting his hand in the metal. Against you? An old man with one arm? Don't make me laugh. Well, if you are who you say you are, you can hardly call me old, Madara. Jiraiya smiled. Come on then. Let me show just what this old man can do. The masked man charged, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Jiraiya shifted slightly, sliding one foot back, and then threw a low punch, aiming for the man's gut. The clenched fist slid through the man's chest entirely, exiting from the top of his head. Madara continued forward, moving through the Sunin. Jiraiya followed his fist into the air, breaking contact with the water. When the man finally finished passing through the sage, Jiraiya threw a kick backwards. It passed through the cloaked man's shoulder, and a gloved hand came up towards the foot. A moment later, the foot came clear and the hand grasped it, making solid contact. Once more, the sage felt that strange somewhere else sensation, and the world twisted. The masked man h-end, confident in his victory. The toads couldn't reach him from this angle. Jiraiya grinned. A shadow clone burst from beneath the water, its fist aimed for the man's groin. The hand holding Jiraiya's foot suddenly lost its solidness, and the shadow clone sped up through the man's body, making contact the whole way. Meanwhile, the real Jiraiya landed with barely a ripple, the strange sensation gone. He leapt backwards, landing about 20 feet away. The masked man spun back and stabbed the shadow clone in the lower back with the sharpened piece of rebar he had grabbed, dispelling it in a puff of smoke. Thought so. You can't be intangible and use that sucking thing at the same time. Jiraiya gave an evil grin. Not impressed, Madara. The man stared. You, he bit out, are far too annoying for your own good. Jiraiya guffawed. Well, how did you think I survived this long? He laughed. Then he staggered, his vision shaking. What? You moron, one of the toads on his shoulder hissed. He looked over to where his left arm should have been. It was no longer dripping blood. That wasn't good. The man in the mask, who definitely wasn't Madara Uchiha, watched attentively. You're weakened, he surmised. Certainly not as unaffected by the battle with pain as you've been trying to seem. This will be over soon. Jiraiya snapped his head up, snarling. Don't count on it. He made to charge forward, gathering natural chakra for a crushing blow. Fukazaku slapped him hard. What the hell are you doing, Jiraiya? No honorific, no pet name. The elder toad sounded pissed. Jiraiya looked over, shocked. This allowed Shima to slap him as well, even harder. Why are you still here, moron? What? Jiraiya couldn't understand what was going on. Why wouldn't he be here? Madara Uchiha was right there. This might be his only chance to. Wait. That wasn't Madara Uchiha. And Naruto. Pain was after Naruto. He had to, oh god, why was he still here? The world sharpened, a blur that Jiraiya hadn't even noticed vanishing, and the masked man cocked his head. Ah. You've broken the genjutsu. That's a shame. What did you do to me? Jiraiya croaked. Everything felt weaker, his legs were trembling. Oh, hardly anything. I just assisted you a little, that's all. What? Jiraiya staggered again, trying to keep his feet. The formerly defined world was starting to blur again. His limbs felt like they were made of lead, it was difficult to focus enough chakra to his feet to stay on the surface of the lake. Helped you along. Took your existing anger, and magnified it. Took your adrenal rush, and used it to banish your pain. Took your pride, the delusions of glory you felt at the idea of defeating Madara Uchiha, and blinded you with it. I had hoped you would simply fight until you dropped, but... The Uchiha imposter shrugged. Bastard, Jiraiya hissed. He could feel it, despite the effects of Sage Mode, blood loss, and shock were finally getting to him. Everything seemed sluggish. Madara didn't respond. He just charged again, his rebar pole held before him like a lance. Jiraiya tried to leap away, slowed by his failing body. He wasn't fast enough. The pole punched through the meat of his thigh, scraping off the bone, and more blood splashed into the water. He grunted, sounding more annoyed than pained, and kicked towards Madara's head, tearing the pole from the masked man's hand. His foot went straight through, the man not even bothering to duck. Jiraiya spun and landed, trying to keep his distance. His newly impaled leg impaired him, he staggered across the water, barely keeping his feet. Madara slowly followed him, looking for an opening. The man's hands sped through a simple set of signs, one that Jiraiya had seen dozens if not hundreds of times before. He knew what was coming next. For a second, his hand drifted to the pouch on his lower back, and his eyes widened as he felt a familiar weight there. He'd almost forgotten about that scroll. A plan began to form in the Sannin's mind. "Shima," he muttered, his voice low. The purple elder looked at him, concern clear in his eyes, and he rapped the scroll twice. For a moment, the toad's eyes widened, before her mouth became a severe line. She nodded. The masked man observed the moment of communication, and brought one of his hands up to where his lips would be. "Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu." Madara sounded almost bored. The enormous ball of fire, spitting superheated chakra in every direction, certainly wasn't. It seemed almost unformed, rough. Jiraiya distantly wondered if it was because the man's mouth was obscured. The fireball roared over Jiraiya, flash frying him in a wash of shaped chakra and boiling steam. The toads on his shoulders popped, the intense heat and pressure destroying them in an instant. The masked man watched, his head cocked, his eyes focusing. He paused for a moment, and then turned slowly, following something only he could see. His eye fell on a piece of inconspicuous rubble. The rubble exploded in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya burst from the white cloud, his leg leaving a trail of blood across the water. It was clear he hadn't entirely cleared the fireball, his long white hair was scorched, and his forearm was smoking. Madara began to slowly walk forward, his opponent was reaching the point of exhaustion, if such a messy Kawarami was all he could do. The next few seconds would decide the battle. The Sannin turned and watched the man's approach, careful not to look into his eyes again. He reached down and pulled the rebar from his leg, wincing. More blood spurted across the lake's surface. "Jiraiya!" Shima yelled. Madara leapt forward, both hands extended. Jiraiya threw the rebar forward and dove down, underneath the water. The metal pole passed through the masked man and he landed where Jiraiya had been a moment before, both of his Sharingan scanning the murky water. A moment later, he found what he was looking for. He jumped once more, thrusting his hand below the water. Toby dragged Jiraiya up by the throat. Water and blood dripped from the man, and he looked extremely groggy. "Bastard," he hissed again, and Madara invisibly smirked. "So I finally have you. I'll admit, I'm disappointed, Jiraiya." Jiraiya glared at the masked man, his eyes foggy. "Naruto will stop you." The man just laughed. "I doubt that. I imagine pain is capturing him even now. It's over, after this, I'll send someone to claim the Hakubi and Rokubai, and this business will come to a close. Perhaps Sasuke? If pain does bring him back, he would be the perfect catspaw." He refocused on Jiraiya, watching as the man feebly squirmed. "No matter. It's time I ended this." Then, he noticed something. "Where are the toads?" The next moment seemed a minute long. A white scroll interposed itself over Toby's vision. It was plain, without ornamentation, with red frill on the sides. A tiny purple hand clutched one edge. There was a single symbol on it, surrounded by a ring. 4 lines. One long one, running in a slash from the top of the circle to the bottom. Another, branching off from the first about halfway down, forming something like an upside-down Y. And 2 smaller dashes of ink, like commas, on either side of the top of the first slash. Kanji. Fire. Here. A gift from Itachi. Toby heard Jiraiya's voice. It was no longer weary. Now, it was sharp, an unsheathed sword. He attempted to use Kamui. He was too slow. Burn. The world went in awful, flickering black. Toby screamed. He staggered back, releasing his hold on Jiraiya and allowing the Sannin to drop to the water. Distantly, he heard the puff of a summoning jutsu, but the sound didn't truly register in his mind. He was much more focused on the feeling of his face melting. He had thought that half of his body being crushed beneath unforgiving stone was the worst pain he would feel in his life. The pressure, his ribs snapping, his organs popping and being pushed to the side, one of his lungs unable to take air in, every breath feeling like another suffocation, he had been convinced, in the months it had taken for him to recover, that he would never feel another pain like that in his life. He'd been proven dead wrong when he'd watched Kakashi put his lightning-sheathed hand through Rin's chest. And now, the Amaterasu was in his eyes. He could feel it. They were boiling away. The rest of his head was faring no better. He was already blind, the Sharingan was tough, but this was Amaterasu. Only one possible thing to do, any other action would lead to his death. Izanagi. The world went gray, and then snapped. He found himself standing 30 feet away from Jiraiya, where he had been before charging the man with his rebar pole. Half of his vision inexorably turned dark, he could feel his left eye closing, his control over it gone. The Toad Sage blinked. Huh. Didn't see that coming. Madara shook his head. The phantom sensation of his eyes melting stayed with him. He settled for glaring at Jiraiya, wishing that his remaining eye was capable of casting the Amaterasu so he could pay the man back 100-fold. The man ignored the hateful look, and just shrugged in response. As much as I want to know how the hell you did that, I've already wasted far too much time here. He panted, out of breath even from just a short sentence. Toby snarled. You dash. Jiraiya gave a flippant gesture with his remaining hand. See ya. A small toad, plain and green, jumped from beneath the water, its mouth impossibly wide, and swallowed the man whole. Its momentum carried it slightly into the air, and then it vanished in a puff of smoke as it hit the water. The man in the mask stared at the empty patch of lake for a moment, dull, fury steadily growing in his throat. Then he turned, and began to stagger back towards the ominous skyline of Omegakure. From there, Gamatate took me to the gates of Konoha. Jiraiya gave a wry smile. At that point, I'd already lost a lot of blood. Wasn't thinking straight. It seemed like a good idea to freak out the guys on duty at the time. Tsunade stared. That's quite the story, Jiraiya. I'll say. Naruto, as usual, was quite enthusiastic. You actually managed to hurt that weird masked guy, Pervy Sage? I couldn't even touch him. Jiraiya shrugged, trying and failing to look humble. Oh, it was mostly luck. I was just lucky that I had the stasis scroll containing Ataka's Amaterasu on me. That does remind me, Tsunade said, rather sternly. Why did you have that scroll on you? Ah. Jiraiya scratched his leg, wincing. Well, you never know when something like a couple meters of Amaterasu will come in handy. I didn't think I'd end up using it on someone, though, or as a distraction to get away. He shrugged again. But hey, it worked. Tsunade palmed her face. I'd prefer you tell me when you bring something that dangerous into the village, Jiraiya, sealed or not. Sorry, Haim, Jiraiya said, clearly unapologetic. Never mind that, though. So, this masked man dash. Toby. Naruto suddenly said. Both of the Chunin looked at him. I mean, that's his name. Toby. Or at least that's what he called himself. Tsunade clicked her tongue. So this Toby, he claims to be Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya nodded, and she continued. And you're fairly sure he's not? Well, he could be. Jiraiya said. But I managed to get away from him with one arm, while going into shock, and did some serious damage in the bargain. So even if he is Madara, which I doubt, he's not nearly as powerful as the Madara Uchiha that went toe-to-toe with Hashirama all those years ago. Tsunade nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face. I wonder who it could be, then. He claimed to be an Uchiha. If there are any that are unaccounted for. She shrugged. Well, we might be able to find someone who went missing in the last few years before the clan died. Doesn't really matter, though. We should focus more on the existing threat. There was a moment of silence. What's their next move, you think? Naruto asked. Akatsuki, I mean. They didn't catch me, and I think Itaki hurt Pain pretty bad. So what are they doing next? I don't know. Not right now, at least. Jiraiya turned to his student. Listen, Naruto. I need you to leave for a couple minutes, okay? Go visit your friends, I'm sure they're a couple you haven't seen yet, right? Naruto just looked confused. Well, yeah, but... Realization slowly dawned on him. Hey. You're not trying to get out of explaining what Sage Mode is to me, right? Ero Sennin, you swore. Jiraiya chuckled. No, it's not that, Naruto. Tsunade and I just need to discuss something. Come back in like half an hour, and I'll give you all the answers you could ever want. Just get out of my hair for a minute, will you? Naruto shivered. He'd seen what Jiraiya could do with his hair. After a moment of consideration, he scrunched up his face. Fine. He said. But I'm holding you to that, pervy sage. When I get back dash. Yeah, I shall reveal the incredible secrets of Sage Mode to you. Now, get out of here. Jiraiya waved him off. Naruto harumphed, and strode out of the room, internally sighing. Now he didn't have any sort of excuse not to visit Hinata. He took a deep breath, and took off down the hospital's corridors, heading for her room. The Sannin watched him go, both noticing the invisible straightening of his spine. Tsunade wondered what it was about. Jiraiya just grinned. He knew that tiny movement. The void that Naruto left behind wasn't filled. Not immediately. For the moment, there was silence. Jiraiya lay back, relaxing with a groan. Talking for so long had left him a little out of breath. His leg had begun to ache again, joining his missing arm. Tsunade turned to look at him, her brow furrowed. She made as if to speak, before closing her mouth again. Jiraiya simply waited. I thought that it was the last time, she finally managed to say. What was the last time? Jiraiya said, looking out the window at the sunlit village. When you walked away. When you said goodbye. I really thought that it was your last goodbye. Tsunade's voice nearly cracked on the final word, before she managed to reassert her iron authority over it. Jiraiya turned to look at her. I came back, though. He sounded nothing but patient. I know that. Tsunade snapped. But Jiraiya, I couldn't, you just went off into the sunset, like some stupid character in one of your books, and all I could do was sit there and watch. I knew, that you wouldn't come back. I don't know how. And I. She looked away from him suddenly, her hair whipped by the violent motion. I couldn't do anything. I just let you go. Off on your next adventure, like any other time. She bit her lip again. Her fists clenched at her sides. I hated it. I hated myself. I swore, after Naruto brought me back that I wouldn't be that helpless ever again, like I was with Dan. And then I just let you dash. She cut herself off abruptly, looking terrified. Jiraiya stared at her as her voice choked, and she blinked heavily, shaking. Her shoulders trembled. His remaining hand came up, beckoning. Haim, come here. His voice was soft. Tsunade slowly walked to his side, barely managing to stay on her feet. She reached his bed, and his hand sought out hers, gently taking it. Running his fingers over her palm, he reached up and took hold of her forearm, drawing her down. Tsunade stared at him, unresisting. As she drew closer, Jiraiya's hand came up, caressing her chin and moving around the side of her neck. His hand came to rest there, the rough, warm palm against her neck. His thumb sat in the indentation right below her earlobe. She shivered. Their faces were close now, only about a foot apart. Tsunade was transfixed. Jiraiya stared directly into her eyes, and spoke. Tsunade. I swear, I won't leave you again. His voice managed to sound both solemnly serious, and wryly humorous. That was my last goodbye. Tsunade gazed at him for a moment, her throat constricted. After a second, her head dropped, and she tried to chuckle. It barely managed to escape. You know. She choked out, I swore that if you came back, I wouldn't let you keep your cool anymore. Jiraiya chuckled. Seems I can't help it. But it's me, The gallant Jiraiya. What did you expect? This time, Tsunade did laugh. She bent forward, pulling her teammate into a close hug. Jiraiya's arm wrapped around her neck, securing her there. They remained like that for a long time. Finally, Tsunade pulled back. So, she said, blinking away an errant tear, what do we do now? Jiraiya grinned. Oh, I have a couple ideas. Tsunade looked at him in something like disbelief for a second, her lips twitching. He quirked an eyebrow. The Hokage threw back her head, let out a real laugh again, and a dozen years fell from her face with it. Not Sick Chapter 7. Recovery, Part 2. The walls rose around the village hidden in the leaves, towering hundreds of feet above the nearest buildings. This was by design, of course. Having structures that neared the height of the walls was not the best idea if you wanted to keep infiltrators from having an easy exit out of the village. Built with a base of Mokuton wood, the freakishly durable material created by the bloodline of the Shodai Hokage, encased in hardened concrete, and strengthened by generations of Doton Jutsu and esoteric seals, the walls around Konoha were infamous for their strength. It had taken the village's lost legend Orochimaru of the Sun in months of planning and several hundred human sacrifices to a particularly ornery summon to breach them. To enemies without, the steep walls were a physical reminder of the hidden village's strength. To the people within, they were a sign of Konoha's continued safety. So long as the walls stood, the will of fire was secure. The walls were not being threatened. They had not been threatened in over 3 years. Instead, they were being used as a perch. There was no law prohibiting the shinobi of the village from going atop the walls. It wasn't something that many of the ninja of Konoha took advantage of, however, though it was not an uncommon sight to see Metogai climbing the things using only a single hand. Apparently, it was integral to his morning routine. Sai, as in many other things, was the exception. For years, the young man had often found himself drawn to the top of the massive fortifications. He didn't know why. His time en route had not encouraged introspection, after all. He wasn't sure whether it was the way that the sun was allowed to shine down on him uninterrupted, or the way that the wind grew stronger and ruffled his hair as it brushed past his face, or simply the feeling of height he felt looking down on the village hundreds of feet below him. All he knew was that when he was up here, away from the bustle of the village or the oppressive silence of the Foundation's hidden stronghold, alone with the sky and his brush, it became infinitely easier to concentrate, easier to clear his mind, and easier to create. Today, he wasn't using his brush. Today, he had a pencil in his hand. Sai was sketching. His hand moved over the paper, the dull scratching of the pencil occasionally muffled by a gust of wind. Every time this happened, Sai's hand tightened on his small notebook. However irrational it was, he didn't want it blown away. However, that was not the only time Sai's grip grew more intense. Every 40 seconds, like clockwork, his hand tightened on both the notebook and the pencil, threatening to snap the fragile wood and not so fragile spine. His eyes would close, and he would stare down, focusing on something that clearly didn't exist. His tongue was burning. A sensation of boiling liquid, a coppery slime, one that slid from the surface of his tongue back into his brain and deeper, down his throat. It left him wanting to gag up the taste, which he knew was impossible, or tear his tongue off. The intervals between burning were spent in a timeless anticipation for the next seconds became minutes, which of course were far longer than any minute had a right to be. It was extremely distracting. Despite these pauses, he had still managed to make a rather impressive amount of progress on his sketch. Konoha, stretched out below him, was slowly but surely making its way onto the pages. Domes, apartments, patches of thick trees and hallway-like thoroughfares that sliced through the village dividing the buildings, telephone poles, radio towers, even minute details like railings and water towers, it had all been faithfully recreated on the pages of Sai's notebook. As he worked, Sai's gaze lingered on a certain hospital, before his dark eyes slid away, staring out past the village. They came to rest on the mountain that framed the whole of Konoha. And the faces upon it. For the last 10 minutes, Sai had been experiencing what he would tentatively label as frustration. He had been attempting to lay down the Hokage monument in his notebook, but every attempt had seemed wrong. First, it had been too perfect. Then, too clinical. After that, too loose, there hadn't been enough detail. His latest attempt had been his finest, but as he stared at the 5 faces, each about the size of his thumb, each rendered in excruciating detail despite the distance, he knew that something was missing. His tongue burned again, and he suppressed a wince. Root was calling him home. Danzo, Sai could no longer bring himself to refer to the man with Asama, doubtlessly wished to know exactly what had occurred during the pursuit of Itachi Uchiha. While secondary gossip and mission reports were all well and good, there was a certainty that an operative eyewitness offered that the man often relied on. Sai had come before his master many times before for the same reason. Today, he had resolved not to go. Just as he wasn't sure why he preferred the seclusion of the top of the walls, he was uncertain as to why he'd come to this decision. It seemed simple. Danzo called, and when Danzo called you answered. But deep within his mind, Sai could see the imperceptible frown that would appear on Naruto's face whenever Danzo was mentioned. How Sakura's lip would turn down, which his books assured him meant that she was either deeply worried or rather attracted to him. He was forced to assume it was the former. Extensive testing had determined the latter extremely unlikely. Sai didn't want to worry his friends. And he didn't want to make Naruto frown. So today, he had decided not to go. It had been a simple decision, but it seemed like it had also been the far more painful one. Sai was forced to admit that he didn't care. His friends were far more important than his own comfort. So now, he was left staring out the village that the last few months of his life had begun to give a deep, real appreciation for, his tongue and throat consumed with fire, unable to figure out why his drawing seemed incomplete. The sound of sandals on concrete drew his attention, and he turned his head slightly to the right. Out of the corner of his eye, he found a cloaked man in a plain white mask staring at him. The mask was nearly without decoration, the barest marks of color decorated its porcelain-like surface. If Sai had to guess, he would say that the mask was attempting to be a hyena. And failing. The man himself was as unremarkable as his mask. Tall, but not distinctly so. Lean, but not lithe. Standing as if he were relaxed, when he clearly wasn't. There were no marks upon his cloak, or the vest under it. He was perfectly unrecognizable. The man stared at him, his head cocked to the side, imitating the animal imprinted on his mask. He didn't say anything. Neither did Sai. After watching the man for a moment, he refocused on his notebook, his pencil steadily tapping against the page. There was silence, except for the wind rustling the masked man's cloak. "You are not answering the summon." The man finally spoke. His voice was unremarkable as the rest of him. The only thing that could be said about it was that it was male. Sai shifted his gaze back up to the monument. An idea had begun to wriggle into his mind, brushing against his consciousness like a meek dog. He stared at the face of the Godame, his eyes slowly tracing the left cheek. And the empty space next to it, the craggy face of the cliff. The masked man watched him, unmoving. When it became clear that Sai wasn't going to answer, he spoke again. "Why?" It was a question, but only because of the nature of the word. The actual voice held no trace of curiosity, there was no query. Sai paused, and his eyes slid over to the masked man. He paused, considering, and his tongue burned again. He slowly blinked, and as the sensation slipped away, he answered. Every word was weighed as though it might be his last. "Because." He paused again, and his tongue suddenly felt lighter, the whole of him suddenly felt lighter. "Because I do not wish to." The other man's blink was almost audible, even hidden behind the mask. "What?" And this time, it was a question, and not just a noise. Sai shrugged. It was a delicious motion for him, the slow rise of his shoulders, the way his back shifted upwards, leaving his lower half undefended. The implication of carelessness was something that appealed greatly. "I don't want to go. So I am not." "But Danzo-sama has called for you." There was honest confusion resonating through the statement. For the man in the mask, it was the equivalent of screaming like a madman and tearing his clothes off in the middle of the street. Sai shrugged again. He enjoyed it just as much as he had the first time. "I do not care. I want to stay here. I have to finish this." And he turned his head away from the man, refocusing on the monument. "Danzo-sama has called. You must go." Sai didn't look over, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the faces of the cage. His idea, once threaded in patchwork, had begun to solidify. He spoke, his voice soft. "Will you take me to him?" The man didn't answer. He just stared. No. It was almost coy. But of course, Sai didn't know how to be coy. The silence persisted. The chirps of a far-off flock of birds tore through the air like shattering glass. "Then please leave. You are distracting me." Sai's pencil touched down on his notebook, and he began to draw once more. The scratching of the pencil made the man in the cloak twitch. There was a moment of stillness, and for a second Sai believed that the man was going to ignore him. Or indeed take him to Danzo. Willing or not. Then, there was a rush of chakra, and the scarcely faced hyena was gone. Sai sighed, and his left hand, held under his notebook, relaxed. The kunao it held dropped to the concrete with a soft clink. He stared down at his notebook, and the corner of his mouth turned up into what was unmistakably a smile. He had barely begun to finish his piece, truly. What he had now was just the barest impression, the roughest of drafts. It probably wouldn't be fully complete for months, or even years. It wouldn't be the first time something had taken him so long. But nevertheless, what he had now filled him with something warmer than the sun that beat down on his back. Looking down at the page, he realized that he had finally reached what had been missing. It was complete. The mountainside next to Tsunade's face was no longer run through with crags, plain and rugged. Now, it had been cleared, a canvas upon a canvas. The dashes of graphite that were there barely gave life to what would lie upon the final page. There were only two things that were plainly visible. The first was a pair of wide eyes, crinkled in a smile. Somehow, even static and dashed as they were, they somehow managed to convey warmth and good humor. The second was a set of 3 lines, placed below each of the eyes, which turned up with the invisible grin. Sai looked back up at the monument, and in a flash of something, his picture, his idea, became reality. The 5 cage, gazing out over the village, severe and humorless, gained a new member. Naruto Uzumaki beamed down at the village he had sworn to protect, and Sai felt the smile that had somehow made its way onto his face stretch wider. Tick. 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 Sakura Haruno was, slowly but surely, being driven crazy. She had put up with her mother's worry and her father clowning since she had been old enough to understand that yes, she should be embarrassed when her father acted like a total moron, or her mother scolded her in public. She had survived being on Naruto Uzumaki's team for over a year, something that every Konoha ninja alive would agree, for various reasons, was a feat unto itself. She had survived the Chunin exams in Orochimaru, had survived the shinobi of the Sound Village, and had survived the Majinchuriki of Suna. She'd walked away none the worse for wear, and with a newfound appreciation for both her teammates and living in general. She had managed to suppress the fear and depression that Sasuke leaving had thrown her into, the feeling that she just hadn't been good enough, had been worthless. She'd been doing that for 3 years now, with a smile on her face. She had gone up against more S-ranked ninja than she thought she would ever see in her life, let alone fight. And she had hurt, actually harmed, 2 of them. Badly. Through all of these challenges, Sakura had remained strong. Unbroken. Sane. And now, a single dim clock was threatening to do what even the leader of the Akatsuki had not. Sakura glared up at the tiny circle that sat above the doorway. It looked so small, so fragile. Plain black finish, with a white face. Unassuming, harmless. Tick. And yet, it was so loud. How could she rest with a racket like this? Sakura stared at the clock, an eyebrow twitching. Go on, she thought viciously. Do it again. I dare you. It occurred to her that normal people did not dare clocks. It also occurred to her that she truly didn't care. This thing was challenging her. Tick. Sakura's brow immediately flattened out, her eyebrow stilled. She growled, and swung out of her bed, ignoring the instinctive wince at the pain in her ribs and legs, and let out a hiss as her feet hit the cold hospital floor, her annoyance only growing at the sensation. Tick. She took a deep breath, and stalked over to the clock, glaring at it the whole time. She reached it, coming to a stop under the doorway. Her left hand went up, reaching for the implement. Tick. Her middle finger curled back, coming to rest behind her extended thumb. Her hand still directly next to the clock. Tick. Sakura grinned, and flicked the tiny mechanical thing. There was a sharp ping, and an indent several inches deep appeared in the side of the once perfect circle. The hand moved again, once, without noise, before juddering back and forth for a second. It went limp, swinging down to land on the 6. Sakura listened for a moment. Silence. Blessed silence. She smiled again, lighting up the room, and shuffled back to her bed. Groaning, she pulled the covers back and lay down once more, allowing the light from the open window to spill over her as she relaxed. The bed was warm. The village outside was warm. The mattress was quite soft, thought the pillows were perhaps a little scratchy. Best of all, Naruto was safe. So was Team 8, and Kakashi-sensei. And Sasuke was back in the village. Sakura's eyes began to droop shut, lured away from consciousness by the newly earned peace and quiet. Hey, forehead. You awa dash. Green eyes snapped open, and the kunoichi tried, and failed, to suppress a groan. Though in truth, the groan sounded more like a snarl. She shifted her head to the left, and found Ino Yamanaka staring at her, pupil-less eyes wide. She was wearing her normal outfit, purple, and fishnets all over. Her hair was drawn back in a full ponytail, revealing both of her eyes. She looked alarmed. The girl said, sounding unsure. Okay. That's fine. I can come back later if you want. She stared cockeyed at Sakura, as if expecting the other girl to leap out of the bed and bite her face off. Sakura groaned again, and propped herself up on her elbow, doing her best to look like she didn't want to murder Ino. With her other hand, she waved her friend off. No, Ino, it's fine. You just startled me, she said. Ino continued to stare at her. Sakura gave an unconvincing grin. What's up? Come to see if my last mission finally made you prettier than me. Ino relaxed and grinned back, reaching up to flip her hair out of her eyes, before she realized that all of it was held back by her ponytail. She tried to turn the motion into a flip of her hand, and somehow succeeded. The graceful movement almost made Sakura jealous. Pfft. Dream on, forehead. It's been like that for a while, and you know it. She chuckled, but it wasn't a real laugh. Sakura could detect an undercurrent of concern in it. Ino continued. I just got back from a mission, you know. It was actually quite the adventure. Anyway, I heard you were in the hospital. So I came to check in on you. As she finished, she leaned back, winking conspiratorially. That's not all, though. I brought you a gift. She announced, and threw her arms to the side, presenting the empty doorway. Sakura stared at the door. Ino stared at her. After a second, she turned her head to look at the doorway. She grit her teeth. I said, a gift. Ino shouted. Nothing happened. Ino glared, as her face began to morph into an expression of pure, unbridled fury. A vein on her forehead twitched. Nothing continued to happen. Sakura delicately cocked an eyebrow. Ino gave the empty space beyond her arms a look that would have killed anyone foolish enough to walk in at that moment. There was a loud snore, echoing from somewhere out in the hallway. Ino snapped. She marched out of the room, her hands clenched at her sides, fists balled. She was shrieking. Sakura couldn't help but think that the noise was 1,000 times worse than the clock had been. Shikamaru. There was a muffled snort, a rather loud slap, and a brief yelp. Ino strode back into the room, dragging Shikamaru by his top knot. The Nara was protesting loudly. He was sitting down, his legs stretched out and dragging along the floor. A large basket sat in his lap, filled to the brim with colorful fruits and candies. Several umbashi, salted plums, sat atop the whole thing, a tantalizing yellowish-orange topping. There was a tiny red ribbon tied to the handle of the basket. Sakura's eyes fixed on it. It was terribly familiar. Seriously, Shika. How the hell did you fall asleep out there? I was gone for like 5 seconds. Ino was screeching over the boy's protests. She gave a particularly vicious yank, and Shikamaru's own yelling was cut off by a pained exclamation. Something that sounded like a cross between what the hell and, oh god, my hair. The blonde continued ranting as she pulled Shikamaru to a stop at the foot of Sakura's bed. The Nara's back slammed against the side of the bed. His hands went to his abused hair, clutching his scalp. Ino didn't slow down. You may have a problem, you know. Dropping like that, it's not normal. You could be a narcoleptic or something. How you made Chunin before me, I'll never know. You should let me check. I'll just pop in and dash. Shikamaru finally managed to cut in, stopping Ino in her tracks. Trust me, Ino. The last thing I need is you in my head. He groaned, before looking straight up. His inky eyes met Sakura's own bemused green ones, and he smirked. Hey, Sakura. How you put up with this harpy, I'll never know, he said, deliberately echoing Ino. The blonde, standing above him, cracked her knuckles and oomphed. Shikamaru flinched. Sakura smiled back. Time, Shikamaru. Time and patience. Shikamaru h-end, a tiny smile on his face. Troublesome. I don't have either of those, he said. He raised his hands up towards Sakura, and the basket with it. Here. Koji and Ino put this together for you. She just made me carry it here. Ino growled again, and Shikamaru shut up. Sakura accepted the basket, setting it on her lap. She stared at the ribbon, familiarity niggling at her brain. After a moment, she dismissed it, focusing on the contents of the basket. That's a lot of food, she noted. I thought you only just found out I was here? And where's Koji, then? Ino smiled as Shikamaru warily made his way to his feet, rubbing his head. He's taking a nap. Or 3. Sorry that he couldn't come to see you, but our mission took a lot out of him. As for the food, well, you'd be surprised how much Koji has in his house. Though I'll admit. She shifted her feet, looking a little self-conscious. Getting some umbashi on such short notice was pretty tough. Sakura laughed. I just can't believe you remembered. When did I tell you about that? 5 years ago? 6. Ino nodded. Almost 6, yeah. But I mean, what kind of friend would I be if I couldn't even remember my best friend's favorite food? Sakura stared at Ino, and opened her mouth. Shikamaru coughed loudly, and any pretense there was of being a moment vanished. So? He said, as Ino glared at him and he pretended that he didn't notice. How'd you end up in here anyway? Sakura turned to look at the Nara, narrowing her eyes. Shikamaru never did anything without reason. Particularly menial things like carrying gift baskets. So that was how Ino had roped him into coming. Shikamaru was curious about what had put 2 teams in the hospital, rightfully so. Sakura mentally shrugged, and decided to oblige him. He'd find out somehow anyway. At this point, with the Hokage debriefed, it was more of an open secret anyway. It's complicated, she said. Do you two know what our mission was, when we left? Ino shook her head. Shikamaru closed his eyes. Not explicitly, no. Sakura moved to continue talking, before the dark-haired boy cut her off. However, he said, it's easy enough to figure out. You were after Itaki Uchiha, right? He spoke perfectly calmly, as if talking about the scratchy hospital pillows rather than one of the world's most notorious criminals. Sakura stared at him, her mouth still open. Ino just sniffed, and tossed her hair. Now you've done it, Sakura. He just wants to show off. Don't dash. But she was too late. Sakura was already asking the first question that had sprung into her mind. How the hell did you know that? Shikamaru smirked. Well, first off, it wasn't exactly a secret. But without even considering that, you and Naruto, along with 2 experienced Umbu operatives, an S-ranked Jonin, and Team 8 were all sent off after Konoha got news that Orochimaru had been killed by Sasuke. Ino shifted minutely at the mention of the Uchiha, while Sakura subtly flinched. The blonde noticed the reaction, but merely filed it away. For now, however much she would deny it out loud, she was curious how Shikamaru had known the pursuit team's objective. So, the former Team 7, which I would definitely classify as a combat team considering that it consists of the Jinchuriki of the most destructive of the Baijuyu and the second strongest woman in Konoha, accompanied by 2 Umbu, and Kakashi Hatake. That combination tells me that whatever the mission was for, it was going somewhere, or after someone, that was extremely dangerous. Sakura blushed at second strongest, and Ino winked at her. Shikamaru paused, one of his hands curling open. However, you were also traveling with Team 8. An Inyazuka, an Abarame, and a Hyuga. All clans that are dangerous to fight, sure, but also renowned for their tracking abilities. Meaning that you were likely chasing someone. Sakura finally got around to closing her mouth. Ino stifled a giggle. When it wasn't being done to her, seeing Shikamaru go through his I am a genius routine was actually pretty funny. The Nara kept going. So, I knew that a team of 8 shinobi was looking for an individual dangerous enough to merit so many high-level ninja. Normally, that list would be rather large, but the timing of the mission narrowed it down. You were sent out just after Orochimaru was reported killed by Sasuke. So, it was likely that you were looking for him. After all, bringing back the last Uchiha would be quite the coup for Konoha. Fortunately, no one in the hospital room knew the deeper irony of that sentence. But, you would have no way of knowing where Sasuke actually was. Orochimaru's bases are well hidden, and Sasuke could have gone anywhere after he took the guy out. Fortunately, you didn't need to know where Sasuke was, just where he was going. And if Sasuke would go anywhere, it would be to where the man who killed his family was. Shikamaru's smirk faded slightly. In addition, the members of Akatsuki, while quite mobile, are tracked by the village to some capacity. They're too dangerous not to be. He paused for a moment, memories washing over him. Ino watched, calm. Shikamaru closed his eyes, and when he opened them there was no trace of the moment of remembrance. Thus, it stands to reason that to find Sasuke Uchiha, you would first have to find his brother, whom you at least could locate. From that, it was easy to draw the conclusion you had been sent out in search of Itachi Uchiha, he finished. Sakura stared at the Nara. Ino tried not to. The dark-haired boy looked back at Sakura, doing a much better job of ignoring Ino than Ino was of ignoring him. Shikamaru. Sakura said hesitantly. Did you actually manage to figure out we were going after Itachi, just like that? Huh. The Nara said. He idly scratched his leg. Nah. My dad's the Umbu commander. I just looked through the mission reports and found out what Yamato Taika was up to. Both girls stared at the inky-eyed boy for a moment, shocked. Sakura was the first to break the silence. She laughed, a tiny giggle at first. Soon, it developed into something much more. Ino looked like she couldn't decide between joining her friend and pummeling her teammate. She settled for both, laughing loudly and kicking Shikamaru in the shin. The Nara rubbed his leg, but he was grinning as well. But seriously, he asked, as the laughter trailed off. What happened? Itachi beat you up? No. Sakura said, shaking her head. Actually, you probably won't believe me, but I think he saved us. Ino and Shikamaru stared. You're right. The Yamanaka said, her pupil-less eyes wide. I don't believe you. How did that happen? Well. It's a long story. Sakura paused, looking thoughtful. Actually, not that long. Just, complicated. The first thing you should know, Ino. Sasuke is back, she muttered. What? The blonde girl yelled, excited. Why wasn't that the first thing you said? We should go see him. Where is he? Sakura shook her head. I don't know, she said. Probably somewhere in the hospital. Under guard, I bet. She sounded subdued. Ino noticed. Come on, Sakura. Why are you so quiet? Sasuke's back. Why aren't? She finally took a good look at Sakura's face. The pink-haired girl was closing her eyes tightly, biting back something. Sakura. She looked up at Shikamaru. What's wrong? He asked seriously. Sakura sighed. He's blind. Ino looked taken aback, Shikamaru stiffened. What? That was the Yamanaka. Suzuki's blind. Itaka took his eyes. The room went silent for a moment. Sakura's hands curled around the edge of her blanket. Briefly, Sakura wished she hadn't broken the clock. Even it would have been better than the silence. Ino finally got her voice back. It was trembling. Oh my god. You mean dash? Ripped them out. Oh my god, Ino said again. Her hand came up over her mouth, and she unconsciously rocked back on her heels. Shikamaru just stared, his intensely dark eyes seeing something else than Sakura. Why? He asked, his voice level. He made as if to sit down, before Ino glared at him. Sardonically raising an eyebrow, he rolled his eyes and stayed on his feet. Sakura shrugged, she suddenly felt exhausted. I don't know, she said. I didn't ask. But I can imagine. Didn't ask? Wait, you actually met Itaka face to face after he did this? Ino asked, looking concerned. Yeah. Sakura's voice had become steadily flatter. Shikamaru moved to speak, but was cut off. Listen, this will be easier if you both just listen for a minute. I'll do my best to explain what happened. Shikamaru and Ino took Sakura's advice. Ino bit her lip, while Shikamaru's hands had slowly begun to fold together, the tip of each finger meeting its opposite. Sakura took a deep breath, and told them everything. Hinata took a deep breath, and cast her eyes down at her hands as they fidgeted in her lap. Hayashi Hyuga stared at her, his pale eyes piercing her. The head of the Hyuga clan held himself with perfect poise in the seat beside his daughter's bed, his arms crossed in front of him. He had been listening to his daughter's story for the past 15 minutes, his face expressionless. He had arrived earlier in the day, drawn by the news of her return. The fact that Hinata, even with Sakura's care, had been the most injured of the pursuit team had doubtlessly sped his coming. That fact brought another bout of shame to Hinata, and she bowed her head lower. Her lips trembled, before firming as waves of self-loathing washed over her. She really had been useless. When pain had come for Naruto, she hadn't been able to help at all. All she'd done was get in the way. She'd deflected an attack her team could have easily evaded. She'd distracted the man with the Rinnegan for a few seconds before being blown away, twice. She'd had to be rescued from 2 of his summons. And when it had come down to it, when she'd finally been given the chance to prove herself to Naruto, she'd failed. Utterly. Pain had crushed her. The best she had been able to accomplish, against the man that Naruto had fought with every inch of his skin burnt raw and his body exhausted, had been mere stalling actions. She should have died. She would have died if it weren't for a shinobi much more skilled than her. Itachi Uchiha had saved her. She always needed to be saved. The fact that she had lost wasn't what filled her with disgust. She had expected to lose, really. The fact she had lost without giving Naruto a chance to escape was what filled her with loathing. So now, Hinata sat in her hospital bed, her body aching, the space behind her eyes burning, and drowned herself in self-recrimination. Hinata. Her father spoke slowly and quietly, his every word weighted. He sounded almost regretful. Hinata closed her eyes. She could already hear his words. She didn't blame him for them. Why was she so slow? Why couldn't she save her comrades? Why did she waste their time making them save her? Why bother them? Why make them save someone so useless? It wouldn't be so plain, of course, but it didn't need to be. She could fill in the blanks herself. Hinata's head lowered further under the oncoming onslaught. She dug her nails into her palms, hidden by her blanket. Her father began speaking again. I cannot begin to tell you how proud I am. His voice was no longer slow, nor quiet. Hinata opened her eyes wide. She slowly raised her head, her hair slipping away from the surface of her blanket. What? Father? She asked, unable to believe what she had just heard. You acted with impressive will on your latest assignment. You brought honor to both yourself and your clan. As I said, he paused, glancing away from her for a moment, looking out the window, before redirecting his attention. I am proud that you are my daughter. Hinata didn't understand. But I failed. Pain defeated me, and escaped. If it weren't for Itachi Uchiha, then dash. Hayashi cut her off with a single raised hand. You single-handedly engaged the leader of the Akatsuki, a man who defeated all the rest of your comrades with a single jutsu, and fought him to a standstill until reinforcements could arrive. The idea of Itachi Uchiha being reinforcements was incredibly strange, but Hinata didn't dare to interrupt her father, who continued in a clear, calm voice. You started the fight so exhausted you weren't even able to activate your Byakugan, along with a broken ankle, and did not stop until you were physically pinned to the ground by a larger, heavier opponent, despite accruing a severely dislocated wrist, several broken fingers, quite a few broken ribs, and a burst kidney in the process. Hayashi shook his head, looking rueful. Even with these injuries, you managed to disable 2 of his limbs in the heat of combat, and remove his peripheral vision with a glancing strike that, had it connected fully, would have rendered him brain dead. All without using your eyes. Hinata's father smiled, something that she had rarely seen before. Hinata, my daughter, it is impossible to call what you did a failure. But... The Hyuga heir was speechless. Her eyes were blank, but the beginning of something that looked very much like hope was beginning to creep into them. In fact, if this mission of yours revealed any failings, it was my own. The clan leader sighed. I now know that you are, without a doubt, the heir I have been hoping for. The last few years have certainly changed you for the better, Hinata. I am glad. Hinata couldn't begin to think of what to say. So instead, shocked, she just said, Thank you, father. She paused for a moment, stock still. But why are you glad? Hayashi supplied. Hinata nodded mutely. Her father looked away from her, and sighed. For the longest time. I worried about you, he said. I know you are a gentle soul, Hinata. The life of a shinobi was not necessarily meant for you. You could have done well in other walks of life. Hinata's eyes dimmed. Her father had just said he was proud of her. But now, she wasn't meant to be a ninja? Hayashi continued talking, unaware of his daughter's thoughts. He was staring off into the distance, lost in his own world. You are just like your mother in that respect. And, at first, it seemed like while you had been given her beauty and kindness, you had not been given her will. He turned to Hinata suddenly, startling her. That was why I married her, you know. Oh, the elders thought they were so clever placing us together like that, but we both knew better. She was the only one who could stand me. And I wouldn't have settled for someone subservient. I spent my whole life surrounded by servants and masters. His eyes grew intense, and he stared at his daughter. Do you understand, Hinata? I wanted an equal. Hinata just looked back at her father, desperately hoping he wouldn't think less of her for the confusion on her face. However, Hayashi did notice. He blinked, and his eyes began to thaw. He shook his head. I'm sorry, Hinata. That's ancient history. The point is, I am glad, because now I know that your mother is not as gone as I thought. Her. He paused, and chuckled for a moment. Hinata blinked, looking just like Hayashi for a brief second. Her father never chuckled. Her stubbornness lives on in you. Thank you, father. Hinata whispered. She didn't know what else to say. Her whole life, she had wanted to live up to her mother's love and her father's strength. But it had always seemed like she'd been given her mother's less shinobi aspects, and Hanabi her father's more militant ones. It had seemed to be her fate to always be a lesser ninja than her sister. Hanabi was faster. Hanabi was colder. Hanabi was smarter. But maybe, Hinata realized, that didn't matter. She didn't have to be the better ninja. Not all the time. She didn't have to walk through life with her heart covered in ice, her eyes always scanning for threats. Hinata stared back at her lap, where her hands were. Slowly, she unclenched them. She didn't have to be strong. Not all the time. Not like Hanabi was. She just had to be strong, be hard, when she needed to be. And, looking back, with her father's words coding her memories, Hinata saw something incredible. She had fought Pain. Fought the man who had brought down Itachi Uchiha with a single jutsu, who had crippled Naruto. She had fought him until she couldn't fight anymore, and then she'd tried to keep fighting anyway. She'd fought, not because she wanted to be a great ninja, but because she wanted to protect Naruto. Such a simple idea. Such a powerful idea. That was what being a ninja was about. Protecting those that couldn't protect themselves. Protecting those precious to you. Hinata thought she had understood. And she had, on the surface. Naruto had been simple. He didn't back down, even when the world threatened to crush him day and night. And he did that with the will he gained from protecting his friends. But now, with her new perspective, she began to understand what lurked beneath Naruto's philosophy. As Hinata stared at her hidden hands, eyes wide, Hayashi rose from his seat, shifting slightly. Then, he cocked his head to the side. Hinata looked up at him, a questioning look in her eyes. Without a word, her father activated his Byakugan, the veins spiraling out. For a moment, he stood still, before his eyes returned to their normal state. "You have a visitor," he stated simply. "A visitor?" Hinata asked timidly. Who would want to visit her? Kiba and Shino were still recovering, and her father was already here. In response, Hayashi strode over to the closed door to the room. He stood by it a moment. 2 seconds passed. 3. Hinata wondered why he was waiting. Hayashi reached down and opened the door. Naruto Uzumaki froze on the other side as his hand knocked against nothing but air. Whatever he had expected to find on the other side, it certainly hadn't been the severe face of Hayashi Hyuga. Hinata had to stifle a giggle as she watched the blonde's face morph from careful cheerfulness to barely reserved shock. But inside, she was just as shocked as him. Naruto had come to visit her? Why? Hey, Hyuga-san. Sama, Naruto stuttered, barely catching himself on his honorific. Is Hinata here? I kinda need to talk to her. He tried to peek over the imposing man's shoulder, but Hayashi made as good a door as the one he'd opened. Hyuga-san is perfectly fine, Uzumaki, the man said. Let's not stand on ceremony. I get more than enough of that in my own home. As he spoke, he moved forward. Naruto had to backpedal to avoid being run over. Hayashi's stride was relentless, and soon enough Naruto's back was to the far wall. The elder Hyuga came to a stop a little more than a foot from him. Naruto unconsciously pressed himself farther back against the wall. Hayashi's face was nothing but placid, but there was something intimidating about his blank, pupil-less eyes that Naruto had never seen in Hinata's. He had seen it once before, though. In Niji's, right before the genius had beaten him to a pulp and closed all of his tenketsu. The memory made him wince. Hayashi watched the reaction carefully, and Naruto stiffened under his hard eyes. After what my daughter went through for you, well, I hope you and she do have a nice talk, yes? Hayashi asked, every word sounding far more sinister than their simple nature should have allowed. Naruto simply nodded frantically. He had no idea what was going on, but the sooner it was over, the better. Good. I'll leave you to it, then. And with that, Hayashi turned and walked away, down the corridor. Naruto watched him go, his eyes wide. He turned to look into Hinata's room, where the heiress sat watching him. She blinked, and looked away. Naruto peeled himself off the wall, and carefully made his way into Hinata's room. He half expected Niji to leap from behind the door or curtains and give him a similar treatment. He reached Hinata's bedside, and sat down in the chair her father had left behind. As he did, he let out a relieved breath. He looked around furtively, and then leaned towards Hinata, whispering conspiratorially, his eyes darting around as if he was expecting to be ambushed at any moment. I thought you said that your father didn't hate me? He asked. Hinata squeaked. Hate you? She asked. She was still looking down at her blanket, her mind whirling. Why was Naruto here? Well, yeah. I mean, when you were talking to Pain, you said that he didn't care about the fox. But I mean, what was that then? Naruto didn't sound hurt, or confused. Was he joking? Or had her father actually offended him? Hinata broke out into a cold sweat, Well, I mean, of course he doesn't hate you, Naruto. He's just, well. Hinata's mind stalled as she scrambled for an explanation for her father's behavior that she, in fact, did not fully understand herself. Naruto watched her stutter for a moment, and then paled. He palmed his face. Oh, God. I'm an idiot. Hinata looked up. Naruto. The blonde was barely paying attention. He looked terrified. Hinata, I'm so sorry that you got hurt so bad. When you were fighting pain, all I could do was lie there. I was so useless. Please accept my apology. And tell your dad I'm sorry too. I didn't want you to get hurt, I tried to help, really. But dash. The rest of Naruto's rushed apology faded from Hinata's hearing as she stared at him, astonished. He was sorry she had been hurt? While he'd been on the ground, exhausted and completely covered in burns. She couldn't help it. She smiled. Naruto noticed her smile, and trailed off. What? Hinata blushed, but answered anyway. It's just. Naruto, you shouldn't be the one apologizing to me. I should be dash. Don't even say it. Naruto interrupted her. What? Hinata didn't say anything, but her face was worth 1,000 words. Naruto's face, on the other hand, was more along the lines of 3 or 4 as he rushed to fill the void his interruption had left. Most of those words were a different take on sorry. It's just. Hinata, if it weren't for you, pain would have taken me right there. You stopped him by yourself. I barely managed to take down one of them, and I wasn't even hurt like you were, Naruto said. But, I didn't. Itaka dash. He would have arrived way too late if it weren't for you. I'd have been gone by then. Hinata, you saved me. Well. Hinata's attempted word in edgewise hardly made it out of her mouth before the enthusiastic blonde bulldozed it. And that wasn't even the first time. I would have given myself up to that creep if it hadn't been for you. I was totally ready to go back on my Nindo. And you stopped me. Naruto had been getting steadily louder as he went on, and by now he was nearly shouting. Hinata's fingers slipped out from below her blanket, and she began to press them together in an age-old nervous reflex. Someone else would have done it, she muttered, flushing. Naruto's attention, and volume, had only made her quieter. The blonde stared at her for a second, taking in the way she was laying in her bed, curled in on herself, avoiding eye contact. He shrugged. Maybe. But they didn't. You did. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Hinata became red as a brick and twice as silent. After a moment, Naruto looked away from her, his hand slowly gravitating towards the back of his head. When it was about halfway there, he froze, and looked back at it. Slowly, he lowered it back towards his lap. Hinata saw the motion in the corner of her eye, and smiled. She'd seen him do that more times than she could count. But she still didn't say anything. The silence dragged on for another couple seconds. Naruto opened his mouth, before closing it again. He nervously scratched his leg. Hinata did her best to keep her fingers still. She became aware of how loud the clock above the door was. Naruto sighed. Loudly. I'm no good at this, he muttered. Hinata looked up at him, her fingers finally ceasing their twiddling. He turned to her, grimacing. He said. Well. Naruto? Hinata asked, puzzled. It's just, I mean. Naruto stammered out, before taking a deep breath. Hinata, well, you said, back when pain was, you said. Hinata sucked in a breath. Her eyes dropped once again, and her hands clenched together, her knuckles whitening. Naruto barely noticed her reaction. Hinata, you said that you loved me. I mean, did you mean, do you actually? Naruto was still stuttering, but as he went on, his face slowly firmed, and his speech became surer. Hinata remained silent, staring at her bed. She could barely string her thoughts together. The Hyuga heiress had always been content to watch Naruto from a distance, and draw strength from him. It was easy as being under the sun, easy as breathing air. Naruto, by his very nature, was incredibly inspirational. Hinata had been the first to notice it, but not the last. Something like him, something that burned like it did all the time, that was significant. Sometimes, for simply continuing, she couldn't lie to herself. Hinata had been afraid to actually reach out and touch it. To bring herself closer to Naruto. It wasn't a fear of rejection. Rejection had never even entered Hinata's mind, since she'd never believed for a moment that she actually deserved someone like Naruto. It was a formless fear of recognition. A terror that if she actually walked into Naruto's light, rather than just watched it, she wouldn't like how she looked in it. But now, Hinata realized, things were different. She had finally begun to truly understand what drove Naruto, and not just emulate it. She'd thought that the endless will, the stubbornness, her father had called it, that drove him to never give up had been the source of his strength, the source of his light. But she'd been wrong. Pain had taught her that. Naruto's strength didn't come to him because he was stubborn. He hadn't grown as strong as he was now because he refused to back down. He'd refused to back down because he'd grown strong. And he'd gotten that strength by defending his friends. Hinata had felt it. When she'd fought pain. She'd seen Naruto on the ground, bleeding, burned, and broken on the ground. It hadn't mattered that she couldn't move her ankle, or that her lungs were burning, or that her Byakugan had sputtered off moments before she'd stumbled into pain's sight. All that had mattered was that Naruto was hurt, Naruto was on the ground, and pain was standing over him. Hinata, despite her exhaustion, had felt in that moment she could have taken on armies. Protecting Naruto, her friend, had become the only thing she registered. She hadn't even realized how badly pain had wounded her with a single kick until she'd been knocked to the ground as well. And after something like that, Hinata knew with quiet certainty that she could stand in the light now and not be ashamed. So instead of continuing to stare at the bed, silent and afraid, as she would have done not a week earlier, she raised her eyes to Naruto's wide ones, and smiled gently. Yes. Her voice was truth, crystal, and clear. I do. Naruto just stared back at her, struck just as dumb as he had been just before Itachi had arrived. He looked terrified. Why? He whispered. This wasn't the Hinata he knew. The Hinata he knew stuttered, and went red, and would never love him. But this Hinata, the one in front of him, was merely pink. Her words were quiet and forceful, and apparently, she did. Hinata closed her eyes, and relaxed her hands again. She was firmly convinced that what she said next would be one of the most important things she said in her life. At first, it was just because you were you, Naruto, she said, as Naruto watched, entranced. You were so bright. And I. Her smile faded. I wasn't. I was quiet, and weak. I was barely a ninja. But you, even though you couldn't control your chakra, even though no one liked you, even though you lived alone, you still fought back. You still kept being you. Every day. Naruto's face darkened minutely as he remembered his days in the academy. The days when he had been alone. Hinata, with her eyes closed, didn't notice. I didn't understand how you did it. You were amazing. I wanted to be closer to you. I wanted to find out how you were so bright. Hinata opened her eyes and glanced at Naruto. She looked scared. The Hyuga hesitated. But I was afraid. Naruto looked at her, his blue eyes wide. He looked even more terrified than Hinata. Of the fox. Hinata shook her head. No. Not the Kyuubi. I was afraid of what would happen if I did catch up to you. I didn't know if I was strong enough to stay beside you. How could you think that? Naruto asked. Hinata looked away from him. Her bout of courage was beginning to fade. How could you think you weren't strong enough? For as long as I've known you I haven't been as strong as you think, Naruto, Hinata said, her mouth falling, along with her eyes. I've always gotten my strength around you. From you. Naruto shut up. On any other day, the suddenness of the movement would have made Hinata let out a muffled laugh, hidden by her sleeves. Not today. But now, it's different, Hinata said, looking back at the blonde. Different. I've finally begun to understand you, Naruto. I watched you for a long time, and I thought I knew you because of that. But I was wrong. I didn't know what drove you at all. Hinata stammered slightly as she realized the import of her words. She wouldn't be able to take these back. But now, I do. When I fought Pain, when you were hurt, I finally understood your Nindo, Naruto. I thought it was just about never backing down in the face of a challenge. But it's not just about that, is it? Naruto shook his head, astonished. No, he said. I mean, yeah, it's that too. But you don't back down from protecting those you love. Hinata finished for him, and he nodded, swallowing heavily. That's how I know I love you, Naruto. I didn't hesitate to fight Pain, even though I was injured. Even when the only option to give you another minute, another second, was to die. I was willing to take it. I finally understood. Hinata. Naruto said, choking slightly on the words. I don't want you to die for me. I don't want anyone to die for me. Hinata smiled. I know, Naruto. But you can't be that selfish all that time. You can't take your friends' burdens like that for the rest of your life. It will kill you. Sometimes, you have to let those who love you do the protecting. Hinata's words struck Naruto dumb, and for a moment he just stared at her. She stared back. The moment dragged on. Naruto finally looked away, staring back down at the ground. Hinata. He said. I mean, I don't really know what to do. I don't think anyone's ever loved me before. Hinata's heart broke just the tiniest bit as Naruto said that. She tried not to let it show on her face. It's okay, Naruto. Naruto nodded, looking conflicted. Listen, can we, talk about this later, maybe? I mean, I wanna figure this out, you know? But right now, I kinda have to go and talk to Ero Sennin about something. I promised Dash. Hinata smiled again, and given an entire day Naruto couldn't have expressed how relieved that smile made him. Of course, Naruto. I understand. Go talk to your master. She turned away from him, looking out the window and down at Konoha. I'm not going anywhere for a while. Naruto gave an uncertain smile, before quickly nodding. Then, he hesitated. After a moment of indecision, hilariously plain on his face, he bent forward and took Hinata's hand, resting on her lap, in his own. He gave it a light squeeze, and then dropped it and practically fled the room. Hinata remained staring out the window. Her hand was warm where Naruto had touched it. She rubbed the warm spot slowly with her fingers and she watched a family of 4 navigate a marketplace a block away. Hinata smiled. This little shithole is where we've been heading. It's hardly little, Suigetsu. The Hojiki snorted, adjusting the enormous blade on his shoulder. He stared down at the town spread out below him, taking in the defensive walls and squat, colorful buildings. He couldn't help but notice there was a section of the town, near the most western walls, where all the buildings were taller, and more colorful. New construction, and a lot of it, something big had once been there. Though Suigetsu didn't really care what it had been, or why it was gone. It's no hidden village, that's for sure, he said dismissively. He idly focused on the walls, taking in their simple concrete construction and middling height. Pathetic. Maybe they could keep out some retarded bandits, but shinobi? Not a chance in hell. I'm pretty sure most places aren't hidden villages, his companion sighed. Karen, to put it bluntly, looked terrible. There were large dark circles under her eyes, made to look only darker by the extreme red color above them. Her hair was filthy, filled with bark and dead bugs, and her limbs shook. She and Suigetsu had been moving at a rapid pace, even for shinobi, for the last 3 days, pulled by a compulsion in Karen's mind. Go south, it had said. Then, after they had done so for 2 days, it had become go west. As they had, it had gotten quieter and quieter. Now, to Karen's relief, the voiceless voice had stopped entirely. As she stood upon a branch of the tallest tree within hundreds of meters with Suigetsu and looked down at the not small town before them, she knew why. Itachi Uchiha was waiting for them down there. Sasuke's brother was somewhere in that town. Karen wasn't sure that she was ready to meet him. She wasn't even sure why he'd made her come here. Though the theory that she'd come up with as she and Suigetsu had stumbled away from the wasteland left by the Akatsuki's leader still held true, so far as she knew. Itaki had taken Suzuki's eyes, and then he'd come here. He obviously wanted someplace out of the way, where he could rest safely after his battle with pain. Tanzakugai, former tourist attraction, and still a highly successful gambling resort, was the perfect place. It saw many visitors, all of them as eccentric as the last. And its citizens had learned over the years to not ask questions. They wouldn't think twice of a quiet man in a cloak if he elected to stay there. His partner, on the other hand, Karen wasn't so sure about. She stretched out her senses, searching for a cold, familiar chakra. Like Suzuki's, if Suzuki's chakra had been left outside in the rain for a week. The town below was excited, warm, fluid. There were thousands of weak signals, barely registering in Karen's senses, like fireflies amongst tall grass. Those were civilians, traders, the people of the elemental nations that were not shinobi. There were many of them, and they distracted her, buzzing about, clouding the town in lukewarm chakra. Except for one spot. Near the center of the town, there was a chunk of ice in a sunny field. It was a familiar coldness, and despite its frigidness, Karen felt herself smile. Suigetsu turned to her, his teeth bared in something that definitely wasn't a smile. "Found him?" he asked, eager. He wasn't talking about Itaki. "No," Karen said. "But Itaki is definitely down there. If his partner is around, he must be much better at hiding his chakra than he let on. I can't feel him at all." Suigetsu groaned. "Damn. Guess I won't be getting same Hada today." He shrugged. For some reason, it looked forced. "Ah, well. Least I can get a chance at bisecting that Uchiha bastard." Karen shot Suigetsu a severe look, and his toothy grin faded slightly. "Remember the plan, Suigetsu," she said, idly fingering the rough slip of paper in her back pouch. "We can't take him head on. And we need his eyes undamaged. I still can't believe you're on about that. Do you really think Suzuki would use his brother's eyes? Why not just get his back?" Suigetsu said, scratching his stomach with his free hand. Karen's heart jumped slightly at the mention of Suzuki, but she didn't allow it to show on her face. "Maybe he'll appreciate the irony," she responded, doing her best to sound haughty. "Unlike you." Suigetsu laughed. "Oh, you got me, Karen," he chuckled. He drove his fist up to the wrist into his chest, wriggling it around. "Right in the heart." Karen just sighed, too exhausted to keep up the routine. "Let's just go. We'll find some place to stay, and we'll get him in the morning." "Why not just do it now?" Suigetsu asked. "We're here, aren't we? Let's just nail the bastard." Karen slowly turned to him, her gaze flat. "Suigetsu," she said, and the Hojiki flinched back instinctively. Karen continued to stare at him, her voice just as flat as her eyes. "We have been running, for 3 days. And I spent 2 of them making this." She patted her back pouch meaningfully, and Suigetsu rolled his eyes. She hadn't stopped bitching about that for. His train of thought immediately disappeared as Karen's eyes sharpened, and he got the feeling she'd just read his mind. Who knows, he thought. Maybe sensing isn't all she can do. Karen, blissfully unaware of Suigetsu's growing paranoia, continued. "I am tired. I am dirty. I have not brushed my teeth or washed my hair. There is dirt, and leaves." She paused, and shuddered. "Everywhere." Suigetsu began to back away as the redhead's voice grew louder. "So, we are going to get a room. We are going to rest for a day. And I am going to take a goddamn shower." Karen's voice drove Suigetsu backwards, and he slipped, falling from the branch they were perched on, plummeting to the base of the tree. He struck the ground, and exploded into a sizable puddle. The executioner's blade he'd been lugging around ever since he and Karen had met struck the ground and sunk a foot into the suddenly damp earth. Karen looked down at the mess she had unintentionally created, and she couldn't stop a small giggle from slipping out. A giggle that faded away as Suigetsu's voice, burbling and unclear, made its way up to her. Don't be such a bitch, Karen. She stiffened, and looked down. What? The Hojiki was looking up at her, his blade still in the ground next to him. He had a distinctly unamused expression on his face. Karen was shocked. They had been arguing regularly ever since they'd met, but it had been normal. Routine. Like it was expected of them, almost. Suijitsu had never gone so cold so quickly. If she were honest with herself, it frightened her. She was suddenly aware that if the boy that up until now she had regarded as merely irritating ever decided to leave her, there was nothing she could do to stop him. And if he wanted to hurt her before he did, she wouldn't be able to do anything about that either. Suijitsu noticed the way her face pulled itself flat in worry for a moment, but if he cared, he didn't show it. He began walking up the tree towards her, relentlessly drawing closer. Karen only grew more anxious. I get that you're worried about your delicate lady sensibilities and shit, Karen, he said, his face as cold as ever. Karen's began to warm up. Trust me, I do. I'm not feeling so hot myself right now. Honestly, I'd kill for a bath. And Karen noticed that Suijitsu was telling the truth. She hadn't noticed in their rush, but Suijitsu looked almost as bad as her. His face was, faded was the only word that truly fit, ill-defined, and slushy in places. His extremities, his hands and feet, had become simpler and simpler. The hand that held the cubic ibako was not really a hand at all, just a mass of flesh-colored water, wrapped around the blade, without fingers, or a wrist. He was exhausted, and Karen had only realized it now. She felt a rush of guilt. She opened her mouth, whether to apologize or harangue him more, even she didn't know. Suijitsu cut her off before she could do either. But that doesn't fucking matter. You know why. He had finally reached her, and he bent in close. Karen instinctively backed up. Her hands were trembling, and her eyes were wide. Because somewhere down in that little shit stain of a town is Sasuke's brother, and we are going to fucking wreck him. And you know what? You're right. We are taking his eyes. Suijitsu's teeth were bared, and he looked almost crazed. Karen choked. Where had this come from? Suijitsu saw her confusion and not inconsiderable fear, and backed off slightly, though he became no less intense. You don't get it, do you? He said, quieter. Karen wordlessly shook her head. Why the fuck are you here, then? He asked. Karen, staring at Suijitsu, trying to figure out what had driven him into this state so quickly. Sasuke, she whispered. It had always been for Sasuke. Sasuke's not fucking here, Karen, Suijitsu said, furiously whispering. Sasuke's back in the village hidden in the fucking leaves. Sasuke's waiting there, fucking blind, cause his scary as fuck asshole of a brother fucking stole his eyes. Karen blinked at Suijitsu's sudden bout of language, too shocked to reprimand him. So, why the hell are you here? He asked again. In a moment of clarity, Karen saw. Team Hebai had been brought together by Sasuke. He'd saved all of them, Karen from the Forest of Death, Suijitsu from Orochimaru, and Jugo from himself. And now, she was saying that, rather than immediately tracking down the man who had taken Sasuke's eyes, she would take a nap when he was less than a mile away. No wonder Suijitsu seemed so enraged. To get Sasuke his brother's eyes. Karen spoke without an ounce of uncertainty, she finally got what was happening. Suijitsu grinned, looking more like a moray eel than a person. Fucking exactly. We're not here to pussyfoot around. We're not going to fucking spend the night in some goddamn casino. We are walking in, and we are taking Ataka's eyes. And then, he stepped backwards off the branch, plunging towards the base of the tree. He hit the ground smoothly, and strode off towards the town, eating the ground with his rolling strides. Karen watched him go. She hardly knew what to think of this new, proactive Suijitsu. But, as he watched him move towards Tanzakugai, completely intent upon helping Sasuke and leaving her in the dust if need be, she couldn't help but think that she much preferred him to the old one. Karen smiled, and leapt off the tree after Suijitsu. Itachi Uchiha was waiting for them, Itachi Uchiha, and his eyes. And suddenly Karen, despite herself, couldn't wait to take them. Not Sick Chapter 8. Urban Warfare. The streets of Tanzikugai were really quite a remarkable place. On the surface, of course, they were no more impressive than the thousands of streets like them that one could find all across the world. The more open areas of the town, the main thoroughfares, were cobbled, a soothing tan monotony of bricks and compressed gravel. The back alleys, the purely pedestrian areas, and the hidden corners of the small town were much less pleasing to the eye. They were paved in blank, ugly concrete, long stretches of bland, unmarked street. Ironically, it was these streets, despite their out-of-the-way nature, that were the most traveled. This was, of course, because the majority of the cheaper gambling halls, brothels, and other such entertaining places were placed out of the way, out of sight. The flood of casual tourists that regularly swept into Tanzikugai would have to look to find them if they didn't want to place their money into the hands of the larger casinos. However, even the least savvy traveler eventually tired of Tanziku's rather expensive gambling halls, and sought out the less ritzy places. This search carried them into the back alleys, and thus, despite their unappealing aesthetic, the hardly paved streets of Tanzikugai were marked by uncountable footsteps, the only memento of many desperate, lecherous, despairing, or foolish people. Karen could feel every single one of them. Most ninja could suppress their chakra presence if the situation called for it. Whether it was to keep from projecting fear, or bloodlust, or normal lust, or 1,000 other things that could give a shinobi away, it was a simple task. Genin learned it in the academy, nearly unconsciously, as their increasing affinity for chakra made them all the more aware that if they listened when their friends weren't regulating themselves, they could feel things. No child wants their friends, their family, to have a vague idea of their mood all the time. And so, by the time they graduated, it was the rare shinobi that didn't bother to put the minimum effort into concealing their chakra as they went through their life. Shinobi like Naruto Uzumaki, for example. To Karen, it had never been enough anyway. She'd always been all too aware whenever people were around her, whether they were projecting or not. But civilians never even tried. Or more accurately, just didn't know how. It was the rare non-shinobi who was sensitive enough to sense others' moods just from their chakra, and so for the most part, those without training tended to splatter their emotions all over themselves and others. And in this case, the street. From a distance, Tanzikugai had felt like a field of fluttering fireflies, dim due to the distance and their own flickering nature. But up close, it was no longer a field. Now, it seemed more like a pool covered in tenuous, clinging moss that told a vivid story. Here had been someone so consumed with anger that looking at the tiny patch of concrete still made a part of Karen's stomach drop in anticipation. There was a slimy patch of lust and impotence, it made her lip curl in disgust. Behind the redhead, stuck at the head of a hasty patch job that gave a ragged stretch of the middle of the street a paler shade of gray, there was a strange marking of something like fear, but that carried a touch of hope. Chakra, even hypersensitive as Karen was, could only carry so much. The redhead likely wouldn't have noticed any of this leftover emotion if she hadn't been stretching her senses to their fullest. Itaki Uchiha was close. His chakra was almost overwhelming, in a strange, precise way. It wasn't massive, or bizarre, and turgid, like Pain's had been. It was almost worse, a spike, a shard, of ice that sped down the street and drove itself into Karen's chest, making her heart stutter. As she'd drawn closer to it, the sensation had only become worse. Karen missed a step as she walked down the street, stumbling forward as the near physical weight of the chilling strike staggered her. Someone caught her arm. The redhead looked to her left, giving a shaky smile to Suijitsu as he held her arm. His hand felt strange, malformed, and cool to the touch. He gave her a toothy grin back, but he looked just as uncertain. He had never seen her react to any chakra like this. Since his outburst outside the town, he and Karen had traveled in silence. The Uzumaki didn't know how to look at the Hojiki anymore. For the entire length of their time spent together, he'd acted capricious, vindictive. There had been no indication he cared any more about Suzuki than he did about the birds that followed Jugo around. Now, given how he'd reacted to her attempt to put off retrieving workable eyes for Suzuki, she was sure that had been a facade. She made her way back to her feet, shaky but standing once more. Itaka was close, and so were his eyes. Karen turned a corner, the wall inscribed with crude, colorful graffiti, and she realized that the signature had been far closer than she'd thought. It was practically right in front of her. The road they'd been following had branched back onto one of the main streets, the pleasant cobblestoned paths. People of all walks of life, well-dressed, barely dressed, old, young, and everything in between, strolled along the thoroughfare. Several turned to look at the bedraggled young girl emerging from the extra-large alley, and then turned away when they saw the lanky boy hefting an enormous sword standing next to her. Anyone with a weapon like that was none of their business. A younger couple lugging a small child, babbling and excited, tugging along a bright green plush frog, sped up slightly. Others followed their lead. A tall man with pale skin and spiky black hair stopped talking to a rather portly merchant on the other side of the stall. He leaned back and casually put his back to a wall, beady eyes analyzing the redhead. Karen didn't care about them, and she knew that Suijitsu definitely didn't. Her attention was focused on the rather plain, if pleasant-looking building about a block away from her alley entrance. It had a simple wooden entrance with a sliding shoji door, lending it a certain ambience of simplicity and homeliness. The rest of the entrance was defined by varnished wood and impressively ornate kanji, and in general the whole establishment calmly emanated class. Itake's chakra was definitely emanating from there. But what? Suijitsu asked, seeing her pause. It was the first word he'd spoken to her since they'd entered the town. Karen spoke back, hesitant. It's just. I didn't think he'd be in a place like that, is all. Huh. Suijitsu looked where she was. He snorted. Well, I'm sure everyone enjoys some now and again. Sure, but. Ah, come off it, Karen. Suzuki went to plenty while we were with him, right? Suijitsu walked into the street, and for once Karen was the one following him. I guess, she said, trailing after him. Inwardly, she realized that she shouldn't let her suppositions surprise her so much when the reality turned out to be different. But she never would have guessed that Itake Uchiha would have been lurking in a tea shop. It was too domestic. She couldn't picture one of the last of the Uchiha resting on a tatami mat or in a wooden booth, idly sipping at his tea, delicately holding a plain porcelain cup. It was just strange to imagine someone so lethal doing something so normal. But, she supposed, Itake couldn't spend all his time brutalizing his brother and fighting off leaders of S-ranked missing nin. And maybe he spent that off time drinking tea. As she and Suijitsu drew closer to the shop, she drew herself closer to Suijitsu. You know the plan. She didn't whisper, but her voice was certainly hushed. Irrationally, she was afraid that Itake, who she now knew was less than 30 feet away, would somehow hear their conversation. Suijitsu didn't share the same fear. Yeah. Hand me the tags, will you? He gestured impatiently, and Karen reached into her back pouch, slowly drawing out 3 slips of rough paper. 2, she handed to Suijitsu. 1, she held onto. Fuinjutsu was not Karen's greatest strength. That was, of course, her sensory skills in medical jutsu. But in the modern age of shinobi, being a proper doctor was just as much about seals as it was about chakra control and mending wounds. Seals to look inside bodies. Seals to stem bleeding when making precise cuts. Seals for more mundane but nevertheless important purposes, such as regulating heartbeats or keeping a patient unconscious, and, more rarely, seals for making sure that someone didn't move while they were being operated on. Paralysis seals. One of which Karen was handing to Suijitsu. Karen wasn't great at the art of sealing. She knew enough to get by, more than the average medic nin did, certainly. Her time with Orochimaru had taught her that at least. But spending 2 days, moving at high speed, while doing her best to craft one of the strongest disabling seals she had ever pushed herself to make, it certainly hadn't been easy. She definitely wouldn't have been able to manage it moving at Suzuki's pace. Even now, Karen felt herself somewhat irrationally hating the small slip of paper that had eaten up so much of her time and chakra. Though she also somewhat loved it, because it was that tiny slip of paper that would let her and Suijitsu retrieve Itake's eyes. The other piece Suijitsu now held was not as esoteric. It was merely a storage scroll, and the moment it was in Suijitsu's hand the pale boy's butcher cleaver of a sword vanished into it. He looked pained, before refocusing on Karen. Make sure to place it on his neck, she said, heading for the main entryway. Suijitsu followed close behind her. It'll work fastest from there. She reached the door, and bent down next to it, pulling out a canteen and placing it on the ground. She kneeled, and shot a look at Suijitsu, who looked irritated. I don't like the idea of just slapping it on him, he said. He began to melt down, his form compressing. The water that made up his body shaped itself into a tinier and tinier cube, his features slipping away as it did. And I really don't like you carrying me around like this. By the time he said this, he was little more than a hyper-compressed pillar of water, barely a foot tall and 2 or 3 inches wide. Karen unscrewed the extra-large water bottle, and Suijitsu obligingly toppled into it. The redhead struggled for a moment to close the bottle back up, before finally managing it as Suijitsu surged down to give her another centimeter of space. Both seals she had handed him bobbed within, inactive. One of the few people who had remained on the street after the remains of Hebai had made their appearance blinked, and looked down at the bottle of water he was holding. A horrible paranoia stole itself over him. He threw the water to the ground and ran in the other direction. Karen, ignoring the onlooker, hefted the bottle, over 100 pounds shoved into a total space of barely 2 square feet. Without chakra augmentation, she would have stumbled backwards with the weight. As it was, her arms trembled slightly, before she shoved the bottle in the crook of her elbow, trying to carry it naturally. Her robe hid most of it. It'll work, Karen murmured. Trust me. She heard the Hojiki mutter something from within the plastic, no doubt calling her sanity into question, but dismissed it. Then, she snapped her head to the side. There had been a flare of chakra, deeper in the town. For a moment, something slimy had drawn up and out, before snapping back into itself, disappearing completely. Now, there was a void. None of the civilian signatures around the flare disappeared, and Karen didn't hear any sounds of far-off destruction. As quickly as the chakra had appeared, it had vanished. She stretched herself to the fullest, trying to ignore the pulsing ache of cold from within the shop. But she still couldn't feel anything from where the flare had originated. Whatever it had been, it was gone now. Shaking her head, Karen turned back towards the shop. If it wasn't going to affect them or Itake, then it was none of her business. It was possible there were other ninja in the town, but if that were the case, it just made her current goal more urgent. And if they were able to hide themselves so completely, it would be best to just stay out of their way. Though, for a moment, that chakra had felt so familiar. Taking a deep breath, she placed her free hand on the door and gently pulled it aside. So, you ready to talk yet? Jiraiya didn't answer. He just kept staring out his window, taking in the sight of the hidden village outside. Naruto fidgeted. Ever since he'd gotten back from his rather short conversation with Hinata, he'd been waiting in anticipation for the Toad Sage to acknowledge him. It hadn't been long, only a minute or two. But for that whole minute Jiraiya hadn't turned towards his apprentice, and Naruto was beginning to get impatient. The sun inside. It wasn't a weary sound, it wasn't much more than a deep breath, and a loud exhalation. Nevertheless, it prefaced a conversation, and Naruto instinctively sat up a bit straighter. Jiraiya turned to him, his face looking tired but his eyes looking younger than Naruto had ever seen them. He wondered what the pervert and the Hokage had discussed while he'd been gone. He didn't see any sign of Tsunade anywhere, she had left before he'd gotten back. But his sensei seemed much happier. As if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It made Naruto feel lighter too. He'd never been gladder that Jiraiya had escaped pain. Seeing him like this, younger and smiling, was invigorating. So, you wish to know the incredible secrets of Sage Mode. The art that gave me, the great Toad Sage of Myoboko, his incredibly awesome, and not at all contrived, title. Jiraiya boomed, before trailing off with small, hollow cough. He rubbed the stump of his arm, but Naruto's smile didn't fade. It would take more than a missing arm to bring down his master. Yeah. Naruto said, letting his amusement show on his face. Jiraiya oomphed. I don't know. Such an unenthusiastic response, you might not be ready, Naruto. Being a sage is a huge responsibility, you know. You have to have your entrance choreographed down to the last second. Are you sure that you are willing to go to those lengths? Naruto rolled his eyes. Course, Ero Sennin. I'll put together the most amazing, fantastic, awesome, jaw-dropping entrance you've ever seen. Now, he leaned forward, tell me. Come on. Is it some sort of jutsu? Jiraiya chuckled, before his face straightened out again. His tone shifted over to serious, and Naruto began to give his full attention. It wasn't often that Jiraiya gave him a simple, flat-out lecture about something, but he always learned a lot when he did. I guess you could say that, Naruto. Though it's more of an alteration, he said. An alteration? Naruto asked. He was completely invested in the lesson. A jutsu, whether it be genjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu, is when a shinobi molds their existing chakra, or influences another's. It doesn't matter if they're doing it so that they can breathe fire, or punch through stone, or change their shape. They are manipulating their own chakra to do it. Even in the case of a genjutsu, when you add your own chakra to another's system to mess with them, you're still using your own chakra. Naruto nodded his head. He knew all this already. Jiraiya gathered his thoughts. So, a jutsu uses up your own chakra. But something like Sage Mode is completely different. Instead of using your chakra, you are altering it. Huh. Naruto wasn't lost, not yet, at least. But he definitely needed clarification. It's actually pretty simple when you think about it, Jiraiya said, frowning. How much do you know about natural energy? Naruto cocked his head to the side. It was all Jiraiya needed to know. I'd be surprised if you did know anything about it. It's not exactly common knowledge, he conceded. Simply put, natural energy is the energy created by everything on this world, Jiraiya said. It doesn't matter if it uses chakra or not. Every plant, animal, person, even inanimate objects such as mountains and dirt can generate natural energy. It's the presence of life that causes it to be created. Jiraiya hesitated, before shrugging. Of course, it's a bit more complicated than that, but that's all you really need to know if you want to harness it. Harness it? Naruto asked. He was bent forward again, eager. He could tell this would be where it would become interesting. Sage Mode is achieved when you take in natural energy and use it to augment your own chakra, mix it into your system. It makes you much stronger and faster. Your skin can become as hard as steel, and if you're as good as I am, you'll start to sense energy around you. Not just natural energy, too. It makes you a fantastic sensor. That's awesome. Naruto was, as always, enthusiastic. How do I learn it? I learned it from the toads of Mount Myoboko. Huh. The ones you have a contract with, Naruto. Jiraiya deadpanned. I knew that, Naruto said, blushing. Amongst other things, Jiraiya was also a master of sarcasm, and at times like this, it shone through. So, I just gotta go to the toads and ask them to train me? Naruto asked. It's dangerous training, Jiraiya warned. Naruto frowned for a moment, before his master continued. I don't doubt you're ready for it. It will hardly be the first dangerous thing you've done. But I'm gonna warn you now, you'll need a lot of patience and discipline if you want to master it. Will it make me stronger? Naruto asked seriously. Jiraiya blinked at him, a wordless question. Naruto stared back. The Sannin was slightly confused. His student wasn't usually so solemn. Naruto saw his teacher's confusion, and tried to explain. I mean. He scratched the back of his head before he found his voice again. Listen, pervy sage. When pain came after me. He shook his head. I wasn't good enough. I managed to take out one of his bodies, and I only did that because I let it stab me. I can't exactly just go around getting stabbed over and over next time we meet. He silently chuckled at his own rather morbid joke. Jiraiya noticed the next time, but didn't say anything. After all, it was a foregone conclusion. Nagato was hunting the Jinchuriki, and Naruto was one of them. It was almost certain they would meet again, and it wasn't likely that that meeting wouldn't be a fight. So I need to get stronger. And quick. We were really lucky this time, and no one got too badly hurt, but Hinata and Sakura and Kiba. I mean, I'm basically the only one who met Pain and isn't still in the hospital. So next time, I need to be ready. If Sage Mode is going to help me beat him, I don't care how hard it's going to be. I'll do anything it takes to protect my friends. Naruto grew more and more impassioned as he went on, and Jiraiya sat back, impressed. Well, it'll definitely make you stronger, Naruto, if that's what you're looking for. Jiraiya shifted. But don't go crazy, okay? It took me a while to get Sage Mode down, and from what you've told me, you dealt Pain a pretty significant blow, you and your friends. He's not going to be ready to pull anything for a while yet. Jiraiya looked thoughtful for a moment. Don't use your clone trick. What? Why? Naruto asked. Shadow clone training was an incredibly helpful, if tiring, tool. He couldn't understand why his master was telling him to avoid it. Taking in natural energy is dangerous. Too much, and some pretty nasty things can happen. Until you have the process mastered, I wouldn't rely on your clones. They might speed you up, but the risk wouldn't be worth it, Jiraiya explained. Like I said, you have time. And you're not afraid of a little hard work, right? Naruto wordlessly shook his head. So just be a little patient on this one. Trust me. It'll be worth it. Naruto sighed. I know. They sat in silence for a moment, before Naruto spoke up again. He did so slowly, he was almost positive he was going to regret what he was about to say. So. He wasn't stammering, but it was damn close. Jiraiya perked up, ears trained by years of perversity detected something in Naruto's tone, and he reacted accordingly. There's this girl. Naruto didn't get to finish. I knew it. Jiraiya crowed triumphantly, uncaring of the pain in his stump. What? What? How could you know? Naruto demanded, flushing red. When you were in here earlier. I know that look anywhere. You were thinking about her. Jiraiya said triumphantly. No way, Ero Sennin. You're bluffing. Naruto said, standing up. No way, kid. You don't call me that for no reason, you know. He tapped the tip of his nose discreetly. I've been around a long time, I've picked up a thing or two. So, he leaned back, grinning widely. Who is it? That pink one? Sakura? You been chasing her a while dash. I wasn't chasing her, Naruto said, embarrassed. His teacher snorted. Yeah, right. You were pining after her. Love-struck. Besotted. Smitten. I could go on, but you get the point. Jiraiya was still grinning. So, it's her. No. Naruto spoke quietly, he was suddenly all too aware of how annoying it must have been to be Sakura while he was chasing her. No wonder she'd hit him. He probably would have too. Oh. Jiraiya said, not actually surprised. If that had been the case, Naruto would have been strutting more, and not self-conscious and unsure. The Hyuga, then. Huh. To call Naruto's reaction over the top would have been an understatement. His eyebrows looked like they were desperately trying to escape to the back of his head, and his mouth was so wide he probably could have eaten an apple whole. Jiraiya chuckled. Come on Naruto. Don't take me for a fool. Both times you've been in here that Hinata girl has been the first person you talked about. So, spill. What happened? No way you went after her. You're way too brainless for that. Naruto's face made it quite clear he resented what his teacher's assertion, but after a moment, he was forced to come to the same conclusion. Fighting? Sure, he could do that. Noticing a crush? He had a better chance of making friends with the Kyuubi. Well. He rubbed the back of his head again, trying to figure out the best way to say it. Spit it out. Jiraiya demanded. For him, this was extremely serious business. He'd nearly lost hope for his student in the years they'd traveled together. The number of broken hearts he'd left behind, hearts that he hadn't even known had existed. She said that she loved me, Naruto muttered. Jiraiya stopped his antics for a second. Really? She meant it, too. I went to talk to her while you and Baa-chan were doing whatever you were doing. She's serious. Naruto was growing redder and redder. You actually went to talk to her? Jiraiya asked. Yeah. Naruto looked at his master, who was staring at him. He looked impressed. And a little amused. What? Nothing. That's just much more mature than I would have expected of you, Naruto, Jiraiya said. I'm glad you did that. So, you two talked. Yeah. It was. I mean, it was nice, but still a little. I don't know. Weird. I don't really. Naruto hesitated again, before pressing on. I mean, what should I do? Jiraiya opened his mouth. And I swear, if you say something pervy, I'm shoving a raisin down your throat. And then, I'm telling Baa-chan. Jiraiya closed his mouth. This time, his brow actually creased in thought, and he remained silent for several seconds. Finally, he shrugged. I'm not the best person to ask, you know, he warned. Yeah, Naruto shot back. But you're the only one I can ask. Jiraiya hummed for a second, before throwing his hand up. I got nothing, he said, still grinning a smile that made Naruto know he was silently laughing at him. Best thing I can say? Take it slow. Take it slow. Naruto asked. Yeah. The sage settled back, readjusting, his arm was starting to ache again. Or at least, the place where his arm should have been. Get to know each other. Talk more. Find out her likes and dislikes. Hell, go on a couple dates. His eyes suddenly went wide. Don't go to that ramen place. But Ero Sennin Naruto whined. Naruto. Jiraiya fixed his student with the kind of look that denoted a life or death decision. Please, for the love of all that is good and kind in the world. Do not take her to eat ramen with you. If she sees how you inhale that stuff. The sage shivered. Trust me. It's a bad idea. All right, Naruto conceded. No ramen, he said, even though something inside him screamed desperately before he stomped it down. But I should just take it slow. That's what I said, isn't it? Jiraiya said. Are you doubting your amazing master? I don't know, the blonde said. It just sounds too simple. Jiraiya smiled. Sometimes, it is just that simple, Naruto. Trust me. Just spend some more time with her. You'll see what I mean. Naruto sighed. Okay. But if this goes wrong, I'm blaming you. His master snorted. If this goes wrong, you got no one but yourself to blame, kid. Don't try to drag me into this thing. Naruto chuckled, before growing a bit more serious. There's another thing I need to talk to you about, actually. Oh yeah. Jiraiya was relaxing again. When I was fighting pain, the Kyuubi talked to me. Jiraiya stopped relaxing. It talked to you? You didn't initiate contact. Naruto nodded. Yeah. It was weird. I mean, normally I have to go to it if we want to talk, I guess. But then. I was just knocked out, but it was there anyway. Naruto. Jiraiya looked grim. That's not good. Yeah. I thought so. Ero Sennin is the seal. Naruto looked just as grim as his teacher, but underneath that, there was undeniable fear. It's getting weaker, Jiraiya confirmed. You haven't been using the fox's chakra, right? Naruto shook his head. Not since I fought Orochimaru. And that was months ago. There was a moment of silence, and master and student considered the implications of Naruto's conversation. I don't get it, the blonde finally said in frustration. Why is this happening? Why is it getting weaker? Jiraiya shrugged. The Yondaime designed your seal so that you could use the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto. You know that. It leaks its chakra into your system over time. There's nothing you can do about that, no matter how much I tighten the seal, it won't stop some from getting through. His remaining hand came up, cupping his chin. But I doubt that he realized that the Kyuubi's chakra would loosen the seal as more came through. Jiraiya refocused on Naruto. I'll tighten the seal more, but that's only a temporary fix. We're going to have to figure out how to keep the fox in its cage, or else this will just keep happening. Naruto shivered. I can't. I won't let it out. I know, Naruto, Jiraiya reassured him. Don't worry, we'll come up with something. You don't have to worry too much now. It'll be months, maybe even years before the seal degrades to that level. Naruto nodded, his face grim, but worry still gnawed at him internally, and the Toad Sage knew it. So, he said enthusiastically, trying to distract his student. Tell me about this girl. The tea shop was crowded. Karen couldn't understand why. Itake's presence was so obvious. How all of these people managed to blithely sit around, drinking their tea and making polite, quiet conversation when something so dangerous was emanating from right next to them. She would never understand civilians. Intellectually, she knew that they couldn't feel him. But that didn't make them seem any less ignorant. As soon as she had opened the door, a woman, older than her but still quite young, dressed in an understated gray kimono that screamed service, had made a beeline towards her. Karen wondered if it was to help her, or to tell her, politely, of course, to leave. Even after a cursory effort to clean up, the redhead still looked exhausted, and it was obvious she'd been doing some traveling. Hardly the kind of person that a place like this wanted. Hello. My name is Izumi. Would you like to take a seat? The woman looked Karen over, her nose wrinkling. Or maybe a bath. Oh, they were going to get along great. I'm looking for someone. Karen pasted a neutral smile on her face, the kind that said, listen, I may be filthy and tired, but the sooner you help me the sooner I'll be out of your perfect, shiny black hair. Izumi apparently understood exactly what the smile meant, because she immediately doffed a similar one. Her voice became unnaturally sweet. Of course you are. Who is it? After a brief pause during which she tapped her lip, she bent in and loudly whispered, a man, I presume. Karen's eyebrow twitched violently. Yes, she bit out. She shifted Suijutsu minutely. She knew that he was laughing at her in his tiny plastic prison. What does he look like? Izumi's smile had moved from cooperative to shark-like. If she hadn't been trying to stay somewhat unnoticed, Karen would have punched it off. He's tall, but not huge. Rather thin. Black hair. She struggled for a moment. Itake could be under a henge, in which case any description she gave of him could be for nothing. Then again, if that were the case, there was nothing she could do about it. Last I saw him, he was wearing a cloak. Also black, with red clouds. Oh. Izumi's hand came up in front of her mouth. You must be talking about Itake. Karen stared. She knows his name. Briefly, she considered the idea that Izumi was Itake, before disregarding it. The Uchiha wouldn't get anything out of impersonating a serving lady, after all. Izumi kept talking. Well, he doesn't wear that cloak anymore. You're here to see him. He's here. Karen asked. She already knew he was, of course, but apparently Izumi knew his name, and if she knew that, who knew what else Itake had told her? He's practically a regular customer by now. Izumi confirmed. He's spent most of the last 2 days here. I don't blame him, what with his condition, but she looked around conspiratorially before leaning in with a grin, I'm not complaining. Karen idly wondered if it was just something about Uchiha men. Also. Condition. Can you take me to him? She asked. Izumi waffled for a second, but Karen knew what her answer would be. Sure, she said, and without another word turned and strode deeper into the building. Karen, silently huffing, followed her. Suijutsu quietly sloshed with every step. They moved past several tables, most of whose occupants did their best to ignore Karen. The redhead didn't really care about that, in her condition, she preferred to be ignored. Izumi reached the back of the establishment, and Karen was faced with another set of sliding doors. Private rooms. Unsurprising, really, she doubted Itake thought it safe to sit around in the open. People besides Karen were searching for him, after all. Izumi slid the door open, somehow making it look effortlessly graceful. How you did that by opening a door, Karen didn't know, but it made her hate the girl just a little bit more. Excuse me? Itake? Someone is here to see you. Her tone had lost the false sweetness it had held while she was dealing with Karen. Now, it was genuinely cheerful, and gentle. Who is it? Karen stiffened at the unseen voice. That was, without a doubt, Itake Uchiha. Izumi turned to her, a questioning eyebrow cocked. Karen spoke over her, stepping forward. Karen, she said. She could almost hear the cold smile. Ah. You finally arrived. Karen finished stepping past Izumi, brushing her hand against the doorframe as she did so, and found herself looking at Itake Uchiha's back. The man was seated on the floor, atop a comfortable-looking tatami mat set before a low-lying hardwood table. Izumi had been correct, he was no longer wearing his Akatsuki cloak. However, the cloak he was wearing was functionally identical to it, simply plain black, with a crimson lining. There was only one real difference: a hood was pulled up over his head, hiding his hair, and though Karen couldn't see it, she knew it fell before his face, concealing his features. No doubt another measure taken to keep those he didn't want to find him from doing just that. As she took another step forward, he lifted a hand. She heard him take a sip from the cup clenched in it. Itake set the cup down. Izumi, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to her alone. He sounded perfectly pleasant. Karen shivered. No one like him should be able to mask themselves so well. Izumi bowed so hard Karen wouldn't have been surprised if it had cracked her back. Of course, Itake. Please, just call if you need anything. She smirked at Karen, and then backed away, closing the door as she did so. It was silent for a moment. Karen stared at Suzuki's brother's back, and Itake sat perfectly still. Please, he suddenly said. Take a seat. He gestured to the mat across the table from him. Karen didn't sit down. Instead, she strode forward, unscrewing the water bottle as she did. Itake didn't react to the sound. So, he said. What is your plan? I imagine you wish to take my eyes. Karen grit her teeth, but didn't respond. Instead, she appended Suijutsu, and the seal he was holding, on the Uchiha's head. The liquefied Hojiki formed a hand into existence as he fell. It held one of the seals. He slapped it down on Itake's neck. And the Uchiha disappeared. Karen blinked. How amusing. She spun around, and found Itake leaning against the closed door. He was holding his tea again, and he took a sip as he watched her, his eyes unseen beneath the hood. There was a puff of smoke behind her and a muffled splash. Suijutsu had retrieved his sword from the storage tag. Karen could feel him reforming. The redhead didn't move. Itake cocked his head. That was it? He asked. It sounded like an honest question. There was a sudden hissing noise, and the Uchiha stilled. Karen grinned. Itake dropped his tea. The door exploded. Not inward or outward, in an eruption of wood and paper. The sliding door literally detonated. The tag Karen had affixed to, the third one, which she had held onto, did its job admirably. Itake nearly managed to escape the blast despite having less than a second of warning. He threw himself to the side, away from the negligible shrapnel and shaped chakra. Still, an arm of his cloak was shredded, and he started bleeding from his right leg. A piece of wood was buried in it. His cup of tea was caught in the wave of force and shattered, an unusually clear sound in the cacophony of the explosion. The fragments were thrown into the far wall, narrowly missing Suijutsu. What was left of the tea splashed there as well. Suijutsu finished reforming, and hefted the Kyubukurai Basho over his shoulder. Itake rolled to his feet, the hood falling back from his head. There was a moment of silence as the Uchiha rested on one knee, looking towards Karen and Suijutsu, who both stared back, astonished. Karen sucked in a breath. The patrons of the tea shop began screaming. Karen barely paid them any attention. Itake's eyes were gone. There were just empty sockets in their place. He was undeniably blind. What the fuck? Suijutsu, as ever, made his feelings on the new development quite clear. What did you do? Karen asked, astonished. She'd never thought this would have happened. taking Itaka's eyes, yes, hopefully. Finding that they were gone when she found him, never. He said almost ruefully, was enjoying that tea. Then, he shook his head. Karen continued to stare. I removed them, of course, Itaka calmly stated, as if he hadn't said anything. He was still looking, no, not looking, because he couldn't see, he didn't have anything to see with, right into Karen's eyes. Where are they? She asked desperately, having to speak up over the sound of the shop emptying. The tourists had clearly decided that there were better places to have their tea. Itaka cocked his head. In Konoha, of course. Karen froze. What? Itaka spoke relentlessly, giving her no time to think through what he had said. I removed them after the fight with Pain. Then Suijutsu rather abruptly interrupted him. Do you still have Sasuke's? He grinned. Itaka, unaware of the Hojoki's intimidating teeth, wordlessly reached into his undamaged sleeve and withdrew a familiar-looking jar. Karen felt a chill go down her spine. She had nearly destroyed Sasuke's eyes. If the tag had been placed just a foot or so to the left. Her thought process was cut off just as abruptly as Itaka's words had been when Suijutsu charged, his blade pulled back for a decapitating strike. Suijutsu - Karen yelled. They needed Itaka alive. His eyes. Wait. Itaka's eyes are gone. He did it himself. And now they're in Konoha. Karen's eyes went wide. Don't. She finished her shout. Itaka watched Suijutsu come for him, staring at him as if he could see, even without eyes. After a moment of consideration, he ducked, the blade whistling diagonally over his head. Suijutsu followed the motion, setting up for an overhead chop, but Itaka jumped back as it fell, moving him into the shop's main sitting area. The blade made a minuscule cut in the material over his shoulder, but didn't touch his skin. Karen stepped forward as the Hojoki did, spinning into another strike. Suijutsu, stop! She yelled again, but the boy barely listened. The Kyubukai Basho came in sideways, intent on biting into Itaka's side as the Uchiha regained his footing from his dodge. The blind man stilled, before snapping one arm up and leaning back in the same motion. His palm hit the underside of the blade, forcing it up, and it shot over his head, snipping away hair. The Uchiha spun and planted a foot in Suijutsu's gut, sending him flying back. He struck a table and liquefied, his top half sliding along the top and his bottom half under. Suijutsu emerged from the other side of the table hole once more, his butcher's blade hefted in a ready stance. Karen reached his side at the same time and slapped him hard enough to liquefy his head, rather ruining the image. Hey! He managed to burble as soon as his head reformed. What was that for? Stop fighting, you idiot! She yelled. There was a moment of calm as Suijutsu stared at her, uncomprehending, while Itaka remained motionless. Karen turned to the Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes were still in his hands. She forced herself to not look at them. You gave your eyes to the leaf? She asked, her voice firm. Yes, he answered calmly. She hated that. He was blind. How could he be so composed? Why? She demanded. For Sasuke, of course. Karen rocked back on her heels, and Suijutsu's mouth dropped open. His sword slowly dropped to his side. You gave Sasuke your eyes. Karen didn't understand. Not at all. But, he wants you dead. You want him dead. Why I don't I have never, Itaka murmured, wanted Sasuke dead. Oh yeah. Suijutsu stepped forward, the Kyubukai Basho raised once more. Funny way of showing it, then. Itaka didn't respond. The sound of people fleeing down the street had finally died down, and its absence made the silence all the more apparent. I need his help, he finally said. And so you took his eyes? Karen said, scoffing. She was careful to stand behind Suijutsu, the Uchiha had proved himself dangerous even without eyes. Yes. Itaka was completely sincere. But Karen's doubt only grew. It is a secret of the Uchiha. A way of strengthening the Sharingan, through the exchange of two siblings' eyes. Itaka kept talking, raising the jar that held Sasuke's eyes as he did so. Why do you think I took them with me, instead of simply destroying them? You're a Medicnin, I'm sure you had suspicions. So she had been right. Itaka wanted her to implant Sasuke's eyes in him. But you're trying to make Sasuke stronger, she said. It didn't make any sense. Why had he brutalized his brother like he had, then? As I said, I need his help. As always, Itaka didn't give any indication to his emotions. Karen wondered, if he was telling the truth, did he feel guilt? No. He's probably below that. With what? Suigetsu asked, suspicion clear in his tone. His voice broke Karen out of her momentary musings. The true leader of the Akatsuki is an Uchiha. He and I have a history. Itaka shook his head. He needs to die. But I can't hope to attend to him by myself. I'll be needing my brother's assistance. That would be the masked man, then. What kind of history did he and Itaka share? Hadn't Sasuke's brother killed his entire family? And if he hadn't, how had Sasuke not known about this survivor? Did Itaka want him dead to make a clean sweep? But then why empower Sasuke? Karen remained silent while Itaka finished, as questions swirled through her mind. So, what, you're just conscripting Sasuke to help you take this guy out? Suigetsu spoke up again. You think that if you power him up, he'll just drop everything and help you? Suigetsu chuckled, aimlessly swinging his sword in what he imagined was a menacing manner. If you haven't noticed, he's kinda focused on killing you. And I doubt ripping his eyes out has endeared him to you. Karen wondered when Suigetsu had learned the word endeared. Maybe spending time around Sasuke had been better for him in more ways than one. Itaka shrugged. I'm confident I can change his mind, if only for a time. And then his face grew hard. But you don't need to concern yourself with that. All that matters here is the question of what will be done with these. He gestured to Sasuke's eyes with his scuffed hand. I would like you to give me Sasuke's eyes, Karen. No. She responded, without even considering the possibility. How could this man even believe she would help him, after what he had done to Sasuke? Itaka didn't flinch. I would urge you to reconsider. In what world would I help you? The redhead hissed. Itaka sighed. Please, think. I have not harmed Sasuke, not permanently, at least. In fact, he will be stronger than ever, in due time. And I have not wronged you personally. There is no reason for you not to help me. He was so cold. How could he not understand that taking Sasuke's eyes had set Karen against him? How could he not understand how monstrously cruel that had been to his brother? And not just that. And how the hell can you know he'll get your eyes, huh? She yelled, no longer worrying about her composure. Her chest felt heavy. Everything was going wrong. And there was something slimy in her mind. What is that? Concentrating on the bizarre, slick chakra that had suddenly made itself apparent to her senses, Karen nearly missed Itaka's answer. He will. The Uchiha spoke with absolute certainty. I have ensured it. Really? Suigetsu glared at the elder Uchiha. And what have you done to fucking ensure dash? Karen's eyes went wide, and the rest of Suigetsu's bitter words became muffled, as she turned inward, focusing. The slick chakra had suddenly been joined by a monstrous, echoing one. It felt like the sea, swirling into an infinite abyss. It and the slime had clashed against each other for a moment, and now both were approaching her position rapidly. Cause I don't fucking think that a dash, Suigetsu was still going, Itaka watching him with a stoic expression, when Karen finally opened her mouth. Get down. Itaka went down without hesitation, cradling Sasuke's eyes beneath him. He hit the wooden floor, and put his burned arm over his head. Suigetsu turned towards Karen with a confused expression on his face just as she threw herself to the ground, beneath one of the tables. Wadesh was all he had time to say. The wall behind him exploded. Not like the door had when Karen had placed the tag on it. The wall bent inwards for a moment, futilely fighting the pressure laying against it, if only for a moment. Its resistance was so brief that it was imperceptible. And then, it shattered, chunks of concrete and wood throwing themselves away, filling the world with deadly shrapnel. The vast majority of it missed both Karen and Itake. Safe on the floor, the mild hurricane of debris rolled over their head, blowing their hair back and shredding Itake's hood, but leaving both of them mostly unharmed. Had Suijitsu, who had remained standing, been anyone other than a Hojiki, he would have been so dead that the very definition of overkill would have had to be expanded. Fortunately, he was a Hojiki, and so instead of dying a horrifically messy and unexpected death, he was merely rendered down into a decently large puddle, one that splattered itself over a couple meters of what had once been a rather respectable tea shop, but was rapidly turning into a perfect example of why urban warfare was avoided throughout the elemental nations. Two figures entered along with the debris that had once been a wall, grappling with each other. The first was a tall man with spiky black hair and blue skin wearing a nondescript black cloak who held a mass of bandages from which protruded dozens of hungry-looking spikes. It was unmistakably Kisame Hoshigaki. The second was a leaner, paler man. He was also in a black cloak, but that was where his similarities with his attacker ended. His features were delicate, but blunt. He looked more like a doctor than a fighter, a look that was accentuated by the oversized round-rimmed glasses he wore. This man had gone by many names over his life. Most of them he'd chosen for himself. But he had always preferred the first one that had been given to him. Kabuto. The two men slammed to the floor amidst the rubble, and there was a flurry of motion. Kisame struck first, darting forward and crashing his forehead into Kabuto's, rocking the smaller man back with the force of the blow. But Kabuto responded almost immediately, slashing his glowing blue hand across the arm that held him. Kisame's arm fell limp, and Kabuto slithered from it, his body elongating bizarrely. Kisame struck at him with his other limb, but the angle was too awkward and he barely grazed Kabuto's face. Rolling along the ground away from the large blue man, Kabuto sprang to his feet, one hand relaxed but ready at his sides, and the other adjusting his glasses farther up his nose. A casual smirk was already making its way onto his face. In the same moment, Kisame rolled backwards, sweeping his squirming sword from the ground and regaining his feet in the same motion. He settled into a ready stance, the blade set horizontally in front of him, and grinned. His left arm hung slack, Kabuto's touch had disabled it. Karen looked up. Itake didn't, but he did pull himself to his feet, forming a rough triangle out of him, Kisame, and Kabuto. As he stood, he slid Suzuki's eyes along the ground towards Karen, who grabbed them with both hands, a shocked look jumping onto her face. Suijitsu squirmed on the ground, tiredly reforming. If he'd had a mouth, the sheer amount of horrifying curses would likely have melted all of the tea shop's occupants' ears. And so, 5 seconds after Karen had given her warning, a formerly well-put-together tea shop was in need of drastic and costly repairs. Two of the most dangerous missing nin in the world were facing off against the apprentice of another, and Karen found herself more confused than ever. Kabuto. She gasped, pulling herself from beneath the table, wincing as she did so. A fleck of stone had grazed her arm, and opened up a shallow but lengthy cut. It was already healing, but it stung viciously. The pale man languidly turned his head towards her, and his smirk grew into a shining grin as it did. "Karen," he said, sounding perfectly cheerful. "How surprising to find you here." "Kabuto," Karen said again, her voice dropping from questioning into disgusted, "what did you do?" She wasn't asking about the wall of the tea shop, though that probably would have been a reasonable question. Her horrified response was directed at Kabuto himself, specifically, the scales that crept up onto his face, moving from his left arm. They were cracked, flaking, but they were clearly intact and alive, and they lent that side of his face a bizarre chapped look. Snake scales. And, as Karen stared, she saw another disturbing feature. Kabuto's left eye was yellow, the pupil vertically slit. He looked just like Orochimaru. "Oh, this." He gestured casually at his face. "Just some improvements." Kabuto's grin was vanishing, and the smirk was returning. But unlike before, this smirk was cruel and psychotic. The former Leaf Ninja's eyes burned with cool madness behind his glasses, and Karen took a step back. Suijitsu finally finished reforming behind her, and she bumped into him as he did. "Huh," he flatly said, reaching down to retrieve his executioner's blade from the floor as Karen moved to his side. "That was annoying. And the Hojiki too." Kabuto truly sounded delighted, even as he bit out the consonants in Suijitsu's name with unneeded precision. Wonderful. There are so many tests we must catch up on. Suijitsu stiffened. But before he could open his mouth, Karen spoke again. Why are you here? She demanded, trying her best not to give any hint of the fear she felt. Kabuto's chakra was twisted, slimy, he no longer felt at all like a human being. The man in question lowered his head, his glasses glinting in the sunlight that poured in through the recently demolished wall. Not for you, I promise, he said, though every syllable somehow sounded more deceitful than the last. He jerked his head towards Itachi, who had finally deigned to raise his own. The motion, rapid and without warning, looked distinctly inhuman, and tossed Kabuto's matted hair about, revealing more scales higher up on his temple. Just him. Itachi spoke. Kabuto Yakushi. He did not sound surprised. Come to avenge your master, I presume. Kisame, who had remained silent, grinned. Kabuto giggled. Itachi frowned, while Karen took another step back. Suijitsu just snarled and pushed forward, making a square out of the triangle the missing nin had formed. Soon, the giggling escalated into manic chuckling. And then, Kabuto threw back his head, stretched his mouth farther than any ordinary jaw could go, and began laughing hysterically. The sound was deranged, and run through with a hissing note, one that made itself apparent in the beat between exhalations. Itachi shifted, shuriken falling into his left hand. Kisame and Suijitsu both raised their swords. Karen looked down, and found her foot pressing a familiar piece of paper to the floor. She immediately bent to pick it up, not taking her eyes off any of the others in the room. Kabuto finally wound down, bring a hand up to wipe at his eye. Heh. He let out one last deep chuckle. And then, he snapped his head towards Itachi, his eyes wide. You think Orochimaru-sama is so easy to destroy? He hissed. Itachi made no response, but that didn't deter Kabuto from continuing. You cannot dream of the power he has. He said, clenching his left hand and staring at it, fascinated with the play of veins below the surface. He is immortal. One so weak as you could never hope to kill him, with your limited perception. He threw his hand aside, glaring at the Uchiha, before shifting his inhuman stare to Karen. You can understand, can't you? He sounded almost pleading, and it only made Karen back farther away from him. Why I would need, that kind of power. How else can I remain in this empty world long enough to dash? He froze, his eyes twitching in their sockets before he slowly closed them. Kisame and Suijitsu traded glances, before realizing it and quickly looking away. Kabuto took a deep breath, his left hand tightening, and when he opened his eyes again they were flatter. I apologize, he said flatly. I am still adapting. The familiar smirk returned, and Karen didn't know whether to be relieved or more frightened. That was unprofessional. He turned back to Itachi. Itachi. I'm sorry to have burst in on you like this. Truly, I only intended to check in on you. It appears my impulses got the better of me. He sighed. Ah well. I won't be making that mistake again. Kabuto peered closer, frowning. A shame about your eyes. Although. His head whipped towards Karen, and his tongue darted out. The redhead flinched. Is that Sasuke I smell? Kabuto asked. Karen looked down, and found the jar containing his eyes still clenched in a death grip in her hand. He can smell them through the container. How morbid, Kabuto grinned. I believe I understand now, Itachi. I must commend you for your ruthlessness. I did what was necessary, the stoic Uchiha said, and Suijitsu snorted. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. Justification. He chuckled. How you have fallen. To think Orochimaru-sama still wants you as a vessel. Enough of this. Kisame stepped forward. While I'll admit this has been amusing, and I particularly enjoyed that laugh of yours, he grinned, this is the part where you die, and Samehada eats what's left. Kabuto coldly chuckled. Funny, he said. I was about to say something similar. He made a simple one-handed sign. 3 massive snakes burst from the floor of the tea shop, brightly colored with jaws wide, and flung themselves towards Kisame. Ha! He flung himself forward, swinging his sword and slamming one of the summons to the ground with a brutal blow. About time. Things escalated quickly. Karen jumped back, distancing herself from the fight. As she did, Suijutsu charged straight at Kabuto, pulling his sword back for a blow that would slice the snake-like man in two. Itaka flung a trio of shuriken forward, spaced awkwardly, and began running through signs. He took a deep breath. Kisame continued to entertain himself with the oversized summoned snakes. Their hisses had rapidly moved from menacing to panicked. Kabuto grinned, barely raising the corner of his mouth, and moved. He jumped, horizontally spinning into the air, neatly dodging two of Itaka's shuriken as they shot below him. The third, set to strike him just behind the ear, he caught by guiding his left hand's pinky into the circle at the center of the star. His foot also came up, and crashed into Suijutsu's face, obliterating the Hojoki's features. Kabuto released the shuriken from his pinky at the same time, sending it flying directly towards Karen. She yelped, and threw her arms up in front of her face. The ninja star dug into her forearm, and she winced as blood began to run down her arm towards the paper she clutched in her hand. Both of her forearms were now slick with a thin layer of her own blood. Suijutsu came on, uncaring on the blow the head, but also unable to completely alter his blade's path to account for Kabuto's new elevation. So instead, he let go of it. The Kyubukai Basho flew out of Suijutsu's hands, slicing through the air below Kabuto like a runaway windmill. It sliced away a decent amount of material from the back of Kabuto's cloak, missing his body completely, before burying itself in one of the shop's intact walls, sticking fast. Kabuto's eyes widened behind his glasses. Suijutsu bared his teeth. He thrust his newly freed hand forward into Kabuto's face. Suijutsu's hand, already lumpy and lacking definition, struck Kabuto square in the face and liquefied, spreading itself over the man's features. Gotcha! He snarled. Kabuto landed and jumped back, getting away from the Hojoki. The water on his face, however, began to squirm and move of its own accord. Rushing forward, it began to try and shove itself down the man's throat, or push itself beneath his eyes. Kabuto made an annoyed noise, and a thick yellow material began to speed over his face, keeping the water from suffocating him or invading his eye sockets. Karen stared. She recognized the material. That's Kaiden. Like Kodomaru's. What little was left of Suijutsu's water on Kabuto's face retreated, making its way back to where it had come. Kabuto stared forward, most of his head encased in the dull yellow Kaiden, blocking his vision. But not his hearing. Itachi Uchiha exhaled the deep breath he'd taken merely a few seconds earlier. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The Uchiha's grand fireball incinerated a table in between him and Kabuto. The man twitched his head towards the oncoming conflagration, and began making signs even as the Kaiden around his head cracked and fell to the floor. Suten, Suiari Udan no Jutsu. He said as his face finally was completely uncovered, and a volley of water shot from his mouth, shaped an image of a dragon. The dragon and the fireball collided and destroyed each other, filling the room with steam. Karen's glasses fogged over, and she squinted, trying to get a better look at whatever was happening. The slimy chakra surged, and her eyes went wide. Kabuto flew from the opaque mist straight at her, his mouth set in a crazed grin, and Karen screamed. He struck her and flowed around her, and in less than a second Karen was secured in a tight hold around her neck. Kabuto could kill her with the slightest twitch of his arm. He stood behind her, and she could hear his breathing, harsh but leveling out. There was a murmur, and the steam burned away, revealing Suijutsu, Itachi, and Kisame all standing nearby. The Hojoki's face was twisted in rage, while Kisame looked delighted, covered in blood that his sword eagerly licked at. Itachi looked calm, but Karen could feel his chakra, and from that, she knew he was agitated. Why would he be worried? Now, Itachi, Kabuto said, and Karen could hear him grinning. Please, carefully consider what you do next. It would be a shame to kill someone as unique as Karen. Let go of her, you slimy son of a bitch, Suijutsu hissed, but Kisame's hand clapped down on his shoulder before he could do anything else. The boy turned around, ready to verbally tear into the larger man, and Kisame punched him in the face hard enough to turn most of his upper body to liquid. He bent down towards Suijutsu's lower body, which crumpled into the puddle. "Hey," he grinned. "Don't get so worked up." He straightened up, turning to his partner. "Well?" he asked. "What do we do?" "I'm pretty sure you need that girl, Itake." "Kabuto," Itake said. "I would appreciate it if you released her." "Oh." Kabuto cocked his head to the side, amused. "And what would you be willing to dash?" He froze, his mouth remaining open, mid-speech. His eyes darted down to Karen, still secure in his grip. She looked up at him, and smirked. She drew her hand away from the hole in the back of his cloak, and the patch of flesh it exposed, directly over his spine. Kabuto's eyes tried to narrow, failed to do so, twitched horrifically, and then he fell backwards, Karen gracefully stepping from beneath his slack arm. The man toppled to the floor, landing without an ounce of grace, and stayed there. Karen bent down and wiped the blood from the cuts on her arm on the lower part of Kabuto's cloak. He didn't react. Suigetsu, who had managed to pull himself back together once more, stared, along with Kisame. Itake seemed to be surprised as well, however much of a minor miracle that may have seemed. "What?" Suigetsu asked, before chuckling loudly. "What the hell?" Karen smiled, and kicked Kabuto over onto his side in response. The tag she had handed to Suigetsu, something that had seemed like hours ago but had barely been 10 minutes, sat upon Kabuto's spine. As soon as he saw it, Suigetsu moved straight from chuckling to full-blown laughter. And despite how evil it sounded, Karen couldn't help but quietly and exhaustedly join him. "Heh," Kisame got in on the act, even as his toothy grin grew wider. "Didn't see that coming," he chuckled. "What happened?" Itake asked mildly, and suddenly Karen was aware that despite how well he masked it, the Uchiha was blind. He couldn't see the tag. "Your little medic paralyzed him." "Looks like some kinda tag," Kisame said. "Pretty nice, I gotta say." Itake grunted. Karen almost felt like sighing. Whatever else he was certainly Sasuke's brother. Suigetsu, still laughing, moved to retrieve the Kyubukurai Basho. He yanked it from the wall, and turned back to Kabuto. "Okay," he said, done laughing. "I'm gonna kill him now." "Hey, hold up," Kisame said. "Who says you get to kill him?" "I do," Suigetsu said, completely serious. He strode towards Kabuto, hefting the executioner's blade over his shoulder. "It's simple. I called it, so I kill him. Plus," and he became rather grim as he said this, "he and have some unfinished business." Kisame looked to Itake, who was frowning. He shrugged. "What do you think, Itake?" he asked, not really sounding like he cared what the answer would be. "I believe," the Uchiha said slowly, "that he may be useful." Kisame wordlessly asked. Karen felt something behind her, a spasm of chakra. She jumped forward, putting herself closer to the rest of the group, and they all stilled, watching her. Then, there was a sickening, liquid noise, and all attention was redirected to Kabuto. The man's mouth fell open, growing wider and wider, impossibly so, and something began to push itself up out of the depths of his throat. The glint of glasses became apparent. Suigetsu's eyes widened. "Oh, what the fuck dash?" Kabuto burst from his own body, squirming across the floor of the tea shop, writhing away from the group. He spun around, his teeth bared, and Karen saw a flash of elongated fangs. The shell of himself he'd left behind, with the tag still affixed to it, slowly decompressed, falling flat and beginning to melt into an odorless, colorless skim upon the hardwood. "Impressive," Kabuto spat out. "I underestimated you, Karen." He grinned, becoming genial once more, even as he stared up at them from the floor, spread out on all fours. "One more thing that I'll be sure to keep from happening again." He straightened up, standing on his feet again. "Now, while this has been fun, I'm afraid I can't afford to play with you anymore." He shot a look at the Uchiha. "Itake. I'll be seeing you again." Then, before anyone else could react, he brought his hands up in a single seal, and caught fire. Starting from his feet and burning rapidly upward, the flames consumed him completely, leaving nothing behind. And so, a moment later, Kabuto was gone. And so was his chakra. Karen blinked. So did Suijutsu. Kisame just grinned. And Itake? Itake sightlessly watched the spot where Kabuto had once stood, before sighing heavily and turning to Kisame. So, he asked, what happened? Kisame didn't look at Itake. He was busy moving his arm around, trying to figure out how to undo whatever Kabuto had done to it. Little Snake ambushed me outside. And I was keeping a low profile like you asked, Itake. Hell, he smirked, gesturing at Suijutsu and Karen. They walked right past me. I don't know how he figured it out. Or why he attacked, Itake murmured. How did you hide from me? Karen asked Kisame, curious beside herself. She doubted he would respond at all. He turned to her and grinned, making it clear that Suijutsu was still an amateur when it came to using his intimidating teeth. He waved his sword high with his working arm. Its mouth was still visible, and its tongue flipped out for a moment. Same Hada, he said proudly. You used your sword to hide yourself. Karen raised an eyebrow. Heh. Suijutsu laughed. I never even thought of that. Karen turned to him, and he answered the unspoken question. Same Hada eats chakra. I bet Kisame had it gorging on him. And it's probably why this place is still standing at all. Ah, you flatter me, brat. Suijutsu grinned at Kisame. I'd be stupid to underestimate someone who could use Same Hada at all, you know. Itake shifted, and the subtle motion shut down all conversation in the room. He looked towards Karen. You still have Sasuke's eyes? He asked. Karen calmly brought them up. Of course. She'd been careful to make sure Kabuto hadn't had a chance to grab hold of them when he'd taken her hostage. Where were we? He asked. If Karen didn't know better, she'd think he was trying to be funny. I'm pretty sure I was just telling you I would never give you Sasuke's eyes, Karen said. Oh yes. No, he was trying to be funny, in some horribly opaque way. Karen didn't know whether to find it amusing or sad. What could I say to convince you? He asked. I would prefer this be done without coercion, after all. Karen stared at him for a moment, suddenly aware that however agreeable he and Kisame had been for the past few minutes, they were still incredibly dangerous criminals. In retrospect, she was astounded Itake had asked her at all. What would you say to convince me? She asked. Simply that everyone benefits from you doing so. I would regain my sight, you two would have a powerful missing nin in your debt. Itake said. Karen was still doubtful. Let's say, purely hypothetically, that I implant Sasuke's eyes in you, she said. Suijutsu shot her a disbelieving look. What happens to us? What happens to Sasuke? Itake made a thoughtful noise. You would have to remain by my side after the implantation process. Karen sucked in a breath, and he put up a hand disarmingly. No more than a week or two, it will not take long for the eyes to acclimate. But I will need a medic nin nearby in case there are complications, and you are the most competent available to me. And Sasuke? Karen asked. The implications of spending a week or two in Itake's presence was a frightening one, but depending on his answer. I will ensure that my eyes are implanted in Sasuke, Itake said. Karen didn't doubt that he could manage it. However. But your eyes are. Karen trailed off. Your eyes are damaged. She grabbed her head suddenly. But then, why did we even? Suijutsu broke in. You used a genjutsu on us, didn't you? He asked. Calling his frown thunderous would be calling Kisame large. It simply didn't do either of them justice. Itake frowned. So you noticed. Unfortunate. Why? Itake sighed. I was anticipating this moment. I had hoped that by making your motivation for finding me into taking my eyes, rather than Sasuke's, I would be able to alleviate your hostility towards me when I revealed that I had already given them to him. Karen felt the outrage and practicality warring in her head before practicality won out. It doesn't matter right now, she said, shaking her head. What does matter is that your eyes are damaged. Itake smiled. Karen took a step back. True. You'll just have to trust me when I say that that won't be an issue. He was definitely amused. Karen didn't think Itaka transferring his blindness to his brother was especially funny. However, Itaka continued speaking. The Sherry Non will heal itself, yet another genetic quirk. I'm sure you of all people are familiar with such things. She traded a glance with Suijitsu, who mouthed, "Are you crazy?" at her quite energetically. She looked back at Itake, who waited patiently, watching her with empty sockets, and Kisame who stood with one arm slack, watching the whole affair with his perpetual grin. She couldn't trust him. A week ago, she wouldn't have trusted him. But that was before she had seen the Uchiha's other side. The side of him that, despite all evidence that he would do the opposite, had gone out of its way to protect Sasuke. The side that had made the man put himself at great personal risk just to keep pain off of their backs. The side of him that had made the Uchiha abandon Akatsuki. Itaka was not a simple man, but in this one case, she felt that he was telling the truth. She could feel the sincerity practically rolling off his chakra. Karen sighed loudly. Suijitsu flinched. "All right," she said, fervently hoping she wouldn't regret her decision. Itaka didn't smile. Instead, the whole of his face instantly became less severe, the lines relaxing. Kisame's grin grew wider. "Excellent," the Uchiha said. Then he sighed and turned to Kisame. "We won't be coming back here, will we?" he asked. Kisame looked around, taking in the devastation, his gaze lingering on the ashen remains of the table Itaki had incinerated, before moving on to the sizable hole in the wall. He chuckled. Nope. 2 days after Itaki and Kisame had met Karen and Suijitsu within Tanzikugai, Tsunade sat in her office, looking out over the village. It was a peculiar fact of the hidden villages that each of their cage's offices were exposed to the village at large, instead of being tucked away in a secure location. Soon as Kaze Cage was installed in the highest building in the village. While that building only had several windows from which the cage could look down on the village, several windows was far more windows than most dwellings in Suna had. The office of the Mizu Cage had shifted its location many times over the last few decades. At first, such impermanency had been due to the Yonde Miyagura's growing paranoia, and general lack of trust for his subordinates. Then, it had been because there had been no office of Mizu Cage at all. After the installment of Mei Terumi as Godame, the cage's office had been moved to the tallest spire in the village, identical to the Kaze Cage in all but material. Iwagakuer somewhat broke this mold. The Tsuchikage was placed in the tallest stone tower, yes, but calling that tower exposed would be a mistake. Of course, there was a reason that Iwa was the only village whose Sandaime was still alive, and in power. Oniki the fence-sitter was not the kind of man to leave himself open to assassination attempts. Kyumigakuer held true to the pattern. The Raikage sat atop the village, able to see the whole of his domain through a panoramic window. And finally, Konoha. While the office of the Hokage sat far back in the village, closer to the monument than the outer walls, it was still the tallest building in the village, and from their office, the cage could look down upon the whole village. Oddly enough, despite this seeming uniformity, each of the cage had established their structures as they were for different reasons. The first Kaze Cage had needed a line of sight beyond Suna's imposing walls. Otherwise, he would have risked starting tornadoes inside the village, which he obviously couldn't allow. Mei had established herself in the tallest building so that she could always keep an eye on the village, and on any young men entering through the front gate. That, and she always held the fear that one day she would wake up, and find the whole thing on fire again. Looking down on it every day, however tedious, eased her mind. The first Tsuchikage had had purely practical reasons for taking his place in the tallest tower. From there, he could easily fly to any point in the village after taking a small jump. The Raikage as well, despite the whisperings of megalomania, had made his home at Kyumigakuer's tallest point for a very good reason. The closer he was to the clouds, the easier it was to call down their lightning. Hashirama Senju, Konohagakuer's Shodei Hokage, had the simplest reasons for placing the office as he did. He liked the view. At the moment, so did his granddaughter. It was a good distraction from the troubles brewing right behind her. Tsunade. The voice pulled her out of her quiet place. Tsunade sighed, and turned around. The Konoha Council, 2/3 of the long-dissolved Team Tobirama, watched her with unreadable eyes. Perhaps her grandfather had irritating elders to deal with as well? Was that why the view was so fantastic? We would appreciate it if you didn't drift off like that, Tsunade, the woman on the left said. Koharu yielded and leaned forward, her mouth set in a line. You're not quite that old yet. Tsunade snorted. But her amusement didn't last. I am still rather dubious of your decision, Tsunade, the man sitting next to Koharu said. Homura Mito adjusted his glasses. The Uchiha boy. He is dangerous. Dangerous? Tsunade asked, cocking an eyebrow. Well, he left the village of his own will. That alone should have been more than enough to brand him a missing nin, the man said, sounding reasonable. I understood that you held off on doing so as a personal favor to the Jinchuriki, but Naruto, Tsunade interrupted. What? You know exactly what I'm talking about, Homura. He is a shinobi, like any other in this village. You will talk about him as such, Tsunade said calmly. It wasn't the first time she had had this conversation. Homura shared a glance with Koharu. Of course. My apologies. He continued. While I acknowledge that you did not officially declare him Nukenin as a favor to Naruto, that does not change the fact that he spent 3 years out of the village, under the tutelage of the man who killed Hiruzen. Before killing him himself, Tsunade pointed out. Attempting to kill him, Koharu cut in, interrupting Tsunade. According to the tracking team, Itachi was the one who finally put him down. Still, that proves that he at least had no malicious intent towards the village. So far, his actions have all helped it, Tsunade argued. He left, and then devoted his life to killing 2 of our most dangerous renegades. Hardly something worth punishing, wouldn't you think? Koharu grew subtly but noticeably frustrated. That doesn't change the facts that he left. You must not be so forgiving, Tsunade. Tsunade slowly stood up, and Koharu sat up straight, recognizing that she had gone too far. Listen to me, the Hokage said. Sasuke Uchiha, purposefully or not, has done this village a great service. The least we can do in return is give him shelter. He is blind. Itachi, whatever his intentions, has taken his eyes. Homura leaned back, his features softening. Tsunade continued. He is, for all intents and purposes, harmless. And, she smiled, what do you think Naruto will do if you send him back out of the village? Koharu slowly massaged her nose. Go chasing after him, undoubtedly. Tsunade nodded. Exactly, she said. For the time being, keeping Sasuke in the village is the best option. I disagree, a cracked voice spoke up. Tsunade sighed again. Konoha's shadow had joined the meeting. Danzo Shimura limped into the room, his stick clicking against the ground with every step. Danzo, Tsunade said, suppressing her sigh. I don't recall inviting you. The man looked down on her with a single crinkled eye. I invited myself, Tsunade. Now, tell me, he said, finally deigning to sit. What's this I hear about allowing Sasuke Uchiha to remain in the village? As I just finished explaining, Tsunade said, trying not to grit her teeth, I see no reason not to allow him sanctuary here, considering the service he has done us. Service? Danzo said. Tsunade gave up on suppressing her gritted teeth. She hated when the man did this, feigning ignorance, forcing her to outline her decisions in excruciating detail. So he could pick them apart. Severely weakening Orochimaru, allowing Itachi Uchiha to finish him off, and tracking down Itachi himself in a bid to kill him. Granted, Tsunade crossed her arms across her chest, the attempt failed, but that doesn't mean it should be ignored. Danzo's rattling voice filled the room with cloying condescension. Tsunade just waited. Homura shifted minutely. I believe you are making a mistake, Tsunade, Danzo said. Big surprise, Tsunade thought. Even she would have bet that. She didn't say that out loud, of course. Instead, she said, oh. The Uchiha are a dangerous clan. Prone to madness and grudges. Danzo shook his head and stood back up, beginning to slowly pace back and forth before the Hokage's desk. His cane repeatedly tapped on the floor. Sasuke may be back in the village now. But he has no tie here. He has Naruto, Tsunade spoke up, curious where Danzo could be going. The old man made a dismissive sound. The Jinchuriki? Whose lung he vaporized 3 years ago. Hardly a stable bond. If you knew Naruto, you wouldn't say that. Danzo turned to her. Alas, I haven't had the pleasure. Hiruzen was adamant I not influence the boy. Tsunade scoffed. At any rate, we are not discussing him right now. We are discussing the Uchiha. Danzo came forward, and bent towards Tsunade, carefully enunciating each word. And he is a danger to the village. How could he be? The Hokage said. He's blind. He won't be for much longer, Danzo said. Tsunade blinked. What? Why do you think Itachi sent his eyes back with him? Danzo asked. Tsunade blinked again. She chuckled. Danzo watched her, unamused. Danzo. I never believed even you could be so paranoid, Tsunade laughed. Itachi blinding himself, to give his eyes to his brother? The brother who wants him dead. Danzo remained steadfast as Tsunade continued to laugh lowly. Sharingan, when implanted in another, are capable of unbelievable things, he said, fighting a subtle twitch in his left arm. Tsunade waved him off. Please. No more of this nonsense. Who would even give him Itachi's eyes? She said. Your apprentice. Tsunade sobered instantly. When it came to Sakura, she had to remain on guard. She was only released from the hospital yesterday. And already, she is hinting at her motives, Danzo muttered. She cares for that boy, despite what he's done. She and the Jinchuriki both. Left to their own devices, who knows what they will do for him. First, you claim that Sasuke is a danger, Tsunade said, her eyes narrowing. Then that his teammates' concern for him is. Danzo shifted discreetly. You are being unusually blunt today, Danzo. Something has you worried, and it's not just our blind Uchiha. Tsunade leaned forward, steepling her fingers. The bandaged man remained silent. I could just order you to tell me, you know, Tsunade said mildly. I am the Hokage, I doubt even you would disobey such a direct order. Danzo shot her a look with his single eye, and Tsunade shrugged. He had started this, even the Yami of Konoha couldn't expect to approach the Hokage with so little tact and expect to not be received in kind. Danzo remained silent for a moment longer. He looked to his left and shared a brief look with Koharu. The woman's wrinkled mouth firmed, and she nodded. Danzo turned to Homura, and got the same look. He looked back at Tsunade. Sighed. Opened his mouth. He's concerned about me, of course. It was not Danzo that spoke. Tsunade's head turned to the left so fast that a normal woman's neck would have broken. Homura and Koharu had similar reactions. Danzo just closed his eye. And it's not just that, of course. He's worried about why I sent Sasuke back here. And worried why he came with such powerful eyes alongside him. The voice continued, as its owner moved away from the side of Tsunade's desk, and the open window there, towards the center of the room. All of its occupants merely stared at the man as he steadily walked forward. So many worries. But can you blame him? Itachi Uchiha reached the center of the Hokage's office, and turned around to face the woman and her counselors. The empty sockets that had replaced his eyes made themselves apparent. The man's mouth turned up into something that could probably be mistaken as a smile. With so many secrets, he must always worry whether one will come out. Not sick. Chapter 9. No more lies. Sasuke Uchiha did not look like he was sleeping peacefully. It was nothing obvious. His face was not twisted in pain. His eyelids did not flutter. His whole body was still. But there were signs. His lip curled up every once in a while. His breathing was rapid, off-tempo. It alternated beneath deep pulls of air and sudden inhalations. His hands tensed, gripping unseen weapons or straightening into imaginary stabs. Naruto stood by his bedside, watching with closed fists. There was nothing he could do. He hated that. The last few days had seen nearly everyone released from the hospital. Sakura was up and about, bustling around the village with Ino as if nothing had happened. The same could be said for Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. Naruto had seen Kiba around. Apparently, he had enlisted Kakashi-sensei to help in his training, though the blonde doubted his eternally late teacher would actually show up to any of these sessions. Shino, he'd found no sign of. As always, the Aburame was elusive. Kiba had claimed he was back with his clan, doing something. The Inuzuka had been vague. Naruto was pretty sure that he hadn't really known either. Hinata, he'd seen a little of. She'd left the hospital mostly healed, but still in need of bed rest. For the moment, she was stuck in the Hyuga compound, getting exactly that. Naruto didn't know whether to be glad or disappointed that this made it far more difficult to see her. He had settled for a mixture of both. But despite the rest of Naruto's friends leaving in decent health and good spirit, Sasuke remained in the hospital. He still hadn't woken up. Naruto did know how he felt about that. It was just like 3 years ago. The last time Sasuke had met Itachi. Naruto was willing to bet it was for the same reason too. He'd seen how strong Sasuke had gotten, and his speed, ridiculous. So of course Itachi had used genjutsu to reduce him to this coma-like state. It had worked so well last time. Though, Naruto noted, last time Sasuke hadn't had nightmares. The silence of the room was cloying. It was cloudy outside, making the room seem dim despite the artificial lighting. Everything was cast in a shade of gray. Besides the harsh sounds of Sasuke's occasional gasps, there was nothing else in the void that seemed to be formed out the grayness. Even the lighting's muted buzz seemed to appreciate that it was watching over something that demanded silence. Naruto hated that kind of silence. He'd been subject to something just like it for most of his life. Whenever he'd been alone. Even the muttering of the villagers had been preferable to the empty noise. So, he began to speak. Sasuke might not be able to hear him, but Sasuke hadn't listened to him for most of the time they were together anyway, so what did that matter? Not being heard had never stopped Naruto before. Along with many other things, it just made him try harder. "Hey," he said. Then he winced. That was all he could come up with? But what was there to say? Naruto sighed, eerily reminded of a talk he'd had with Hinata a few days ago. The thought made him shiver. He and Sasuke were not like that. Though technically, neither were he and Hinata. He pushed the thought from his mind, trying to focus on his friend. Heh, he chuckled to himself, scratching the back of his head. I suck at this, Sasuke. Then he sighed again. Sasuke, I wish. I really wish you'd just wake up, you know? I just want to talk to you. He watched a fist tightened, and amended his statement. I want to help you. I don't know what went down with you and Itachi, but it can't have been good. Naruto shifted a foot back. I don't know what to think of him anymore, honestly. I mean, he helped me and Hinata, and he says that he's after world peace. Another chuckle. How crazy is that? He kills your whole family, does all this to you, and he's after peace? How can he justify that? He sighed once more. It seemed to be becoming a habit of his. I don't know. I guess. I wish you were awake. I already said that, I know. God, I'm glad you're not awake, actually. You'd have torn me a new one by now. But, it's like. Naruto grinned momentarily. We brought you back. That promise I made Sakura? I actually did it. He sobered up quickly. But we didn't bring you back. Right now, you're just some guy. Some unconscious guy. It doesn't feel like we actually won at all. The Jinchuriki pondered for a moment, his hand actually coming up to his chin. He nodded. It feels like Itachi won. He shook his head. It's not fair. I mean, all that training you did, all the training I did, and he still gets away with it. I mean, he gave us his eyes, but Sakura says that since he had yours, he's probably going to, you know, use them. He made a face. Who does that? I mean, I guess Kakashi-sensei has a Sharingan, but that's different. He was given that. Itachi just taking yours. Naruto's own fist tightened, but he laughed. I don't even know what I'm saying. I came here to talk to you, and all I can talk about is Itachi. I really am bad at this. He raised his hand up, looking at Sasuke lying prone in bed. Slowly, he extended his fist towards the Uchiha. I mean, we always talked better with our fists, right? He smiled. That's why you're my friend in the first place, you know? You always got me, even if you didn't want to. He laughed again, and there was no bitterness in it. Too bad for you. Now you gotta deal with me, whether you like it or not. Naruto's face slowly firmed, and he let his hand drop to his side. I'm not going to just let you slip away again, Sasuke, he said, his eyes hard. If it comes down to it, I'll help you deal with Itachi. I don't care if he really is after world peace. What he did to you, it's unforgivable. He shifted slightly. I'm leaving the village real soon. For some crazy training. It's gonna make me a lot stronger. When I come back, I think we'll be about the same level. Hell, maybe I'll even be stronger than you, he smirked. Then, you can deal with Itachi however you want. And I'll just do what I've always done. And what is that? The voice cut through Naruto's own, and he spun around, hands dropping towards his pouch of kunao by pure instinct. He set himself between Sasuke and the new arrival, his teeth bared and the knife raised. There was a moment of calm. The light flickered. Naruto's eyes just grew harder. Protect my precious people, he snarled. Itachi Uchiha just cocked his eyeless head. A noble goal, he murmured. But what if you come to the point where you cannot? Why are you here? Tsunade slowly stood up, pushing her desk away from herself as she did. It scraped horribly along the wooden floor, but having enough space to avoid any oncoming attacks was more important than preserving the hardwood. Though the scratches were a terrible shame. Koharu and Homura slid out of their chairs simultaneously, turning towards Itachi and putting themselves to the side of the desk at the same time. Koharu's wrinkled mouth was tightened in a severe display of disapproval. Homura merely looked irritated. Danzo took one step back, before turning to face Itachi as well. He bent slowly to retrieve his cane, not taking his eyes off the Uchiha. I made a promise to someone, the man said, apparently untroubled by the show of solidarity from the veteran shinobi in the room. Sasuke? Tsunade asked. Itachi didn't seem to care she was fishing for information. Instead, he just shrugged. His comrade, he said. A member of Hebai, then, Karen or Suijutsu, who had yet to be accounted for. And what was that promise? That I would ensure Sasuke had my eyes implanted in him. Tsunade rocked back on her heels. That had been the last thing she would have expected the Uchiha to say. The counselors shared a meaningful glance. Wait. The Hokage slowly realized. Danzo was right. The man in question rapped his cane against the floor. Absolutely not, he rasped. Itachi turned his head to Danzo, sightlessly staring him down. The man didn't give an inch. Tsunade couldn't decide if he was brave, or just being stubborn. Sasuke will be given my eyes, Itachi said. Why? Danzo asked, a whiff of condescension in his tone. Because you demand it. He shook his head. How childish, Itachi. I never thought dash. What you think, Itachi said mildly, has never mattered less to me. I came here to make sure that Sasuke would receive my eyes. That is the only outcome there will be. He spoke with absolute confidence. If Itachi had said that the clouds would vanish now, and the sun shine down, Tsunade would have found herself believing him. How he managed to instill this into his voice as he stood blind and alone against 4 of Konoha's veterans, she would never know. And if I killed you now? Danzo said. Tsunade took a step forward, opening her mouth. This was going too far. There was too much unexplained. There was something obvious that she was missing. Danzo and Itachi were hiding something from her. Their talk wasn't the kind of talk a missing nin and a village elder were supposed to have. And the fact that Danzo had somehow known why Itachi had removed his eyes. Itachi's response cut hers off. There would be no point. Danzo stiffened, before focusing on something only he could see. Ah, he said, sounding disappointed. Merely a clone. Shisui's eye still serves you well then, I take it. Itachi said in a level tone. Danzo oomphed. Tsunade stared at his back. She began to grit her teeth. The meaning of this conversation was going right over her head, and the fact that her subordinates knew what she didn't was starting to piss her off. Meanwhile, the bandaged man walked forward, bringing his hand up. If you cannot come before us in person, Itake, then there is no point in this. Now he raised the cane, ready to bring it down on the shadow clone's head. Begone. I wouldn't do that, Itake said. Danzo froze. The Uchiha's hand came up and pulled the collar of his cloak down, exposing his collarbone and the space just below it. Danzo's visible eye widened. He very carefully took a step back, and Tsunade hissed, seeing what he had. Itake's chest was covered in paper tags, familiar emblems emblazoned on all of them. Explosives. The Hokage's mind immediately went into overdrive. If she immediately activated her seal, then she would probably survive the blast. But what to do about the counselors? She couldn't save them as well. Though, if Itake had wanted them dead, he would have set off the tags by now, instead of revealing them. Tsunade fractionally relaxed. If you disrupt me, then these tags will go off, Itake said. So please, let me speak my piece, at least. Danzo didn't say anything. Tsunade seized the opportunity to take control of the exchange for the moment. You want us to implant your eyes in Sasuke? She confirmed. Itake just nodded. Tsunade followed it up with the ever-logical question. Why? I need Sasuke's help, he said. Tsunade laughed. And you blinded him? Itake didn't react. Yes. It was necessary. Necessary? Tsunade asked, serious again. For the development of his Sharingan. Though it's more than that, of course. His shall become mine, and mine his. And we will both be the stronger for it, Itake said. Tsunade stared at him. And why, she said, incredulous, would I allow you to grow in power? Even if you did us a service by saving Naruto from pain, you are still a traitor to Konoha. Itake shifted dramatically. He didn't look at Danzo, it was nothing so obvious. Nevertheless, the whole room became colder, and everyone present knew that the ice filling the office was aimed solely at the one-eyed man. You haven't told her? Itake said quietly. Konoha's previous affairs are not her business, the man said stiffly. If you will recall, she was busy exploring the bars and gambling halls of the elemental nations at the time. Hardly dash. She is the Hokage, Itake murmured. His voice was filled with true emotion, disappointment. How is this village to reach peace if people like you, he said, finally deigning to turn towards Danzo, do not allow its own leaders to learn from the past. Tsunade looked between the two of them. Enough of this dancing, she said flatly. Then, directly addressing the older man, Danzo. You and Itake have had prior dealings, haven't you? Don't take me for a fool. The man looked like he'd just been forced to swallow a lemon. His lips became straight as a razor, and his visible eyes shut tightly for a moment. Yes, he finally said, the word sharp. Regarding what? Tsunade asked. Itake remained silent, watching the conversation from the sidelines. The extermination of the Uchiha clan, the bandaged man said. Homura flinched. Tsunade stared, speechless. She turned back to Itake, her hair whipping with the motion. You did it under orders. Itake nodded. The clan was planning a coup, they intended to kill Konoha's leadership, and install my father as the Hokage. Negotiations, failed. Itake's pause held more in it than Tsunade had ever thought could have emerged from the stoic mass murderer. I was assigned to deal with them, in exchange for Sasuke's life. Danzo remained still throughout Itake's explanation. When Tsunade turned to him, he placidly did her the same courtesy. His eye remained closed, though it twitched occasionally. It was clear he was thinking furiously. Exchange? She hissed. Danzo! What did you do? Sarutobi-sensei would never have condoned such dash. And that is why he is dead. That is why the leaf is in the position it is in, the man interrupted her. Tsunade stared at him, her brow twitching in fury, but he spoke on nonetheless. He was too peace-loving to kill his student when he had the chance, and Orochimaru became one of this village's greatest threats. He did not have the conviction to cripple the stone in the Second War, and so they remain an ever-present irritant at our borders. He capitulated to Kumagakuer with the Hyuga, and even today the Land of Lightning considers us cowards who back away at the first sign of battle. Danzo's grip tightened on his cane, but his voice remained unruffled. How do you think he would have dealt with the Uchiha? Parley, empty words. What they wanted, he could not have given them. And then, when they had burned down his tower and slaughtered our ninja, then he would have dealt with them. The village would have been drastically weakened, far more than what just the Uchiha's absence has done to it. He pounded his cane into the ground, his posture rigid. Perhaps you have forgotten, Tsunade, but we are shinobi. We do not trade words. We trade blood, and iron. We obey orders. Itachi here, he gestured to the stock-still Uchiha behind him, is the truest shinobi this village has produced in ages. When the time came, he did not question. He did not allow his heart to endanger the village. He listened, and he acted. The leaf owes everything it has today to him. The office was silent for a moment. Danzo breathed out, steadying himself, and placed his cane back down. I did what was necessary. Something that Itachi apparently understands, considering what he has done to the brother he sacrificed everything to save. Danzo turned to the Uchiha in question. Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? The blind man remained silent. Danzo made a dismissive sound. As I thought, he said. He turned away, back towards Tsunade. No. Danzo froze. His back stayed to Itachi as the Uchiha continued. The death of the Uchiha was necessary, Danzo. That is true. Just as what I have done to Sasuke is. But. Itachi's voice became frigid. Both Tsunade and the counselors took a physical step back. Danzo remained unmoved, even as the cold billowed against his back. Itachi took a step forward. It was you who made it necessary, he said, his voice biting. It was you who stole the eye of Shisui Uchiha, one of the last loyal Uchiha in the whole of the village, because you believed that its power was better placed in your hands than his. He was the last man who could have aborted the coup without bloodshed, and you murdered him. Itachi took another step forward. It was you who went behind the Hokage's back and bartered the life of the clan against my brothers. And that, the murder of my friend, the bargaining of my clan's life, that was not necessary until you made it so. And another step. Do not perpetrate such illusions of nobility. Do not erect such a self-sacrificing facade. It was the Uchiha who were sacrificed, not you. It was Shisui who was sacrificed, not you. You claim that you had to make the difficult decisions, the choices the Sandaime wouldn't, or couldn't, have made. But it was you that caused those decisions to become necessary in the first place. One last step. Itachi was barely a meter from Danzo's back. You have spent so long hidden away, detached from the consequences of your actions. The ends and the means to reach them have become separate to you. You cannot expect to pursue your goals with such dash. And then Itachi froze, staring at Danzo with wide sockets. His words died in his throat, and he lowered his head. And for a minute, there was silence. Finally, Danzo spoke. He sounded genuinely regretful. You are letting your emotions cloud your judgment, the one-eyed man murmured. Making excuses, attempting to justify your actions. He sighed. What happened to you, Itachi? Has your time away from the village dulled you so? I have never been away from Konoha, Itachi countered, his voice quiet. The leaf has been in my heart and mind, always. It is how I survived the last 10 years. He raised his head back up, his sockets staring at the back of Danzo's head. But I am not 13 anymore, Danzo. It's no longer so easy for you to impress yourself upon me. What I have seen, and what I have done, has shaped me more than you ever hoped you could. Danzo sighed again. That is a shame. If that is true, Itachi, then I really did fail. It would have better to wipe out the Uchiha wholesale, regardless of the danger to the village. Having a broken weapon such as yourself loose outside its walls, just look at what it has done to your brother Dash. Enough of this. Tsunade snapped. She whirled on Danzo, and while the man didn't shrink back, there was a definite stiffening of his spine. You stole the eye of one of the Uchiha. She glared at his bandages. It's under there. The elder man remained silent. Tsunade's amber eyes narrowed, sharpening. Isn't it? Despite her tone, it was not a question. Danzo opened his mouth, and Tsunade stomped her foot hard enough for the wood under for a meter around to shatter, revealing the concrete bones of the tower. Homura and Koharu both jumped back. Itake's clone didn't even flinch. No lies, Danzo, the Hokage hissed. The man's mouth shut, and pursed intensely. No obfuscation. The truth, now. There was silence, quickly broken by the older man's hard voice. Yes, he admitted. For the good of the village. The Dujutsu of the Uchiha has been mine for some time now. And why, Tsunade asked, didn't you tell me? As Hokage, knowing the strength of my ninja is paramount. What else have you been hiding? This time, Danzo remained stubbornly silent. Tsunade snorted, and turned back to Itachi, who had listened to the whole confrontation without making any sort of movement. You want us to give Sasuke your eyes? She asked. The clone respectfully nodded. So that he can help you? She said, making it clear how much she doubted the idea. Yes. Tsunade sighed. It was the same sound she'd made when Naruto had convinced her to come back to the village, the same sigh she'd allowed out when she'd decided that just because he might be able to bring her brother and lover back, didn't mean Orochimaru didn't deserve a spine-shattering punch. Capitulation. Her hand came up, pinching the bridge of her nose, and she leaned back against her desk. The counselors, silently bearing witness, fidgeted uncomfortably, while Danzo watched the whole thing like a statue of a one-eyed hawk. With what? The Hokage asked. Itachi told her. You're crazy, Naruto whispered. Itachi shrugged. He didn't deny it. Why do all this? The Jinchuriki asked. It doesn't make any sense. If you want this guy dead, why not just come back to the village? Get help here? If you had to kill the Uchiha because they were going after the old man, why not tell Sasuke the truth? Why did you do what you did him that night? He didn't deserve that. Naruto's voice got louder, and the kunai in his hand sliced through the air as he gestured wildly. No one deserved that. What you did, you ruined him. I mean, I'm me, and even I noticed. You're why he left. He stopped his wild movements, his lip twisting. I don't dash. Naruto, Itachi said calmly, and the blonde went quiet for a moment, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. The hospital room was silent but for the flickering noise the lighting made. Naruto's hand tightened around the kunai he held low at his side, but he made no attempt to raise it. Please. Let me talk to Sasuke, and then you'll have the answer to all your questions. Better yet, you'll have it from Sasuke himself, should he choose to share them with you, the older Uchiha said. Naruto raised his head and opened his eyes. So you're here to tell him now? He asked. Itachi wordlessly nodded. How? The blonde asked. He won't wake up. I know, Itachi said. I ensured that he wouldn't. He stepped forward, and Naruto invisibly tensed. I'm not going to hurt him, the Uchiha promised, not slowing down his approach. I'm never going to hurt him again. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the unmistakable promise in Itachi's statement. He struggled with himself for a moment, looking as though he would raise the knife again, before exhaling roughly and going limp. Itachi stepped forward, but before he pushed past the blonde, Naruto turned his head and looked directly into where the Uchiha's eyes should have been. The intent stopped Itachi in his tracks. If you do. Naruto whispered. I don't care if you're a clone, Itachi. I'll find a way to hurt you worse than you can imagine. You could do nothing worse to me that I haven't already done to myself, the Uchiha murmured. Naruto snorted, unimpressed. Don't count on it. And just like Itachi had held promise in his words, so too did Naruto. He stepped aside, and Itachi brushed past him, coming to a stop next to Sasuke. Naruto watched him with wary eyes, but he made no move to stop him. The elder Uchiha looked down on his brother with unseeing sockets, silent and still. Naruto wondered what he was doing. What he was thinking. After a second, Itaka sighed and his hand came up, slowly moving towards Sasuke's face. Two of the fingers extended, the middle and index, and as Naruto watched they pressed against the younger brother's forehead. Itaka closed his eye sockets, and Sasuke's breathing suddenly became regular. The room was quieter than ever, and Naruto watched. And waited. Sasuke stumbled backwards. This was different. This dream was different. He was in the Uchiha compound. Just inside the main gate. It was a sunny day, the cloudless sky creating a sense of infinity above. The distant sound of birds earned a moment of his attention, but he directed his focus onto the street in front of him. He'd walked here 1,000 times, and he would have 1,000 more if Itaka hadn't turned this whole place into a bad memory. Here was where his aunt had snuck him sugary candies in the evening. There was where he had run along the walls, full of childish confidence that he wouldn't fall. And that even if he did, his brother would catch him. But they weren't here, of course. Everyone who should have been here was dead, or worse. But it was far more than that. There was no Orochimaru here. No Itaka. No Naruto or Sakura or Kakashi or father or mother. Or anyone. He was alone. This wasn't a dream. He'd realized it slowly. As Itaka had taken his eyes for the third time, he'd begun to suspect, through the agony and screaming and unheard pleading, that something was wrong. The fifth time, he'd been sure. This wasn't real. The sixth time, he'd thought it genjutsu. But that wasn't right, he would have broken out of it by now. Both times that the Tsukuyomi had been used on him, Sasuke had had no dreams. His sleep had been an abyss, he hadn't realized for some time how long he'd been in the darkness, when he finally woke up. He didn't know why this time was different. So it wasn't real, and it wasn't a genjutsu. Thus, Sasuke had come to realize that it must have been a dream. This realization, of course, had not granted him any sort of peace. No control. It was just one more thing he couldn't do anything about, and that realization had sent him even deeper. But this place, it was different. This was no dream. Sasuke. That voice. Behind him. Slightly above him. It was always that voice. Why? Itaka had won. He'd taken his eyes. There was nothing Sasuke could do now. The only thing to do was live through these nightmares, and wait to die in his waking hours, whenever they came. What hope did he have in either world? He was powerless in the dreams, and even awake, alive, he was blind now. Helpless. Like he always was, in the face of his brother's immensity. He couldn't hope to beat Itaka in either state. But, this wasn't a dream. And Itaka hadn't taken his eyes yet. Sasuke whirled around and brought his fist to his brother's face with every ounce of his strength. There was a snapping noise, and Itaka stumbled back, his hand coming up to his nose. Sasuke didn't give him a chance to collect himself. He stepped forward, growling, and hammered his fist into his brother's gut, one strike, lightning quick, and then another, twisting his fist. Itaka's lungs emptied with a loud exhalation, and he doubled over slightly. Sasuke's other hand came up and smashed down on the back of his head, gripping the scalp. Sasuke threw his brother down like a rag doll, slamming Itaka's face into the street. Sasuke became airborne with the force of the strike, and his legs came up as he ground Itaka's face into the ground. The pavement exploded, and Itaka was left in a small crater, blood pooling around his head. Sasuke moved into a cartwheel, his hand still pressed down on Itaka's head, and came back to his feet. As soon as he did, he kicked his brother in the side, flipping him over onto his back. Itaka's ruined face gazed up at him, his features a mess of mangled flesh and blood. His nose was completely destroyed. Only his eyes were recognizable, flat onyx staring up at him. Itaka's mouth opened, irrespective of the blood that trickled onto his teeth. "Sasuke," he said again. Sasuke didn't care, if his brother meant to say more after that, because he raised one of his legs and stomped on Itaka's throat with all his considerable strength, crushing his brother's trachea. Whatever the elder Uchiha had been about to say died with an empty whine of escaping air, and Sasuke bent over, grinding his heel. He panted, and looked down at the body. Itaka stared up at him with untroubled eyes. He didn't look like someone who had just had his throat crushed. Sasuke hated that. Hated those eyes, hated how peaceful they looked. Itachi didn't deserve to die with peaceful eyes. Please dash, the voice was behind him again. Yelling wordlessly, Sasuke jumped into the air and spun towards the voice, catching his brother in the temple with a vicious roundhouse kick. As Itachi stumbled back, Sasuke steadied himself once again and darted forward, his teeth bared. He buried his fist in Itachi's face. Again. And again. Sasuke drove his brother back, smashing punches against his head and torso. Itachi reeled from the assault, and Sasuke shot forward once more and swept his legs from under him. But before his brother could hit the ground, Sasuke redirected his foot and punted Itachi in the kidney, sending him tumbling along the street. The older Uchiha hit the ground and rolled, coming back to his feet. A thin line of blood ran from a cut on his forehead, as well as from his nose, and patchwork bruises marred every inch of his face. I understand dash. No. Sasuke yelled, sprinting forward. Lightning sparked into existence at his fingertips, and he ran his hand through Itachi's chest, feeling his brother's ribs and organs boiling away before the electric lance. His hand burst from his sibling's back, and Itachi slumped into him. Instead of more words, only blood emerged from his mouth, hacking out and spattering onto Sasuke's shoulder. Uncaring, he yanked his fist from his brother's chest, catching a flash of the blood that had replaced the lightning. You don't talk, Sasuke snarled. He pushed the limp body forward, and it crashed back onto the street, sprawled as blood ran from the hole in its chest. You die. If that's really what you want, Itachi said, standing on one of the walls that surrounded the compound, looking down on him. But I hope you'll forgive me, I need to talk to you anyway. Sasuke looked up at his brother, his face twisted with hatred. He reached down and grabbed Itachi's mauled body, throwing it at the living form of it perched on the wall. The corpse spun slightly before striking its living counterpart in the chest, and Itachi fell back, out of sight. Sasuke charged, kicked the wall into stone dust, and found Itachi sitting cross-legged on the other side, now looking up at him. I have lied to you many times, you know, he said conversationally. I know, Sasuke said as he stalked forward, his voice filled with the kind of hatred that only 10 years of devotion to the art could produce. You lied to all of us. You lied to mother, and father. You lied to Shisui, the Umbu. He reached Itachi and kicked him in the face, sending his brother tumbling back with a split lip and bleeding temple. And you lied to me. He roared. Itachi came to a stop, stretched out painfully on the ground. He slowly pulled himself to his feet and Sasuke moved closer. True, he said, spitting blood. But there were more. Sasuke stopped in his tracks for a moment. More. He scowled, tone gnarled with contempt. Itachi nodded. I lied to you that night as well, he said calmly. Before he could say anything more, Sasuke rushed him. His hands closed around his brother's throat, and he fell forward, carrying them both down towards the street. Itachi skidded along the ground for a moment, Sasuke on top of him, before they both ground to a stop. Sasuke's hands were still wrapped around Itachi's throat, steadily but surely applying a crushing pressure. More lies. Sasuke hissed. He shook his brother, Itachi's head cracking against the street. Why? To protect you, Itachi whispered, the words struggling to form under the pressure. Sasuke stopped strangling him. What? A voice murmured in his ear. It was Itachi's, but it wasn't the one pinned beneath him. A memory. Fogged by pain and drugs and shock, but a memory all the same. I will always love you, his brother had whispered to him. I am so sorry for what I have done. Sasuke's hands drew back, and Itachi took a deep breath. I did kill our clan, yes. That was not a lie, he wheezed, but his words were all too understandable. Sasuke watched him with morbid fascination. But when I told you that night, that I had done it to test my capacity, to see what I was capable of. Itachi stared into Sasuke's eyes, and the younger brother couldn't help but think that it was the first time in such a long time that he had seen his brother's eyes without the Sharingan activated. That was a lie, Itachi said. Sasuke took a deep, shuddering breath. Then why did you? He asked, struggling to keep himself under control. If it wasn't to test yourself, what possible reason could you have to have done what you did? I did it under orders. Sasuke froze. His eyes widened, his body unresponsive to his screaming mind, head, everything. He toppled back, off of Itachi, onto the unrelenting concrete. His brother stood up. Itachi now stood, loomed, over Sasuke, shading him from the sun. Sasuke barely noticed, staring up at the sky without seeing it at all. It wasn't a real sky, but what did that matter? Orders. He did it under orders. Sasuke shifted his eyes slightly to the side, looking at Itachi. This time, he did see what he was looking at. Who? He asked, perfectly calm. Itachi looked down at him, expressionless. Who? Itachi echoed his brother's question. Who ordered the death of our clan? Itachi sighed. I wish I could lie to you, Sasuke, he said, his face twisting into a distinctly feeling expression. But that wouldn't accomplish anything. He remained silent for another moment. Sasuke waited. 2 men, Itachi finally said. Who? 1, I already told you about. Madara Uchiha. Itachi pronounced the name as if it were a particularly bitter drink. The other, well, you don't know him, and hopefully won't for a long time. His name is Danzo Shimura. Sasuke didn't say anything. He just shifted his eyes away from his brother, staring back up at the sky. Sasuke. His brother didn't respond. 2 more to kill, he was subconsciously deciding. Then, Itachi said something rather stupid. It was the only way to save you. Sasuke screamed. Itachi flinched, and his brother kicked his feet from under him, rolling back on top of him. Save me! Sasuke bellowed, bringing a fist down and smashing Itachi across the face. The elder Uchiha's head snapped to the side, before Sasuke's other fist caught it and rolled it back the other way. Sasuke didn't stop. Punch after punch, he pummeled his brother into the ground. With every strike, he screamed once more. You thought you'd saved me? It didn't matter that this wasn't real, his Sharingan had activated, spinning so quickly that the Tomo all seemed to form one continuous black circle. You killed them all. You left me alone. Itachi didn't flinch at the spittle that escaped Sasuke in his rage. The younger brother paused for a second before striking Itachi in the center of the head, slamming him back into the street with a loud crack. Worse than alone. He continued to yell, but his voice had started to choke. An errant tear escaped one of his eyes, but he didn't try to wipe it away. He was too busy brutalizing his brother, punching out the internalized agony, the uncontrollable fury flooding through him. I had nothing. You took all of it. He reared back, raising both fists high. You left me one thing. He brought his hands down on his brother's face, further flattening it. Killing you. He kept punching, and with every strike he let another choked sob of a word escape him. Sasuke's knuckles were stinging and broken, caked with blood, some his brother's, most his own. He didn't care. And now dash. Another hit. Itachi's face was beginning to look like it had gone through a belt sander. I don't even have that. Sasuke stopped, raging and crying in the same breath, and let his hands fall to his sides. The knuckles were ruined by his sloppy punches, but whatever they had suffered, Itachi's face had gotten it 100-fold. Sasuke stared down at the body under him, and blood dripped steadily from his hands onto the street, joining the coagulating puddle leaking from his brother's cranium. He stayed like that for an eternal moment, straddling the body of his brother, heaving in pain and unsteady breaths. A hand on his shoulder pulled him away from the momentary limbo, and back to his feet. Sasuke turned around and looked Itachi in the eyes again. His arms were too heavy to lift. His feet felt as though they were filled with lead. His heart begged to stop beating. I'm sorry, his brother said. Sasuke gave up. He slumped forward, his feet surrendering, his whole body going limp. His knees struck the street first, the rest of him falling like a dead weight. Itachi bent down and caught him, his grip gentle. Wrong. Lies. No. No. Sasuke's voice was quiet, it was shaking with every emotion, the air in his lungs shuddering, his entire self on the verge of collapse. No. Sasuke. Suzuki's head whipped upwards, his expression contorted with unbridled rage. Don't tell me you're sorry. I don't want you sorry, I want you dead. His voice gave out on him, despite his fervent struggles. His fingers clawed at Itake's flesh, the steadfast grip that held his abdomen to keep him from falling. Just let me fall, God damn it. Let go. Suzuki felt his body trembling beneath the weight of something, no everything, it was most certainly everything. I don't want to hear it. Suzuki found his throat constricted, every fiber pulled close, a lump forming, and then you can't just. He was apologize. I won't hear it. He was crying. Who do you think dash? The younger boy found his raking grasps on Itake's arm becoming limp. His whole self was emptying, pouring out. His eyes stung, weakness, but he couldn't bring himself to stop them. Suzuki couldn't do this. Not like this, and not here. Not with his brother's sincere apology ringing in his ears. One day, Suzuki would be mad at, hate, him once more. Not today. Suzuki had never cried like this, never emptied himself so, not for so long. At first it was simply the salty trails of tears, and then his throat let a trail of air through, the gasp of air becoming a choked, tearful cry. And then, so suddenly he didn't even realize that he had started, Suzuki was wailing. Itake did little more than clutch his little brother close, but the contact was comforting, and Suzuki cried. And as he did, the emptiness within him ebbed, becoming an eternally cold anger. He killed them all. It drained away, leaving him with nothing but a deep, burning sadness. He killed them all. The grief crystallized, and he was relieved. But through it all, he hated. Suzuki always hated. It lay atop everything else, bobbing with the storm, boiling with the rage, freezing with the anguish. And yet, relief that Itake, his brother, had finally come back, had never even left in the first place, colored the hate. Dulled it. Relief that even with his family gone, he wasn't alone anymore, even after all the bonds he had severed, all the friendships thrown away, all he had sacrificed, his brother was still there, he'd been there all along, that relief paled the hate, and disarmed it. But hate survived. Hate lingered. Hate that his brother hadn't revealed this to him sooner. Hate that he was relieved in the first place, that it affected him, hate that even after all he'd done, he still was the same whimpering child. But the hate finally drowned in the relief, like a struggling, flailing man finally slipping beneath the waves, and Suzuki gave himself over to it. The Uchiha brothers stayed as they were for a long time, its passage had little meaning in the genjutsu as it was. Finally, Suzuki pulled back, and Itake did as well. He wasn't smiling, but his eyes were warm. He looked like he had back before the clan had died. Suzuki felt himself suppressing something that could tentatively be labeled a smile at the sight. He didn't want to smile. Itake didn't deserve a smile. He deserved to be dead. But Suzuki couldn't kill him now. Couldn't kill him here, and probably couldn't kill him even if he was standing right in front of him. How could he kill the brother who loved him? Who hadn't used him? So instead, Suzuki frowned. I still don't understand, he said. There's still so much, it doesn't make sense. What do you want to know? Itake asked. No more lies, I won't lie to you again, Suzuki. Suzuki sat still for a second, gathering his thoughts. Itake watched patiently. The younger Uchiha had dozens of questions, but he settled for 3 questions, Suzuki said. For now, at least. Itake waited. Why was the clan's death ordered? Suzuki asked, without stuttering. Our father had planned a coup, Itake answered without pause. The Uchiha would decapitate the leadership of Konoha, and take over ourselves. Why? Suzuki struggled to remain in control, to remain calm. He needed to hear this. Itake shifted. Ever since the Kyuubi's attack, the Uchiha's power had decreased steadily. As the years passed, it bled away, the military police lost authority over Umbu in the village, and fewer Uchiha were sent away on missions. He sighed. The leadership of the village had stopped trusting us. At Suzuki's unspoken question, he continued. Madara Uchiha had the power to control the Nine Tails. When it attacked the village, suspicion naturally fell upon the Uchiha, particularly since it had been contained in a Jinchuriki beforehand. Really? Who? Sasuke asked. Itachi shrugged, he didn't know the container's identity. At any rate, I was the one who reported the coup forming in the first place. But I never believed that things would have escalated as they did. He looked uncomfortable for a moment, before falling back into his normal stoic expression. And how did you taking care of the coup save me in the first place? Sasuke bit out, trying to remain calm. His fists clenched, but he managed to remain in control. Danzo approached me, behind the back of the Sandaime. He told me that I had to make a choice, the village, or my clan. Itachi shook his head, as though the motion itself would dispel old memories. If I chose the clan, the Uchiha would die, down to the last man, woman, and child, and be remembered as traitors for as long as Konoha stood. And if you chose the village, I would be spared, Sasuke murmured, and Itachi nodded. Did mother and father know? Sasuke asked, before wincing at the inanity of the question. Itachi didn't react to the movement. They didn't, he answered, before hesitating. But they did approve. Sasuke looked down. Once more, relief and hatred fought a brief war within him. This one also narrowly ended in relief's victory. Narrowly. Okay, he said quietly. The brothers remained quiet for a second, before Sasuke spoke up again. Second question, then, he said, his face growing grim. Why the lies? Itachi sucked in a breath, staring at his brother. Then, the impossible happened. He averted his eyes. Sasuke's own widened considerably. He'd never dreamed that Itachi would ever do something like that. I was selfish, his older brother whispered. Selfish? Itachi kept talking, not making eye contact with Sasuke the whole time. I didn't want you to grow up hating the village that you would be protecting. That. I like to think that was merely practical. But it was more than that. Hating the village that demanded the death of my family. Hatred. Sasuke quietly said, and Itachi swallowed and nodded. It was the only way I could think of keeping the honor of the Uchiha intact, he said, his voice soft. I had to die, and you had to be the one to do it, Sasuke. Sasuke took a deep breath but didn't say anything, allowing Itachi to continue. I had to make you hate me. Not Konoha. And, the Tsukuyomi was the best way. The most efficient. Sasuke chuckled mirthlessly, and Itachi flinched. Yeah, he said. It was certainly efficient. Curse me. Hate me. Run, and live. Even that was another lie, Itachi spat, and now there was unmistakable a note of loathing in his voice. I took every atrocity of that night, imagined or real, and made it 100 times worse. I don't, when I look back, that was my first mistake. Your first. Itachi shook his head. I've made more mistakes than you can imagine, Sasuke. That was merely the first. The second Tsukuyomi, Sasuke muttered. Itachi nodded, his lips pursed. I don't understand, Sasuke said, and now the coldness in his voice had intensified. I was already set on killing you. Why did you show me their deaths again? What could you gain? Itachi stayed quiet. Sasuke stared at him, his eyes hard. I joined the Akatsuki because in the wake of the massacre, I truly did believe that its leader's aspirations were possible, Itachi said. Sasuke watched him, confused and slightly angered at the change in topic, but he didn't interrupt. I was a different man then, Itachi continued. Colder. Broken, even, though I hesitate to apply such melodramatic labels to myself. The ends began to mean more to me than the methods to achieve them. The death of the Jinchuriki, 9 individuals, and whatever thousands of others after them, in exchange for peace. A world where I would not have to create more orphans, for the sake of the many. Sasuke's gaze grew somewhat murderous, and Itachi spoke faster. He didn't look worried, but he clearly realized that his chance to speak to his brother on open ground was slipping away. It seemed a decent trade to me, he finished. Itachi shook his head again, while Sasuke watched him with empty eyes. At any rate, I was certainly unstable. And while I was aware of it, I was convinced that it wasn't altering my actions, that I was still in control. Unstable. I was wrong. Itake's voice, flat and pained, brought Sasuke out of his brief regression. The coldness melted away, replaced by confusion. When we met in that town, I was happy. Happy to see you, Itake said with a twitch of his lips. But then, when you tried to kill me with that Chidori. Sasuke winced at the memory, while Itake just looked at something that wasn't there. I was so angry, Itake said, as if coming to a decision. That I'd tried to kill you? Sasuke asked, alarmed. He couldn't picture Itake angry. His brother had always been cold, even when he'd been warm. No, Itake shook his head again. Angry that after planting hate in you, something I was sure would motivate you, angry that after 7 years to train to kill me, you would attempt something so pathetic. Sasuke bristled, but he still didn't attack his brother. He still wanted to hear what he was going to say. Itake sighed. I have always known that your talents are greater than mine, Sasuke. At Sasuke's look of disbelief, he continued. Mother and father never noticed, because I did my best to hide it from them. I did not want you to lose your innocence at such a young age like I had, so I protected you. But even so, during those few instances when I helped you train, I was astounded at your progress, time and time again. What took me weeks, you would learn in days, with minimal help, and your eyes. He sighed again. The power of the Uchiha has always stemmed from the strength of our emotions. Love, hate, anger, happiness, you felt these things more acutely than any other member of our clan. The day of the massacre, when you unlocked your Sharingan at age 7, when even I had only been 8 when I had done so, it was simply a vindication at the end of a long line of observations. On the day of the massacre. Itake tilted his head slightly in confusion before a flash of understanding, then shame flew across his eyes. You do not remember, he whispered. Sasuke rocked back. His brother sounded horrified. Itake looked down. Another error. You most probably suppressed the memory. He shook his head, the ghost of a chuckle escaping him. I spent all those years. Itake realized that Sasuke was staring at him, his eyes wide, and he immediately regained his composure. It doesn't matter. Either way, I know now that both Tsukuyomis were a mistake. The first one, well, there is no point in wondering at what the past could have been. But I don't believe that using it on you did any good, Sasuke. Itake closed his eyes. I'd foolishly hoped, even in the wake of our parents' death, that you wouldn't grow up too quickly, that you could still have a childhood, and I smashed any chance of that, afraid that you wouldn't redeem our clan through my death. He opened his eyes. That day, you announced your presence, you charged at me. With a famed assassination jutsu, yes, but right at that moment I knew I'd failed in a way more fundamental than I could understand. That everything had gone wrong. You weren't strong, and I didn't understand why. Itake stood up, and actually began pacing. Sasuke watched him, astonished. His brother was showing more emotion than he'd ever hinted at before. I thought maybe the first lesson hadn't taken. That dash. You don't have enough hate. Sasuke remembered the voice, the murderer's breath, and his mouth parted in shock. You thought that if you reminded me dash. That you would devote yourself to my death, Itake confirmed. The brothers remained quiet for a moment. You were right, Sasuke said. Itake whirled on him, his gaze sharp and cold. I was wrong, he barked. You left Konoha, left your comrades, and sought out Orochimaru. You partook of poisoned power, instead of developing your own. Everything went wrong after that day. He quieted down, hanging his head. And once more, it was all my fault. Sasuke didn't contradict him. Itake eventually spoke, his voice more level. That day changed me, he admitted. I decided that if I had been wrong about myself, and you, what else had I been mistaken about? He shook his head. All of my plans needed to be reconsidered. The Akatsuki needed to be reconsidered. My partner needed to be reconsidered. Madara needed to be reconsidered. Itake blinked, deliberately and slowly. I came to the conclusion that I'd been wrong about more things than I'd been right. It was sobering, and necessary. I don't want to think about what would have happened if I hadn't been given a reason to reconsider. Sasuke remained silent. It was all a mistake. He finally muttered. Itachi gave him a sour smile. Didn't I tell you, once upon a time, Sasuke, that being a genius was a great burden? My accomplishments may be spectacular, but so are my failures. He closed his eyes. And the last 10 years have been nothing but a string of them. Then, if that day changed you so much. Sasuke faltered, and morbidly chuckled. We've reached the third question. He straightened up. Itachi, why did you take my eyes? He asked, tone blunt. Itachi's answer would decide whether their next meeting would be a repeat of their last one. His brother took a deep breath. I had hoped not to, but was the only way to ensure Konoha's survival, Itachi said. Sasuke's Sharingan spun into existence, and Itachi closed his eyes. The younger brother stood up, stock still. Again. He murmured venomously. Itachi nodded, not showing any hint of what his brother's reaction had done to him. The Sharingan narrowed. Why must the Uchiha make all the sacrifices for that village? Sasuke demanded. What has dash? The Uchiha have made such sacrifices, Itachi interrupted, because it is we who have put the village in the position of needing sacrifices in the first place. He had stopped pacing, and now he turned to face Sasuke head-on. It was Madara who unleashed the Nine Tails on Konoha that day, nearly 17 years ago. He survived the wrath of Hashirama, and even today, he haunts the village, the unpleasant ghost of an unwelcome past. Itachi stared at Sasuke, and the younger brother's hateful indignation only grew at the look in his older brother's eyes. Itachi believed he was right, with all he could give. My goals haven't changed, Sasuke. I will still protect Konoha to my last breath, and I will redeem the Uchiha. And to do that, Madara must die. You think you can just blame Madara for our clan's death? Sasuke hissed, stepping forward, his hands clenching. After what you did to our parents. Our family. It was his fault that the Uchiha took the path they did, Itachi calmly stated. Sasuke ground his teeth. And it was you who ensured that that path ended in their deaths. He shouted, and Itachi flinched. I had no choice. Itachi's voice was quiet. He refused to make eye contact. Sasuke stepped forward, and seized Itachi by his cloak, dragging him closer. The older Uchiha didn't resist. No choice. Sasuke growled. No choice? You could have stood by your family. By our father. If the Uchiha really were planning a coup, planning to fight the village for disrespecting them, they might have been right to. And the leaf killed them for it. He shook his brother, but Itachi didn't respond, merely watching him with narrow eyes. Sasuke went on. If that's the truth, why should you have any loyalty to that rotten village, huh? It forced you to kill our parents, not Madara. Sasuke's eyes went wide, and his lip curled up into a twisted snarl. Konoha killed my clan. Not you. It was Dash. No, Itachi said, and Sasuke snapped back to his brother, glaring at him, the Sharingan wide and whirling. Itachi spoke, his voice hard. He stared his brother in the eye the entire time. Konoha did not kill the Uchiha. Madara set them on the stand. And I was their executioner. You cannot blame the village. Why not? Sasuke yelled in his brother's face. If I can't kill you dash, Itachi's eyes went wide at that statement, who is there to blame? Who do I dash? No one. Itachi shouted in his brother's face, and Sasuke fell back, astonished. He'd never heard Itachi so loud. He hit the ground and scooted back slightly. Itachi loomed over him, he looked almost crazed. You cannot blame Konoha. You must not blame the village. Whatever its faults, the hidden leaf is this cruel world's best chance at peace. Itachi yelled, advancing on his brother. Sasuke scrambled backwards. Like your friend, Itachi spat. Naruto Uzumaki. For someone with such powerful eyes, Sasuke, you don't see anything. He is going to change everything. A person like him only comes along once in millennia. And you would throw that all away, just for revenge? He spat. Sasuke shook his head, He'd only heard his brother spit his words like he was one day, long ago, when the clan had confronted him about Shisui's suicide, murder. A voice reminded him. The idiot. He spat back. The dead last? What can a person like him dash? Itaka cut him off with a sweep of his hand. A boy who has known the worst loneliness someone can suffer and came out the other side smiling? A man who gathers powerful allies around him without even trying? A Jinchuriki who is not a tool, but a person. He clenched his fist. You don't see how momentous he is? I had nearly lost faith in the leaf before I met him. Sasuke surged to his feet and threw a punch at Itaka's face. The older brother caught it, and Sasuke bent in close, trying to push his sibling's defenses out of the way. You think Naruto has known loneliness? He yelled in Itaka's face. You, who took my family from me at the whims of men who should be dead. You don't know what loneliness dash. Has Uzumaki allowed his loneliness to break him? Itaki asked. To sever his ties from his home, his friends. He shook his head. No. You don't know what you're talking about. Sasuke screamed. As soon as I get out of here, he'll be the first to die. He means nothing to dash. Fool, the man who had killed the Uchiha down to the last man, woman, and child hissed. Now, it was Itaki whose voice was poison. Sasuke froze, suddenly aware of how dangerous his brother was. Enough of your self-pity, Sasuke, Itaka said, his voice as hard as granite. We do not have time for it. He continued, his voice quiet and deadly. I realize you feel things more strongly than I. That is the curse of your eyes. But dash. Itaka's own Sharingan finally appeared, and the brothers Uchiha stared at each other with spiraling red eyes. You must not let your emotions rule you, he said, taking a deep breath and releasing Sasuke's hand. The younger Uchiha immediately punched his brother in the face. Itaka skidded back, but he didn't flinch at the blow. He just stared at his brother with pitiless eyes. Sasuke snarled, and took a step forward. Itaka didn't budge. He just watched him. Sasuke stared back, twitching. Stop it, he said. Itaka didn't. Stop it. Sasuke yelled. Don't just. He bared his teeth. Fight me, damn it. Stop just. You have to learn control, Itaka said. He stepped forward, into Sasuke's reach, but his brother didn't strike out. Our clan could have chosen a different path. It's true. Madara's influence could have been burned away. Itaka's nostrils flared. But all the Uchiha have ever done is react. There was no growth, no development. There was no moving past old grudges, they only built new ones. And eventually, they collapsed under the weight of all that pettiness. How can you talk like that? Sasuke roared. Because it is the truth, Itaka said. Bullshit. No. Itaka yelled. Do you think I would have killed our family if it had been any other way, Sasuke? It came down to them, the old, the bitter, and the blind, and you. You, who had the potential to become the greatest of the Uchiha. Who hadn't been poisoned by their stubbornness. Sasuke backed away, gaping, and Itaka stepped forward, animated. It was the only choice. He yelled. You have to see. I need you to see. Why? Sasuke yelled back. So I can just be another tool. So you can kill Madara. No. Itaka's hand clapped down on Sasuke's shoulder, and he stiffened. He hadn't seen his brother move. Not as a tool. The Sharingan flashed. As my brother. As the only one who can help me right the wrongs that man has done his own clan. Then why take my eyes? Sasuke yelled, knocking Itaka's hand away. His hands, ruined as they were, still managed to curve into fists. It was the only way. Itaka said again. Everything I've done has led to this point, Sasuke. I'm sorry for that, but it was the only way. When you came into the compound that day, I hoped that I'd be able to make you understand. But the hatred I selfishly placed in you, it made that impossible. And so, it became clear, either you would kill me and take my eyes, or I would spare you again and take yours. So what? Sasuke snarled. Itaka paused. Do you remember what I told you about the eternal Mangekyo? When his sight was taken from him, he desperately sought the light, and in his madness, stole his younger brother's eyes. Sasuke's face said everything that Itachi needed to know. Madara stole his brother's eyes, his older brother reflected. The Mangekyo. I believe it is a poison. It grants power, true, but that power is corrupt. Ever since I acquired it, my own mind has been suspect. What I did to you only served as more proof to me. Sasuke glared, but didn't interrupt as Itachi continued. I have been planning this since we last met, Sasuke. My last betrayal of you. But it was the best way. What you do mean? Sasuke's hands began to unclench. After I took your eyes. I took my own as well. Sasuke blinked, his rage melting away. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. After a moment, he managed a quiet "what?" The Uchiha have maintained a legacy of hate and sacrifice since time immemorial. That has always been our way. Itachi sighed, his shoulders losing the rigidity that had always been there. And I am tired of it. Itachi. I don't. Sasuke said, staring at his brother. I removed my own eyes, and gave them to the retrieval team from Konoha, to your old teammate, Sakura. Itachi's eyes were hard, but his voice wasn't. Even now, I am negotiating with the village leaders. My eyes shall become yours. Your eyes shall become mine. The eternal Mangekyo, shared, not stolen. Itachi smiled. And together, we will kill Madara, and ensure the Uchiha name does not expire in infamy. Sasuke stared at his brother, his mind awhirl and his mouth slightly open. Itachi looked up at the night sky. My time's almost up, he remarked. The clone has run out of chakra. I won't be able to keep this genjutsu going much longer. He looked back down at his brother. Sasuke, he said. Please, it doesn't matter if you forgive me or not. But don't let your pain, the hatred I caused to grow in you, to blind you from what must be done. Madara has to die if the world is to have a chance at peace. Sasuke closed his mouth. His eyes narrowed. I don't forgive you, Itachi, he said. There must have been another way. Just because dash. Sasuke's voice died as Itachi stepped forward and grabbed the back of his head, pulling him close. Their foreheads bumped into each other, but neither brother seemed to notice. Sasuke. Warmth. That doesn't matter. Family. Forgiveness is beyond me. If you must have your revenge, have it on me, its architect. Don't misplace your hate. Itachi closed his eyes. A pause. He shook his head. Please. Make the right decision, he asked. I leave it to you. Just know, no matter what you do. Acceptance. I will always love you. Itachi vanished. The street vanished. The sky vanished. The light vanished. And once more, the dark surrounded Sasuke. The dark that robbed him of his senses. That penetrated him, bound him to it, and whispered to him of death and hatred and futile revenge. The darkness that followed him for the last 10 years, lurking around the corners, beneath his feet, in the steel of his shuriken and kunao and in the shadow cast by his fire and lightning. But this time, he wasn't alone. I will always love you. This time, even if he was a hypocritical bastard, his brother was at his side. Sasuke closed his eyes. You can't believe that will work, Tsunade muttered. Itachi shrugged. It must, he said. Madara is the Uchiha's problem. For the crimes he has perpetrated against the village, even more so. He stared at the Hokage, his expression unusually solemn, even for Itachi Uchiha. Forgive the presumption, Hokage-sama, but I am a killer. I have always been a killer, and I will always be a killer. And unfortunately, I believe I have made my brother one as well. He smiled. It is the least we can do, then, to kill the right people. Danzo cut in. He had remained quiet throughout Itachi's explanation, but he could no longer contain himself. Tsunade, he bit out. I strongly recommend against this. Increasing the power of that boy will not end well for the village. Even if Itachi believes he can set him against the Akatsuki dash. It is not a matter of belief, Itaki interrupted. Danzo glared. Sasuke will make the right decision, I trust him. He will make the right decision because the man who slaughtered his family trusts him. Danzo shot back, his tone dry enough to evaporate a small lake. You truly have fallen, Itake, if you maintain such fantasies. The Uchiha did not counter Danzo's attack, merely sightlessly watching the Hokage. Even without eyes, the microscopic fluctuations of his jaw told Tsunade all she needed to know. It was up to her. She never thought she'd see the day where someone like Itaki Uchiha would turn to her for a verdict. The Hokage sighed. She hadn't agreed to the position under the delusion that she wouldn't have to make controversial decisions. But this one could very well determine the future course of the village hidden in the leaves. If Itake was telling the truth, and Tsunade, however incredulous she wanted to be, believed that he was, then Konoha would gain two powerful allies, even if only one of them could operate openly as a shinobi of the village. The main Jikyo Sharingan was powerful, plain, and simple, and having two sets of them would be an undeniable boon to the village. But if he was lying, or manipulating the situation towards his own ends, something that Danzo, of all people, had convinced her was unlikely, then there would be three Met Uchiha running around the elemental nations, all with the main Jikyo's considerable power, and it would be directly her fault. And yet, it somehow all came back to someone that wasn't even here, hadn't even been discussed. Naruto. Tsunade knew, in her gut, that he would be the one to determine if this turned into a fiasco or not. Naruto was Sasuke's friend, even if the Uchiha had tried to kill him last time they'd met. And Naruto would do anything for his friends. Not to mention, the blonde was annoyingly persuasive. She could probably sort everything out by just shoving the two of them in a room together for a couple days. By the time Sasuke came out, he'd probably be hugging everything in sight and declaring that he would be the next Hokage. Or it would be a bloodbath the likes of which Konoha had never seen. Tsunade stifled a chuckle, and Homura cocked an eyebrow at her. She coughed and settled in a thinking pose, her hands clasped in front of her. Naruto was leaving, though, and soon. Jiraiya had told her that he was ready for sage training, and she was inclined to agree, though she found the idea of a Jinchuriki sage to be frankly terrifying. She had no idea how long it would take, and delaying his departure would be unthinkable. He needed to be ready as soon as possible, in the case the Akatsuki made another attempt on him. She pinched her nose, and made her decision. Even if Itake's plan didn't work, or was crazy, or went wrong in 1,000 horrifying ways, she trusted Naruto. And if anyone could make sure Sasuke stayed in Konoha, it was him. She would just have to make sure the Uchiha didn't do anything stupid before Naruto got back. I'll do the procedure myself, she decided. Tsunade. Koharu muttered, but she didn't say anything more. Itake nodded his head respectfully. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I promise, you will not regret this decision. I sincerely hope not, Tsunade said. She clenched one fist. Itake. I've placed a lot of trust in you. More trust than you probably deserve. She pursed her lips. When will you be ready to take orders? The Uchiha stiffened. His spine, if it were possible, became even straighter. At any time, Hokage-sama. Good, Tsunade nodded. I assume you're keeping an eye on Sasuke. Itake nodded. Tsunade idly wondered how long it would take her to figure out how Itake would be keeping an eye on his brother. In that case, lay low. If the surgery is successful, and Sasuke regains his sight you said about 2 weeks, then return here. We'll develop a plan to hunt down Madara then. He may take action during that time, Itake warned. And could you do anything about it? Tsunade shot back. No. You said that Pain would probably take some time to replace his losses. And Jiraiya assures us that he managed to destroy, or at least render ineffective, one of Madara's eyes. Itake's eyebrows shot up. He hadn't known that. But the small tick was the only sign of his surprise. She sat back, one hand coming up. We have a period of grace. Use it, when you come back into service, however covered it will be, I want you at full strength. Itake was still for a second. Finally, he closed his sockets and inclined his head. And then he vanished, not even a puff of smoke indicating his disappearance. The explosive tags that had been affixed to his chest fluttered to the floor, inert. "This is a dangerous road you've set us on, Tsunade," Homura muttered. Tsunade turned to him in mild surprise. He was usually the more reserved member of the council. This could go wrong for the village in too many ways to count. It would be safer just to neutralize them both right now, he continued, his brow furrowed. "Maybe," Tsunade said. "But I'm curious." "Curious?" Danzo shifted slightly, readjusting his cane. His hand was still in an iron grip on it. "Oh come on," Tsunade smiled. "Don't you want to see how this turns out? It's not every day something so dramatic happens. This could shift the entire power balance of the hidden villages. And behead the Akatsuki." Koharu frowned. "You of all people shouldn't be gambling on such an optimistic outcome. These are the Uchiha. They are dangerous." Tsunade shrugged. "Maybe. You didn't tell him about Jiraiya's suspicion, though," Homura noted. Tsunade smiled. "There was no need. Whether this man actually is Madara Uchiha or not won't matter to Itachi, or to Sasuke. He has still done exactly what they believe he has done, regardless of his identity." She stood up, and the counselors did as well. "Now," she said, "I'm going to go visit my new patient, check his condition. I doubt that we were the only ones Itachi visited. And dash." She turned slightly, and her countenance shifted to something just shy of fearsome. Her brow crumpled, and her nose flared slightly. "Danzo. We'll be having a talk." The bandaged man gave nothing away, merely slowly closed his one visible eye. "Very well. Well, this is disappointing." Kabuto lowered his head slightly, but didn't bother to do much more. His master knew him well enough to recognize the thin line between disobedience and dangerous casualness that the bespectacled man constantly tread, and right now he was on the correct side of that divider. "My apologies, Orochimaru-sama. I was unprepared. Your gifts are still influencing me unduly." There was a rasping chuckle. "That does not surprise me. In fact, I must commend you, Kabuto. You have handled yourself well, considering what a drastic change you have undergone." Orochimaru sat back in his bed, holding his chin thoughtfully. "Unfortunately, that doesn't change anything. Both of the Uchiha are out of reach now, and this homunculus will only last so long." Kabuto shifted slightly. Orochimaru's head snapped towards him, like a striking snake. "Yes. They may be out of reach for now, yes," the former spy said. "You have a suggestion?" Orochimaru hissed, amused. He had always enjoyed these verbal games with Kabuto. "Well, I have made improvements to that jutsu while you were away, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto said. "I had intended to use it as a bargaining chip with the Akatsuki. But I believe it would be better served to deploy it now." Orochimaru leaned forward. "Yes," he whispered. The Sunin smiled, and the temperature of the room dropped by several degrees. "You never disappoint, Kabuto. Begin making the necessary preparations." He leaned back again, his smile only growing wider. "I leave what you collect to your discretion. But please," his tongue lashed out momentarily, "pay some mind to our targets, yes? I wouldn't want Sasuke to be disappointed." Kabuto turned, and the overhead lighting glinted off his glasses, hiding his reptilian eyes. His lips drew back, revealing what could only be called fangs. "Don't worry, master," he said, striding away from Orochimaru's bed. "I have been giving this quite a lot of thought. Trust me." He turned back, allowing Orochimaru to catch a glimpse of his rather manic grin. "No one will be disappointed. Check the description for the links to the author."